Hello, I came back to a very mysterious song. Ugh. Maddie Brady, hello. Brant, hello. Welcome. Anyone else who's out there, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. Today I'm not playing video games. It's Sunday, so we're doing Wikipedia with me. Normally I do this a couple hours earlier, but between time change and then I also had a friend stay over last night, I was like, we're not gonna start on time, so if you're here right now, thank you for being here. Well, there they are. Hi, Jay. Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, time change and having a friend stay over. It was just one of those things where it's like, this is not going to be on time. How are you, Judas? Okay, we've got a few. Hold on, let me change up the music to some chill hop. Yeah, so if you've never done this before, we're doing Wikipedia with me, which means that everyone gets to give me a J topic. We're on J week. We're doing a different letter of the alphabet every week. So far, I'm going to put in Maddie Brady's got a couple. Ooh, okay, Jorts the cat, not jean shorts, although we might have to look up jean shorts too. Hi, Fenaria. Hi, Fenaria. Hi, Jay. Hi, Brant. Hi, Maddie Brady. Okay, I've got a few topics. Let me get us some chill hop. As cool as this, like, mystery film noir situation is, let me let me find us something a little bit more backgroundy. Yeah, okay, here we go. So I was gonna say, so far we can look up Jay if you want. We can. Let's see, I was gonna say Judas is good. All right, Maddie Brady had a couple. We have Jazz Hands, which I think is hilarious and amazing. We also have Jester, which I think is cool and interesting, from previous weeks, and then my own head. I wanted to look up jellyfish. I just really wanted to. So we've got jellyfish, juke joint, and then we've also got, let's see, so we've got Judas Iscariot. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, no one knows him as Judas Iscariot unless you're like very religious, right? But theoretically, you all can tell me I get a little bit weird and rigid with rules sometimes. I don't know, it's the way that my brain works. But theoretically, we're doing it by surname, so Judas Iscariot would be I week. So Jay, how do you feel? Do you want to do Judas today, or you want to just go with Jay? Let's see what they say about Jay as a name. They don't really have anything. They have Jennifer Jason Leigh, which is weird. Let's go with Judas. Why not? Let's go with Judas. Let's just do it. We can do it in I week. I week was last week, though. That's the thing. So you're gonna have to wait till season 2 if we do it during I week. But it's up to you, Jay, because I'm down. Like I said, I think most people know Judas as just Judas. Again, I get a little bit weird and rigid with rules sometimes, where I'm like, well, we have to go by last name, not first name. Let's do it this week. Let's break the rules. Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's do it. What else do we have? We have Jorts, the cat. Jorts, cat, wiki. And then I also think we need to look up jean shorts. Okay. We got a lot of J topics, you guys. Okay, but they're just shorts. What if, because jean shorts get shortened to jorts. I'm wondering if there's not a wiki on it, it redirects you to something. Hold on, let me see. Okay, we're not gonna do jean shorts, but we will look up Jorts the cats. All right, have I missed anything? Star Knuckle, hi! Did somebody say Jorts? I did say Jorts several times. If y'all don't know my little brother Star Knuckle, highly recommend you go check him out. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to J Week. Yes, we did. Let's see. Learn my alphabet. It's fine. We can look up Judas. It's fine. But if other people try to give me J names, I'm going to be like, nope. Surname, not first name. Let's see. Anyone else sneak in here? The warmth of spring will surely bring birds and bees cavorting. But since I am a gentleman, I'd rather be jorting. Maybe we'll just watch that YouTube video. Maybe we'll end it with the Jorts YouTube video. I think I like that idea. Yeah, we'll end it with that. Today's a weird day. We can do it. Yeah. Is there anything else that I missed, guys? I'm sorry if I missed anything in the chat. But welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to J Week. Again, thank you for understanding my ways with time change and just, shit. Time change and just life. Jingle all the way. Perfect. Okay. All right, we've got some good ones. J Week is shaping up to be a good one, you guys. I'm very excited. All right, well, we got to start because we've got so many different topics. Thank you all for being here. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see everyone. What are you up to today, other than hanging out with me? Let me get this going here. There it is. Okay, so J Week. Star Knuckle, it's good to have you. Fun, it's good to have you. Jay, it's good to have you. Maddie Browdy, it's good to have you. Brent, it's good to have you. Thank you all for being here. Jay, or Jay. Did I say hi, Jay? Jay, thanks for being here. Jay, this is your week, basically. J or J, the 10th letter of the modern English alphabet, and the ISO Latin alphabet. Wow, we're in it already if I don't know how to read. We're in it, guys. Okay. And the ISO basic Latin alphabet, its usual name in English is J, pronounced J, with a now uncommon variant, Jai? Interesting. Okay. When used in the International Phonetic Alphabet for the Y sound, it may be Yod or Jod. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. If you're trying to brush up on your cursive, as we all are, that's how you cursive it. I'm going to skip down to my favorite thing. Whoops. Okay, it's just going to be on this little side thingy. So here's the evolution of the letter J. Sometimes they put it on the side, sometimes they put it over here. I don't really like it as much when they put it on the side because I can't fully get into it. But this is what the letter J originally looked like. And then it's just kind of developed over time. And then here we are. The letter J. See J sharp. Me, a music intellectual, knowing that's not real. I did the same thing. I was like, what do you mean J sharp? What is J sharp? Visual J sharp, a discontinued implementation of the J sharp programming. Oh, like C++ kind of a thing. I literally did the same thing though. My brain was like, that's not a musical note. That's not how music works. You know how music does work? Jazz hands. Are we prepared for it? Let's get into it. Let's get into some... Okay, first of all, can we talk about this picture for jazz hands? Can we talk about it? Can we talk about what's happening? Like, this person is really going for it, and I'm very excited. The original J shape is fucked, right? Yeah, it's all of them are. Like, they come from, like, weird, like, hieroglyphs and things. And it's amazing to see, like, how they change over time. A lot of them are, like, very distantly related, if related at all. Okay, jazz hands. Jazz hands in performance dance is the extension of a performer's hands with palms toward the audience and fingers splayed. This position is also referred to as webbing. It is commonly associated with especially exuberant types of performance, such as musicals, cheerleading, show choir, review? Oh, like the fucking the Rockettes. Okay. Especially jazz dance shows. Anyone ever been to a jazz dance? Oh, like jazz dance. Okay, I actually do know what jazz dance is. In cheerleading, the position of the arms outstretched with fingers wiggling up and down is sometimes referred to as spirit fingers or jazz fingers. Depending on the performance venue, both gestures can be associated with campiness. It is very campy. I was wondering if they were going to talk about Bob Fosse. Okay, probably the biggest proponent. First of all, the fact that he's like a proponent. He's very pro jazz hands. I wish they were like the biggest antagonist of jazz hands is somebody that hates jazz hands. Probably the biggest proponent of jazz hands was Bob Fosse, who incorporated them in nearly all of his Broadway film musical choreography. Dude, okay, so Star Knuckle can attest. We grew up in a very musical family. And our parents are like musical theater nerds, which explains a lot about us, honestly. Our older sister was a little Broadway baby who like moved to New York and like did the like dancer actor extraordinaire thing. So we were raised on musicals. So like reading about this, I'm like, it's true. Fosse loved some fucking jazz hands. But anyway, the best example of this is the opening musical number for Pippin. We've got magic to do just for you. We've got miracle plays to play. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, Star Knuckle, you know all about it. Magic to do, in which still illuminated jazz hands are the first thing the audience sees. It's a creepy song to start out with. You remember? Do you know? Journey, something, something, something. And then everyone's like, jazz. Maddie Brady, thank you for bringing jazz hands to this week. I'm very pleased about it. Let's read more about jazz hands. In the basic jazz hands position, I'm loving this article. I just love that there are multiple jazz hand positions. Basic jazz hand position. The hands are open. The palms face forward. The fingers are splayed. In addition, sometimes the hands are shaken. The fingers are moving. The arm is often straight. Gus Giordano describes the position as the palm of the hand facing forward with fingers stretched. Frank Hatchett instructs dancers to spread fingers, jazz hands, face palms front. So this is not jazz hands. This is jazz hands. They want to make it very clear that your palms need to be facing your audience, in case anyone was wondering. Neither Gus Giordano nor Frank Hatchett included shaking. So this is the basic right here. Have you ever seen anyone do this for jazz hands? Just this. And really, they're talking about like outstretched. To me, the shaking is necessary, but I'm not an expert, obviously. I'm not Gus Giordano or Frank Hatchett. Who are they, by the way? Gus Giordano. Giordano? Wow. Yikes. Born August Thomas Giordano III. American jazz dancer, teacher, and choreographer. Okay. And then this guy, Frank Hatchett. Page does not exist. Okay. So anyway, a choreographer may specify that the hands are to be shaken. The motion is rapid and fluttering, as if jingling a tambourine. Is everyone else doing jazz hands at home? I hope you are. Sports? Okay, let's talk about it. Cronulla Sutherland Sharks fans became widely known for the spirit fingers when someone has a place kick. And now we know. I think we all learned something today about jazz hands. My flamboyant talking with my hands mannerisms includes jazz hands. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I feel like it's a thing. I like the, you start here and then you kind of, do a little circle with it, a little tap dance with it, personally. Cool. Fun. Jazz hands. Oh my God, look at this jester. Wow, this picture is legendary. This man does not look pleased to be a jester. Can we just talk about that for a minute? All right, jesters. Here we go. A jester, court jester, fool, or joker, was a member of the household of a nobleman or monarch employed to entertain guests during the medieval and Renaissance eras. Jesters were also itinerant. Is that right? Itinerant? Shrek vibes. Am I giving you Shrek vibes? Oh, the picture. I thought my jazz hands were giving you Shrek vibes. I wasn't offended. I was just confused. Okay, now I understand. Jesters were also itinerant performers who entertained common folk at fairs and town markets, and the discipline continues into the modern day, where jesters perform at historically themed events. During the Middle Ages, jesters are often thought to have worn brightly colored clothes and eccentric hats in motley pattern. Their modern counterparts usually mimic this costume. Jesters entertained with a wide variety of skills. Principal among them were song, music, storytelling, but many also employed acrobatics, juggling, telling jokes, such as puns, stereotypes, and imitation, and performing magic tricks. Much of the entertainment was performed in a comic style. Many jesters made contemporary jokes in word or song about people and events well known to their audiences. Yeah, I feel like parody and satire was a big thing for jesters. This is wild. This picture is wild. This picture is a lot. There's a lot happening. I would never say that. I don't know. And again, I wasn't offended. I was just very confused. All right, entertainer, blah, blah. 14th to 21st century. I wish I knew more about this picture. He's biting his lip hard, this guy. There's a lot happening in this picture. All right, anyway, let's take a look here. So Maddie Reddy, this is another one of yours. Anything in particular that sticks out to you? Anything in particular that you want to look into? Let's see. Faith Nuncle? That's what comes to mind with Jester. What is that? What is that? Fun? What I was thinking right away is I was like, oh, it's basically a bard, right? I'm curious, like, what the distinction is between a jester and a bard. Like, it seems like bard would be like stereotypically more musical, whereas like a jester kind of like does more performance kind of stuff beyond that. But like, they seem one and the same in so many ways. History, tarot, modern usage. Got it. Ooh, like the Fool in the tarot deck? Yeah, let's look into it. Okay, cool. History, tarot, modern usage. I mean, I'm kind of interested in a lot of it, so we might just kind of go through. Buffoon. Okay, cool. We're gonna get into it. I like etymology. I'm a word nerd. Okay, the modern use of the English word jester did not come into use until the mid 16th century during Tudor times. This modern term derives from the older form gesture or gesture, originally from Anglo-Norman French, meaning storyteller or minstrel. Yeah, see, so I feel like minstrel, storyteller, bard, they all kind of are like, along the same vein, yeah? Other earlier terms include fool, danseur, buffoon, and border. These terms described entertainers who differed in their skills and performances, but who all shared many similarities in their role as comedic performers for their audiences. History. In ancient Rome, a similar tradition of professional jesters were called bellatrones. Bellatrones were paid for their jests, and the table of wealth, they were generally open for them. The tables of the wealthy were generally open to them for the sake of amusement they afforded. Other cultures, such as the Aztecs and Chinese, employed cultural equivalents to the jester. That's cool. I feel like English court jester is what we like normally think of. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead. Jester's privilege. I want to know what this is all about. Jester's privilege is the ability and right of a jester to talk and mock freely without being punished. As an acknowledgement of this right, the court jester had symbols denoting their status and Guys, this is a rough one already. I don't know why I can't read things. Okay, anyway. As an acknowledgement of this right, the court jester had symbols denoting their status and protection under the law. The crown, cap and bells, mind blown. The crown, cap and bells, and scepter, marot, mirroring the royal crown and scepter wielded by a monarch. Shut up! That's wild. That's wild. Let's see, fun. It's an opening to jokes by a jester in one of the... Oh, Discworld! Discworld is one... I think we've talked about this before, fun. Discworld is one that I, like, really want to get into and just, like, have never gotten into. I would like to. I have a friend who's, like, super into Discworld. Okay, so yeah, I assumed it was a common thing, but I just looked up and apparently not. I mean, if you're into Discworld, you probably caught the reference. I have not gotten into the Terry Pratchett. That's Terry Pratchett, I think. I haven't gotten into the Terry Pratchett of it all. Formative to you, totally. Yeah, that's like me quoting Good Burger. that's my Discworld. Go with it. Martin Luther used jest in many of his criticisms against the Catholic Church. In the introduction to the Christian nobility of the German nation, he calls himself a court jester, and later in the text, he explicitly invokes the jester's privilege when saying that monks should break their chastity vows. I like the jester privilege thing. That's really interesting. Political significance. Scholar David Carleon has cast doubt on the daring political jester, calling historical tales apocryphal and concluding that popular culture embraces a sentimental image of the clown. Writers produce the sentimentality in the jester, and academics in the trickster, but it falters as analysis. Jesters could also give bad news to the king that no one else would dare deliver. In 1340, when the French fleet was destroyed at the Battle of Sluys by the English, Philip VI jester told him that English sailors don't even have the guts to jump into the water like our brave French. Okay. To clarify, not assuming Discworld is a common thing, but the if faith nuncle as a common jester thing. Fair. Yeah. I'm learning a lot about jesters today, to be honest. I'm realizing I didn't really know anything about them. Kind of want to keep reading about the history and the political implications. After the Restoration, end of tradition. After the Restoration, Charles II did not reinstate the tradition. I'm gonna make it. Don't worry, I'm gonna make it. 2 hours later has kind of thrown me, I'm not gonna lie. There's something about starting these streams when I'm like a little bit sleepy and getting my caffeine on that like there's something about that like works well. But since I'm like all hyped up and ready to go, I'm like, woo, jesters! Like, it's a lot. Sorry, headphone warning. I get excited about jesters. End of tradition. At the Restoration, Charles II did not reinstate the tradition of the court jester, but he did greatly patronize the theater and proto-music hall entertainments, especially favoring the work of Thomas Killigrew. Who's Thomas Killigrew? Oh, this man. What a fancy mustache! Okay, Thomas Killigrew was an English dramatist and theater manager. He was a witty, dissolute figure of the court of King Charles II of England. Though Killigrew was not officially a jester, Samuel Pepys, in his famous diary, does call Killigrew the king's fool and jester, with the power to mock and revel even in the most prominent without penalty. 12 February 1668. The last British nobles to keep jesters were the Queen Mother's family, the Beaulions. In the 18th century, jesters had died out except in Russia, Spain, and Germany. I also didn't realize they were such a like ubiquitous thing. I don't know why. I think it's just because of like our connection to like high fantasy and medieval kind of modern portrayals of medieval times. I always think of them as being like a British or like Western European thing. Also just that's Western culture being very like ethnocentric, right? So I didn't even think about them in being in like other countries. Anyway, yeah. So Russia, Spain, Germany. In France and Italy, traveling groups of jesters performed plays featuring stylized characters in a form of theater called the Commedia dell'arte. Oh yeah, Commedia dell'arte. I learned about that in college. A version of this passed into British folk tradition in the form of a puppet show, Punch and Judy. What? Also, am I losing my mind a little bit? Has this song repeated a million times already today? Or do they all just kind of sound the same? I feel the need to get a different mix up, but maybe I'm just being ridiculous. Let's try this one. We'll see. Okay. Punch and Judy, right? I want to know what this is. Oh, Punch and Judy. Look. Okay. Punch and Judy. This needs to be a P week thing. I'm going to write that down. Hold on. I love puppetry shit. I really do. So things like this, I'm very into. That sounds weird. I'm very into Punch and Judy. What? Go with it. It's fine. Okay. Punch and Judy is a traditional puppet show featuring Mr. Punch and his wife, Judy. Come back. The performance consists of a sequence of short scenes, each depicting an interaction between two characters, most typically Mr. Punch and one other character who usually falls victim to Punch. Yikes. We're going to look it up later. In France, the tradition of the court jester ended in the French Revolution. In the 21st century, the jester has been revived and can still be seen at medieval-style fairs and pageants. In 2015, the town of Conwy in North Wales was appointed Russell Airwood, a.k.a. Airwood Le Fol, as the official resident jester of the town and its people, a post that has been vacant since 1295. That's cool and interesting and weird, huh? Other countries. Poland's most famous court jester was Stancik, whose jokes were usually related to political matters and who later became a historical symbol for Poles. In 2004, English Heritage appointed Nigel Roeder, Custer the Jester, as the state jester for England. I love that state jesters are a thing. Why don't we have state jesters in the United States? Probably because we're not that cool. Anyway, the first since Muckle John. 355 years previously. However, following an objection by the National Guild of Jesters, English Heritage accepted that they were not authorized to grant such a title. That's bizarre. Roeder was succeeded as Heritage Jester by Pete Cooper, Peterkin the Fool. In Germany, Till Eulenspiegel is a folklore hero dating back to the medieval times and ruling each year over Fasching and Carnival time, mocking politicians and public figures of power and authority with political satire like a modern-day court jester. He holds a mirror to make us aware of our times, Zeitgeist, and his Zeitgeist would be a good one for Z Week. Hold, please. Okay. And his scepter, his bauble or marote, is the symbol of his power. In 17th century Spain, little people, often with deformities, were employed as buffoons to entertain the king and his family. I'm surprised that this is just now coming up in Spain, because I felt like that was a more, I don't know, when you look at like the history of like freak shows and things like that. Anyway, yeah, interesting. To entertain the king and his family, especially the children. In Velázquez's painting Las Meninas, 2 dwarfs are included. Maria Barbola, a female dwarf from Germany with hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus is a condition which the accumulation of cerebrospinal fluid occurs within the brain, typically causes increased pressure inside the skull. Older people may have headaches, double vision, poor balance, urinary incontinence, personality changes, all sorts of stuff. Okay. And Nicolasito Portusato from Italy. Marie Barbola can also be seen in a later portrait of Princess Margarita Teresa in Mourning by Juan Bautista Martinez de Mazo. There are other paintings by Velázquez that include court dwarfs, such as Prince Balthasar's Charles with a Dwarf. Interesting. During the Renaissance papacy? The papacy? Papal court in Rome had a court jester similar to the secular courts of the time. Pope Pius V dismissed the court jester, and no later pope employed one. In Japan, from the 13th to 18th centuries, the taikomochi, a kind of male geisha, attended the feudal lords' daimyos. They entertained mostly through dancing and storytelling, and were at times counted on for strategic advice. By the 16th century, they fought alongside their lord in battle, in addition to other duties. Tonga was the first royal court to appoint a court jester in the 20th century. Taufa'aua Tapua IV, sorry about pronunciation always, the king of Tonga, was appointed J.D. Bogdanov in that role in 1999. Bogdanov was later embroiled in a financial scandal. Dude, it's wild to me. It's wild to me that there's still like a tradition of jesters like in this kind of like, I don't know, prototypical way. Because obviously we have like comedians and like various performers and things, but like I'm surprised that there are like people that are like still appointed within this like role in different countries. You know what I mean? Let's see. As a symbol, the root of the word fool is from the Latin folis, which means bag of wind or bellows that contain air or breath. That's interesting. In tarot, the Fool is a card of the major arcana. The tarot depiction of the Fool includes a man, or less often a woman, holding a white rose in one hand and a small bundle of possessions in the other, with a dog or cat at his heels. The Fool is in the act of unknowingly walking off the edge of a cliff, precipice, or other high place. So yeah, the idea in tarot that I am aware of in terms of like the Fool's role in the kind of like the Fool's journey of the major arcana is that it's like kind of like that like wide-eyed optimism of going into like a new like period of your life and kind of like being foolish in terms of like expectation and all of that. So it's interesting. Let's see. Literature, Shakespeare, fine. Modern usage. Buffoon. In a similar vein, a buffoon is someone who provides amusement through inappropriate appearance or behavior. Originally, the term was used to describe a ridiculous but amusing person. This term is now used frequently in a derogatory sense to describe someone considered foolish or someone displaying inappropriately vulgar, bumbling, or ridiculous behavior, which is a source of general amusement. The term originates from the Old Italian buffare, meaning to puff out one's cheeks, but it also applies to buffon. Having swelled their cheeks, they would slap them to expel their air and produce a noise which amused the spectators. What? Buffon is a modern French theater term that was recoined in the early 1960s by Jacques Lecoq at his L'École Internationale de Théâtre Jacques Lecoq. I'm not saying that right, but I'm gonna keep saying it. Jacques Lecoq in Paris to describe a specific style of performance work that has a main focus of the art and mockery. The word gave rise to the English word buffoon. Interesting. Carnival and medieval reenactment. Today, the jester is portrayed in different formats of medieval reenactment, Renaissance fairs, and entertainment, including film, stage performance, and carnivals. During the Burgundian and Rhenish Carnival, cabaret performances in local dialect are held. In Brabant, this person is called a toonproutor or sauwelaar. It is actually in or on a barrel. Okay, that reminds me of, I don't know if this was a thing for other football teams, but like there was a guy for the Denver Broncos called the Barrel Man, I think. And he just like was a Broncos fan and would go to games just wearing a barrel. I never understood it, but maybe it's really related to this. Maddie Brady, in Persona games, the main protagonist is always associated with a Fool card. Interesting. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Because, yeah, so the Fool is the first card in the major arcana. So, it's like, yeah, if you follow the Fool's journey, like, there's peaks and valleys, but, like, you're kind of, like, looking at an allegory for, like, maturation, essentially. So, yeah, that's interesting. I've never played the Persona games. I've been told I would like them, so I maybe need to check them out. It could be fun. Okay, let's see. Actually, in or on a barrel. In Limburg, they are called Butteriderne. I don't know. Butteredner? And in Zealand, they are called an Ower. They all perform a cabaret speech in dialect, during which many current issues are reviewed. Often there are local situations and celebrities from local and regional politics who are mocked, ridiculed, and insulted. The Tomprautor and Butteridner may be considered successors of the jesters. Let's see. Media representations. Giuseppe Verdi's opera Rigoletto cast a court jester as the leading man. In The Queen's Fool, a 2004 historical fiction novel by Philippa Gregory, the protagonist is Hannah Green, a fictional jester at the court of Mary I of England. A major part of the book's plot is played by the historical jester Will Summers, who is depicted as the protagonist's mentor, who trains her in the art of being a jester. The more you know. We've got a list of notable jesters, which I think is fantastic. We have some modern day jesters, which is amazing to me. And we have pictures. I love pictures. Okay, so I love pictures because I end up reading so much. It's kind of a nice reprieve, you know? Okay. So here we have Hinrich Hassenberg, the court jester by David Clocker Ehrenstrahl, 1652. This is a very small picture that none of us can really see, but family of Henry VIII with Will Somers on the far right and probably Jane Fool on the far left. 17th century engraving of Will Somers. Summers? Henry VIII's jester. This guy looks fancy. They all have very fancy clothes. Queen Henrietta Maria with Sir Geoffrey Hudson by Van Dyck. He is very small. It's probably... I guess Henrietta Maria, maybe this is in Spain when they were talking about folks with dwarfism. That's interesting. Court jester, see this kind of shit. Creepy as hell. We can look at the, oh, we should do it this way so we can actually see what's happening, guys. Okay, let's go back. Now I understand things. Here we go. Look at this man. Okay. Y'all can kind of see with the way I have it cropped. Apologies. It's not cropped in a way that's super conducive to this. But if I do it this way, nope, you definitely can't see then. Okay. So here's the first guy, looking pretty fly. We've got this one, good old Henry VIII here. Okay, this guy's looking real fancy. This guy's got a good outfit happening. We've got this lady and this guy. He's got a monkey. All right, this picture is ridiculous and amazing. court jester carrying a marotte, selected for the pageant of empire in 1909. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, this looks more modern. That's a wild picture. Look at this guy. Portrait of Ferreira, court jester Gonola by Jean Fouquet, 1445. This is a good one too. Kind of creepy, kind of great. Laughing jester, unknown early Netherlandish artist, possibly Jacob Cornelis van Oosthuizen, circa 1500. Sassahunan jester, participating in Garabug Malud procession, circa 1920s, Java, Indonesia. Yeah, again, I didn't realize this was like kind of like a worldwide phenomenon. And maybe that was naive of me, or like, yeah, it just speaks to my kind of ethnocentric social conditioning, you know? Oh, this guy looks so sad about it. He does not want to be here. This is the like stereotype of the sad clown, right? Stancik by Jan Matyoko. The Polish jester is the only person at a 1514 royal ball troubled by the news that Russians have captured Smolensk. Look at this guy! Sorry, I keep saying look at this guy, but look at this guy. Jester in Weingarten, Germany in 2015. Looking great, looking joyful, looking strong. Wow, what is this? Masquerade by Golovin. Jester with a Hunch. 1917 Bach Russian Museum. Surprised nothing mentioned their living conditions or how they were treated, etc. They might have. I skipped a little bit, Maddie Bratty. We can go back and see. But yeah, it's interesting because I didn't realize when we talk about jester privilege, in that regard, it seemed like they were maybe treated fairly well. But I don't know. We can go back and kind of see. Yeah, because I skipped quite a bit in terms of like English history of jesters, just because in my mind that's what I'm most familiar with in terms of this kind of idea of a jester. But maybe it's jazz hands all day, the jazz hands. But maybe it's described more in that section. We can definitely look. Like, what level of society were they? I'm curious to know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we can take a look. Like I said, I think based on what we read in the jester's privilege thing. Well, I mean, jester's privilege doesn't necessarily say that they were treated well, but they were kind of absolved of having to censor themselves with regard to like having disdain for the crown or disdain for like political figures, which I think is interesting. But in terms of like living conditions, that's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. Portrait of the jester Balakirev, 1699 to 1763. What's happening with the hat? I'm assuming this is a hat. He looks displeased. Look at this cat! The court jester of Tabbyland. There's no other description. That's all it says. Wow, look at this guy. Gahari Recevent Le Chapelle. Jester doll made by Alina Wenzel, 1938 to 2007. Wow, what a picture. What is happening? Illustration from Queen of the Jesters. Caption, brought it down with a crash upon the head of Henri de Villefort. I don't know what's happening here, but this jester's he's really going for it. Let's see. A Ven woman with a jester. Speaking of really going for it. Look at this guy. Man dressed as a jester with a fool's cap, motley, and white tights. Statue of a jester depicted in the Book of Letters from England by Karl Kapek. Oil on panel, signed with monogram. Bears inscribed label for the Dundee Fine Art Exhibition, 1877. Private collection, oil on canvas, Jacob Jordaens, 1641 to 1645. Look how angry this cat is. Fanaria, this looks like your cat. Like your little grumpy baby. You know? You know. How do I get back here? In Western media, jesters are usually portrayed as not being treated nicely. Like, oh, the king didn't like your joke, off with your head. I know, but according to this, that's not true. Because of jester privilege. But, I mean, this is Wikipedia, right? So, I don't know. I mean, it's true, though. You're right, Maddie Bratty. It definitely is depicted as that. And it's depicted as, generally speaking, a a court-appointed position that is not necessarily wanted or revered. Yeah. So I agree with you. I'm curious. We'll go back and see if we can find something like that, something that gives us a little bit more information about that, because these are good questions. Let's see. Jester Resting on a Chair by William Merritt Chase, 1875. He also looks sad about it. A lot of these Jester pictures, they do not look pleased. I love this one. This one's like my favorite. Look at, this guy is just like laid back, chillin'. The most casual Jester pose. Jazz hands. 1895. This one's from 1100. This guy again. Chase William Merritt. It's funny. The outfits are really cool and interesting. Keying Up, The Court Jester by William Merritt Chase, 1875. What? Caricature of a court jester of Philip the Good, 16th century. William Burgess, English architect. Whoa! Self-portrait in a jester's costume! Wow. Jester Barbarossa by Francisco Goya. Royal Jester Stansik. Jester Knight Christoph by Hans Verdinger, 1515, Madrid. He's fancy. Some of them are fancy. Akram Mutlak Menage à Trois auf Leinwand. There's a lot to unpack here. This is some like nightmare fuel in some ways. I'm not exactly sure why, but it feels that way to me. Buffon. A jester with ass ears. I've noticed this too, and this is not something that I feel like is common again in modern portrayals of jesters, but a lot of them have the like donkey ears, and what I'm more used to seeing is the like crown with bells on the end, right? So that's interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's see. So that was all of our artwork. Let's go back and see, Maddie Brady. Or maybe I'll just Control F and see if they have like... Yeah, I don't know. We'll go back to the parts that I skipped. Because I kind of skipped over English Royal Court Jesters, so we can kind of take a look at these ones. Let's see. English Royal Court Jesters. Many royal courts throughout English royal history employed entertainers and most had professional fools, sometimes called licensed fools. That's interesting. Entertainment included music, storytelling, and physical comedy. It's also been suggested that they perform acrobatics and juggling. Henry VIII of England employed a jester named Will Somers. His daughter Mary was entertained by Jane Fool. During the reigns of Elizabeth I and James I of England, William Shakespeare wrote his plays and performed his theater company, the Lord Chamberlain's Men, later called King's Men. Clowns and jesters were featured in Shakespeare's plays, and the company expert on jesting was Robert Armin, author of the book Fooled Upon Fool. In Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, Fest the Jester, described as wise enough to play the fool. In Scotland, Mary Queen of Scots had a jester named Nicola. Her son, King James VI of Scotland, employed a jester called Archibald Armstrong. During his lifetime, Armstrong was given great honors at the court. He eventually was thrown out of the king's employment when he overreached and insulted too many influential people. See, this is interesting. So you've got jester's privilege, but jester's privilege will only save you so far, right? That's so there is potential to like overstep, clearly. Yeah, so that's interesting. Where was I? Yeah, insulted too many influential people. Even after his disgrace, books telling of his jests were sold in London streets. He held some influence at court in the reign of Charles I and estates of land in Ireland. Anne of Denmark had a Scottish jester called Tom Dory. Charles I later employed a jester called Geoffrey Hudson, who was very popular and loyal. Geoffrey Hudson had the title of Royal Dwarf because he was short of stature. One of his jests was to be presented hidden in a giant pie from which he would leap out. Hudson fought on the royalist side of the English Civil War. A third jester associated with Charles I was Muckle John. Yeah, unless you cross the line, right? Right. So yeah, I don't think I skipped much more than that. The only other thing I skipped was Shakespeare, and literature. So yeah, I'm not sure, Maddie Bratty. It's a really good question. My assumption based on this is that they were treated fairly decently, although them talking about folks with dwarfism being jesters, I think that is partly due to the fact that they were mistreated in so many other aspects of society. So potentially being a jester was like one of the best kind of options probably for folks with disabilities and folks that were smaller. So I don't know though. Yeah, good question. Good questions. Don't know. Don't know. Shall we look into Judas Iscariot next? Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Okay. Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot, Judah, man of Kerioth, was a disciple, one of the original 12 apostles of Jesus Christ. According to all 4 canonical Gospels, Judas betrayed Jesus to the Sanhedrin in the Garden of Gethsemane by kissing him and addressing him as rabbi to reveal his identity in the darkness to the crowd who had come to arrest him. His name is often used synonymously with betrayal or treason. Judas's epithet Iscariot is most likely means he came from the village of Kerioth, but this explanation is not universally accepted and many other possibilities have been suggested. The Gospel of Mark, earliest gospel, gives no motive for Judas's betrayal, but does present Jesus predicting it at the Last Supper, an event also described in all the later Gospels. The Gospel of Matthew 26:15 states that Judas committed the betrayal in exchange for 30 pieces of silver. That's what I remember growing up in my Christian Bible days as a kid. But yeah, that's interesting, depending on the version of the Bible that you're reading. The Gospel of Luke 22:3 and Gospel of John 13:27 suggest that he was possessed by Satan. Interesting. According to Matthew 27:1-10, after learning that Jesus was to be crucified, Judas attempted to return the money he had been paid for by betrayal to the chief of priests and died by suicide by hanging. The priests used the money to buy a field to bury strangers in, which was called the Field of Blood, because it had been bought with blood money. The book of Acts 1:18 quotes Peter as saying that Judas used the money to buy the field himself, and he fell headlong, burst asunder in the midst, and all his bowels gushed out. His place among the 12 apostles was later filled by Matthias, probably. Due to his notorious role in all of the gospel narratives, Judas remains a controversial figure in Christian history. For instance, Judas's betrayal is seen as setting in motion the events that led to Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, which, according to traditional Christian theology, brought salvation to humanity. The Gnostic Gospel of Judas, rejected by proto-Orthodox... Okay, yeah, the Gnostic Gospels are fascinating in terms of things that were kind of decided to be left out of the Bible. Just fascinating shit in terms of religious dogma and who wrote it and who decides what is kept and what is not and how it's censored and all of that. But anyway, the Gnostic Gospel of Judas, later rejected by the proto-Orthodox Church as heretical, portrays Judas's actions as done in obedience to instructions given him by Jesus, and that he alone amongst the disciples knew Jesus' true teachings. Since the Middle Ages, Judas has sometimes been portrayed as a personification of the Jewish people, and his betrayal has been used to justify Christian anti-Semitism. That is really interesting. For the record, if you've ever watched Jesus Christ Superstar, Judas is the best role. 100%. Judas is... Okay. If you've watched the movie Jesus Christ Superstar, which if you haven't, Andrew Lloyd Webber low-key slaps. Andrew Lloyd Webber can get it. The music in that musical is hip. There's so many songs in odd meter. There's so many songs in 5/4 and 7/8, which I fucking love. I digress. Judas in that movie can get it. His voice, out of control. We might have to... Jay, if there's anything in particular you want to get into, let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to listen to Judas's opening song. from Jesus Christ Superstar because I really want to. So let's see. This is my headcanon of Judas. Because this song slaps, and this dude, his voice out of control, absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. Are you prepared? I don't know if you're prepared. Let me see if we can do this. So give me a moment here to do this thingy. Good. Well done, team. Well done, team. I think we did a good job studying Judas today. This is very good. This is very good. I'm very into it. I'm quite pleased. Yeah, no, there we go. Judas. No, we've all learned something, haven't we? If you haven't seen Jesus Christ Superstar, it's so good. I cannot even. Herod's song. Okay, sorry. I'm going to stop talking about Jesus Christ Superstar. Okay, actually, I'm not. You know what? Let's make that one of our topics. All right, Jesus Christ Superstar. We're going to do it. Why not? Why not? We're going to read about Jesus Christ Superstar because I'm so fucking hype on it, and then we'll read about jellyfish, okay? Okay. Get over it, okay? I love it so much. It's so good. I can't handle it. Like, Jesus's voice is really good too. I mean, there's so many good singers. There's not a lot of female roles, and I think partly that's because there's not a lot of women represented in the Bible. At least not in the New Testament. Old Testament there were a lot of women, but New Testament there's not. So like Mary Magdalene has like one song, but that's pretty much it. Otherwise it's like mainly dudes. But like, dude, some of these boys can get it. Like, and the dancing, Maddie Brady, the dancing. Jesus Christ Superstar is great. Okay, Jesus Christ Superstar is sung through rock opera. Watch the original, by the way. Don't get me wrong. John Legend and like the newer there was a newer version that was done on NBC. It's not bad. It's just not the original. Watch the original. New Testament kind of slaps. Dude, I'm more of an Old Testament kid in terms of like, please, I'm like very atheist agnostic at this time in my life. But Old Testament God goes hard. And again, there's a lot of really cool women in the Old Testament. Abigail is my name, right? Abigail's kind of badass in terms of what she did. She tricks the king into like letting David come in and like infiltrate the city, kind of a thing. Esther's pretty badass. Like there's a lot of cool women in the Old Testament. I don't know, it's been a minute since I read the Bible, to be completely honest. Yeah, so I don't know. When I was a kid, I was like raised in a Christian school, and my parents kind of raised us with their own kind of version of like Messianic Judaism. So like, yeah, so all of the kids in my family we all have Hebrew names. So yeah, like yeah, I don't know. If we're gonna talk Bibles, I feel like Old Testament kind of slaps. Veggie Tales. I do remember Veggie Tales. Strawberry Shortcake. Hi. I've been lurking, but finally got home. Yay for getting home from errands. I'm doing well. How are you? How were the errands, you guys? If you don't know my friend Strawberry Shortcake, you're missing out. You're missing out on a good one. I'm telling you. Go hang out with her. She's fantastic. Mondays and Wednesdays, and then some other times as well, probably. We used to have the little religious picture books. Yeah, totally. I remember Esther's one was pretty great. Esther's story is pretty dope. Yeah, Esther's pretty cool. Esther and Abigail are kind of two of my favorite figures, but I was named after Abigail, so it kind of makes sense, right? All right, Jesus Christ Superstar. Again, such a good musical. It's so hip. Oh, by the way, Strawberry Shortcake, it's J Week. So if you have a J topic, let me know and we can get into it. Pancake time. We love to see it. Of course. I love your streams. Not to be weird about it, but Strawberry Shortcake, I just think you're so cool. I hope you know how cool you are. You're really fucking cool. I hope you know. You're just so nice, and not to make you uncomfortable, but you're so nice, and like everything that you stand for and the way that you like, you know, carry yourself and the way that you like carry your community, like you're really fucking cool. You are. What? Mutual Cool Society? I'm glad I found you. I don't even know how I found you, but I'm glad I found you. I think it was through Soul Vibes. I think that's how I found you. So shout out Soul Vibes also. Yeah, thank you. All right, Jesus Christ Superstar is sung through rock opera music by Andrew Lloyd Webber and lyrics by Tim Rice. Tim Rice did the lyrics for Lion King, if anyone's wondering. That man's prolific. I mean, he's done a bunch of stuff, but just, you know. Loosely based on the Gospel's accounts of the Passion, the work interprets the psychology of Jesus and other characters, with much of the plot centered on Judas. I'm telling you, Judas's role is so fucking good in Jesus Christ Superstar. And again, his songs are the best. by far the coolest songs. Who is dissatisfied with the direction in which Jesus is steering his disciples. Contemporary attitudes, sensibilities, and slang pervade the rock opera's lyrics, and ironic allusions to modern life are scattered throughout the depiction of political events. Stage and film productions, accordingly, contain many intentional anachronisms. Initially, unable to get backing for a stage production, the composers released it as a concept album, the success of which led to the show's Broadway onstage debut in 1971. By 1980, the musical had grossed over $237 million worldwide. Goddamn. Running for over 8 years in London between 1972 and 1980, it held the record for longest-running West End musical before it was overtaken by Cats in 1989. Is Cats also Andrew Lloyd Webber? Yeah. Dude, Andrew Lloyd Webber. All over the place, this man. Okay, let's see. Plot, the principal things. I just love it. So I don't even know what we want to read about. Part of me wants to know about the controversy. Let's do, rather than the plot, y'all know the Jesus plot. We don't need to read about the Jesus plot. Y'all have heard of the Jesus plot. We've all heard of it. It's fine. The Jesus plot. You know what I'm saying? I loved Cats so much as a kid. We were talking about this. I don't remember whose stream, but someone was talking about when you're like really sick when you're a kid, and how PBS was like a combination of, what was it called? Great Chefs of the Great Chefs of the World or something. And then just Cats like on repeat. Do you remember this? Were you there for that? Yeah, I remember watching Cats a lot as a kid. It was not one of my faves, but like I definitely wasn't. Yes, PBS. Yes, exactly. Right. Just being homesick from school and watching Cats on a loop, essentially, with occasionally them being like, please give money to PBS, you know? Yeah, Cats is fun. It's a good one. All right, so you've got Jesus Christ, tenor, Judas Iscariot, best role, Mary Magdalene, she gets one song. She gets to hang out. Okay, Pontius Pilate, is he the one? Caiaphas. Dude, okay, Caiaphas. His outfit, it's so BDSM. This musical goes so hard, please. Like he has like a leather harness and like a leather hat. It's fucking incredible. Incredible. Also, his song, now I just really want to watch Jesus Christ Superstar. This is like, now I'm on one. Caiaphas' song is so good. I don't know who this guy is. Anas? He probably just chills with Caiaphas. Peter has a fun song. Simon has a fun song. King Herod's song is classic, incredible, amazing. I love it. You love to see it. Let's see what else. All the songs from it. I just wanted to go here because I love Jesus Christ Superstar. That's the only reason I wanted to go to this page. But let's go to, I want to read about the controversy. The Broadway show and subsequent productions have been condemned. Yes, see, this is probably why I love it so much, because it is kind of blasphemous, the way that, like, it's blasphemous in the same way. Has anyone read Lamb? There's a book, I don't remember the author. Hold on, let me look it up. It's like Lamb, the Gospel According to Biff. Yeah, by Christopher Moore. Christopher Moore is one of those authors that has done a lot of like kind of like satirical books, like novels, that kind of like take political ideas or like well-known ideas and kind of turns them on their head. But Lamb is this book that goes through the kind of like the lost years of Jesus, basically, because like if you are a Christian or you grew up biblical and you read the Bible, there's these kind of like lost years between Jesus, like basically Jesus's adult life, because you get like kind of the year, the like leading up to his death, and then you get like his childhood, but like in terms of his like young adult life, you don't get a whole lot of it actually. And I think part of that is that a lot of it is left out because it's in the Gnostic Gospels. So he takes that and just kind of runs with it. And it's one of those things that it's like certain religious groups are like, oh my God, this is so blasphemous. And other ones are like, what a cool Jesus fan fiction this is. You know what I mean? So I feel like Jesus Christ Superstar is kind of like a weird Jesus fan fiction, if that makes any sense. Lamb! It's such a good book, isn't it? I love that you've heard of it. It's so good. It's so good. Wondergoon, hi! We're talking about Jesus Christ Superstar and how much I love it. I hope you're doing well. So you remember watching PBS when you were sick, but it was Third and Fourth Doctor. Oh, nature and science documentaries for sure. Yeah, no, I don't remember. I don't think the Doctor Who episodes were playing when I was a kid on PBS, but I love that. I love that. I've watched some of the older Doctor Who's just because of my dad. But I'm much more familiar with the reboot, to be honest. Link it high. A Broadway musical story. TLDR. Yes. Okay, so then there's a lot of like religious musicals out there. But yeah, Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, and then Godspell is another one. But no, Jesus Christ Superstars. Anyway, Broadway musical story. TLDR, Donny Osmond was playing Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat, and he floats above the crowd. He happened to stop right above my mother, and my mom shouts, "Don't worry, Donny, I'll catch you if you fall." That is such a mom move. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, I would be mortified. I would be. That's also amazing. Like that's one of those stories that, like, if it's not your mother, you're like, your mother is incredible. If it is your mother, you're like, please, mother, please. That's great. I love that. It's good to see you, Link it. By the way, anyone that's coming in, if you have any J topics, let me know. I'm happy to look them up. Lamb is so good. I don't think I've read any more of Christopher Moore's books, but I remember really loving that one. You have a J thing related to the current topic, one of your favorite paintings. Okay, all right, Judith beheading Holofernes. Yeah, no, I would have died. I would have been like, oh my god. Here we go. Yeah, let's look into it. Let's do it. I'm here for it. Okay. Let's see. They stopped broadcasting them around 1986 or so. Okay, much to your regret. I know, right? Sad day. Part of me is like, maybe I should get BritBox just to like watch old episodes and stuff. Ooh, that's an art thing I've actually heard of. Nice. Hell yeah. What have you covered so far? Don't want to suggest something you've already covered. So we have covered Jesters. We have covered Jazz Hands. We have covered Judas Iscariot, which is what brought us to Jesus Christ Superstar. And then on the docket, we have Judith beheading, Holofernes, Jellyfish, Juke Joints, Jorts, the cats, and Jingle All the Way. That's what we've got on the docket so far. Kigo, hi! Kigo, especially you being a musician, it's so good. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, you need to watch it. Everyone needs to watch Jesus Christ Superstar. It's amazing. It's so good. Let's see. Yeah, so those are the things that we've covered, Wondergoon. I'm ashamed I haven't seen it. I love musicals. It's maybe my favorite. It's up there. Yeah, it's up there with favorites. I don't know what my favorite musical is, but it's a really good one. I love Sondheim just because, like, he hears music in such a unique, interesting way, and like the way that he, like, I don't know, forces you to listen to like very odd intervals is kind of fun. Like Sondheim is a musician's musician. You know what I mean? So I love shit like Into the Woods and like Sweeney Todd, because they're just so. Yeah, it's so interesting. But yeah, no, Jesus Christ Superstar might be my favorite. Oh, Fiddler on the Roof is another one. There's so many good musicals. I love musicals. All right, controversy. The Broadway show and subsequent productions have been condemned by a few religious groups. Tim Rice was quoted as saying, "It happens that we don't see Christ as God, but simply the right man at the right time at the right place." I love that shit. Some Christians considered such comments to be blasphemous. The character of Judas was too sympathetic, which is why I love it. It's so good. Why not sympathize with Judas? Anyway, and some of his criticisms of Jesus offensive. His criticisms are spot on. I'm sacrilegious. The musical's lack of allusion to the resurrection of Jesus has resulted in criticism similar to that of fellow musical Godspell, which also did not clearly depict the resurrection. Yeah, spoiler alert, at the end of Jesus Christ Superstar, it ends with him being crucified, and that's it. It ends with him being crucified, and then it's very meta. They all pack up as if they like had gone to the desert to perform this musical, and so they all like pack up their shit and just leave. So you don't like see Jesus being resurrected, which is like, ooh, you know. Let's see. Into the Woods is so good. One of the college shows I got to play in pit orchestra. Fun. That's a good one. I didn't do pit orchestra in college at all. I was in the pit orchestra in high school for a musical called Nonsense. Not one of my favorite musicals, but it is funny. It's very silly. But yeah. Fun fact, T. Miller, one of my dearest friends, she was one of the nuns. She was like the head nun in that musical in high school. Let's see. At the same time, some Jews claimed that it bolstered anti-Semitic belief that Jews were responsible for Jesus' death. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole thing. I feel like in some ways the New Testament is a little bit anti-Semitic. We don't need to get into it. It's a whole thing. But yeah, showing most of the villains as Jewish. Caiaphas, okay, but again, Caiaphas's BDSM outfit. And his song is so good. But yeah, no, they are definitely portrayed as the villains. They are. And the other priest, Herod. Again, Herod is one of my favorite characters. I don't know. Maybe it's like queer coding for me. There's this meme that always goes around that's like, so queer coding is essentially how most villains in our childhood favorite movies and things were kind of presented as queer. And so the intention behind queer coding is this idea of like, oh, well, they're the villains, therefore you don't want to be them. And in reality, for most queer folks like myself, it's like, no, we just fell in love with the villains. Sorry. Judas is the catalyst for everything that follows. Without him, you have no story. 100%. 100%. Well, and theoretically, if we're going to really get into the minutia of the kind of religious story that is, Jesus' crucifixion, he knew all along because God was telling him, hey, you're going to be my sacrificial lamb to save humanity. So in theory, it would have happened regardless of Judas, right? Like holding Judas responsible, holding Jewish people at that time responsible. It's like, no, if you're actually like reading your Bible, which again, I just grew up on it, so I don't know, it's kind of fun being an atheist agnostic who like knows their Bible in some ways. But if you're actually reading it, like it would have happened regardless. It's not, that was God's plan. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I regret never doing a musical. Oh man, they were fun. They were fun. I can see myself, my mother, I love my mother. It reminds me very much of Lincoln's mother story because there are moments where I'm like, ugh, cringe, but it's only because she's my mother. Anyone else is like, kudos to you. And the older I get, the more I'm like, my mom is a fucking badass. But she loves doing community theater, like musicals and plays and stuff. And like, to me, that's really cool. Like to have like hobbies like that and to like, just to have the balls to like put yourself out there like that and go on stage and like perform. Like, it's pretty neat. She was in, I hung out with a friend of mine who like went to this with me the other day. She was in a production of Rocky Horror Picture Show, which kind of like Lincoln's story was just like, as her child of like, this is awkward. I don't know how to feel. But again, if that's anyone else's mother, you're like, that's fucking cool, right? It's interesting. I love singing, but I'm scared to do it in front of people. That's understandable. That's totally understandable. Yeah. I just grew up in like, my family is essentially this like amalgamation between like the Von Trapps and the Royal Tenenbaums, if that makes any sense. So we were all raised by like very musical parents, and just like, so that kind of like fear of performing thing kind of never existed because we just kind of like were always like singing and playing instruments and stuff growing up. But I think that totally makes sense, Kate. I get it. Let's see. Okay, so anti-Semitism is what we're talking about. And showing the crowd of Jerusalem calling for the crucifixion. The musical was also banned in South Africa for being irreligious. Interesting. 1972 production of the rock opera was banned in the Hungarian People's Republic for distribution of religious propaganda. Huh. Very cool. I'm like, very cool. Love the controversy. Love that for us. I think that's all I needed to read about this. But anyway, highly recommend. If you haven't seen Jesus Christ Superstar, watch the original one. The movie or the TV adaptation that was made relatively recently, it's okay. It's not bad. But the OG, the 1973 one, Ted Neely as Jesus, and then I forget who plays Judas, but holy moly, Carl Anderson, I'm guessing. So fucking good. His voice is just phenomenal. All right, that's it. Jesus Christ Superstar. We did it. Should we get into Judith beheading Holofernes? And then after that, we'll do Jellyfish, Juke Joints, Jorts, and Jingle All the Way. And if I missed it, Goon, if you did say something, let me know if I missed it, and or Kigo, and or link it. But yeah, this is what we've got on the docket for now. For now. Thank you, Holofernes. Okay, Judith beheading Holofernes. Thank you. Let's take a look at it. This picture's badass, first of all. This is incredible. I don't think I've ever seen this painting before, Kate. This is new for me, and it is pretty fucking badass. I'm very excited about this. Dude, sounds like it. Let's go. I'm here for it. Okay, so the account of the beheading of Holofernes by Judith is given in the Deuterocanonical Book of Judith and is the subject of many paintings and sculptures from the Renaissance and Baroque periods. In the story, Judith, a beautiful widow, is able to enter the tent of Holofernes because of his desire for her. Holofernes was an Assyrian general who was about to destroy Judith's home, the city of Bethulia. Overcome with drink, he passes out and is decapitated by Judith. This is badass. I love this. I love this so much. His Strawberry Shortcake, you know my brand. Overcome with drink, he passes out and is decapitated by Judith. His head is taken away in a basket, often depicted as being carried by an elderly female servant. Artists have mainly chosen one of two possible scenes, with or without the servant, the decapitation with Holofernes supine on the bed, or the heroine holding or carrying the head, often assisted by her maid. This is really cool. This one's great. So this is Judith with the head of Holofernes by Lucas Cranach the Elder, 1530. This is why we're friends. This is why we're friends. Okay, it didn't suggest anything. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, no, this is why we're friends. Yep. Let's see. In European art, Judith is often accompanied by her maid at her shoulder, which helps to distinguish her from Salome, who also carries her victim's head on a silver charger plate. However, a northern tradition developed whereby Judith and both a maid and a charger, famously taken by Erwin Panofsky as an example of the knowledge needed in the study of iconography. For many artists and scholars, Judith's sexualized femininity, interestingly and sometimes contradictorily, combined with her masculine aggression. See, this is where it's like, humans are multidimensional, and your idea of what a woman should be is your responsibility, not mine. Not Judith's responsibility. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So is this one your favorite one, or is this one your favorite one? I love this one. This one's great. This one feels like tattoo worthy, to be honest. I was gonna say this one is just, this one's fucking brutal. I mean, the story itself is brutal, but this one, whew. Judith slaying Holofernes by Artemisia Gentileschi, 1614 to 18. Let's see. For many artists and scholars, oh right, contradictory. Yeah. Judith was one of the virtuous women whom von Beverwijck mentioned in his published Apology, 1639, for the superiority of women to men, and a common example of the power of women iconographic theme in the Northern Renaissance. I love both of them, but the bottom one is a female artist. Cool. Love that. Yeah, this one's very intense. And you can actually tell, just by the way that this is a little bit more like romanticized, like, yeah, this makes sense that this is by a woman. This is an intense picture. Love it. Love it. Here for it. Is there anything in particular, Kate, that you want us to like hone in on with this? Or just kind of go for it, go around? Let me know. We can definitely, I'm excited to get to the gallery. And I think this will be a shorter one, so we can just kind of go for it. But yeah, let me know. If there's something in particular you want me to look into, let me know. Let's see. Background in early Christianity. Let me drink some water real quick. All right, the Book of Judith was accepted by Jerome as canonical and accepted in the Vulgate, and was referred to by the Clement of Rome in the late 1st century, 1 Clement 55, and thus images of Judith were acceptable as those of other scriptural women. In early Christianity, however, images of Judith were far from sexual and violent. She was usually depicted as a type of the praying virgin, or the church, or the figure who tramples Satan and harrows hell. What a description. That is, in a way that betrayed no sexual ambivalence. The figure of Judith herself remained unmoved and unreal, separated from real sexual images and thus protected. Interesting. Let's see. Topic suggestion: Louise Freeland Jenkins on it. We'll add it to the list. Let me put it in here so I don't forget. Wonder Goon. Louise. Wow. Freeland Jenkins. Yep. Yes, I love that you bring astronomy into the mix. We'll do it, Wonder Goon. Okay. Where am I? Right, Horrors of Hell. Right. That is, in a way, that betrayed no sexual ambivalence. The figure of Judith herself remained unmoved and unreal, separated from real sexual images and thus protected. Oh, wow. I didn't know this was like a thing. I probably did, but I didn't. Go with it. Renaissance depictions. Judith in Holofernes, the famous bronze sculpture by Donatello, bears the implied allegorical subtext that was inescapable in the early Renaissance Florence, that of the courage of the commune against tyranny. In the late Renaissance, Judith changed considerably, a change described as a fall from grace. From an image of Mary, she turns into a figure of Eve. Interesting. Let's look real quick. So we've got Cristofano Allori, Judith with the head of Holofernes. This is 1613. Very cool. Very interesting. We love to see it. And then we've got this one here. Toinette Larcher after Giorgione, Judith. 18th century engraving with etching. Oh, she's like stepping on his head. Love it. Early Renaissance images of Judith tend to depict her as fully dressed and desexualized. Besides Donatello's sculpture, this is the Judith seen in Sandro Botticelli's The Return of Judith to Bethulia, 1470 to 1472. Andrea's Mantegna's Judith and Holofernes, 1495, with detached head, and in the corner of Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, 1508 to 1512. Later Renaissance artists, notably Lucas Cranach the Elder, who with his workshop painted at least 8 Judiths, showed a more sexualized Judith, a seducer assassin. I mean, I like the idea of a seducer assassin, but I don't like the way in which that is informed by the male gaze. Do you know what I mean? Damn Judith. That's great. You know what I mean, Strawberry Kate? Yeah. Strawberry Kate. You know what I mean. Yeah, it's true. I love that idea if it was within her power to be that. But yeah, that being informed of the male gaze is just kind of annoying. Anyway, the very clothes that have been introduced into the iconography to stress her chastity became sexually charged as she exposes the gory head to the shocked but fascinated viewer, in the words of art critic Jonathan Jones. This transition from a desexualized image of virtue, and this is what's interesting too. So it's so you're either totally desexualized, so it's like the what is the 3 women archetypes? It's like the archetypes. It's like you are the virgin, the mother, or the whore. Like those are the 3 things that you get to be as a woman. That's it. So you're either incredibly innocent and docile, you are matronly and maternal and nurturing, or you're slut shamed, right? And I feel like this is a great kind of depiction of that. It's frustrating. That's why I prefer the painting done by Artemisia. That makes total sense. Yeah. If it's an empowerment versus it's, those sneaky women, can't trust them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally agree. Okay, let's see. This transition from a desexualized image of virtue to a more sexual and aggressive woman is signaled by Giorgione's Judith. Giorgione shows the heroic instance, the triumph of victory by Judith stepping on Holofernes' severed, decaying head. But the emblem of virtue is flawed. For the one bare leg appearing through the special slit in the dress evokes eroticism, indicates ambiguity, and is thus a first allusion to Judith's future reversals from Mary to Eve, from warrior to femme fatale. Other Italian painters of the Renaissance who painted the theme include Botticelli, Titian, and Paolo Veronese. So here's the one that they're talking about, this with this leg slit, right? I do like the her like stomping on it, but yeah, I can see what she's saying. Titian? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what you were saying, Fun. Yeah. Especially in Germany, an interest developed in female worthies and heroines to match the traditional male sets. Subjects combining sex and violence were also popular with collectors. Like Lucretia, Judith was the subject of a disproportionate number of old master prints, sometimes shown nude. Barthel Beham engraved 3 compositions of the subject, and other of the little masters did several more. Jacopo de Barbari, Girolamo Mocetto, after design by Andrea Mantegna, and Parmigianino also made prints of the subject. All right, Baroque depictions. Judith remained popular in the Baroque period, but around 1600, images of Judith began to take on a more violent character, and Judith became a threatening character to artist and viewer. Italian painters include Caravaggio, Leonello Spada, and Bartolomeo Manfredi depicted Judith and Holofernes. And in the north, Rembrandt, Peter Paul Rubens, and Eglon van der Neer used the story. The influential composition by Cristofano Allori, 1613 onwards, which exists in several versions, copied a conceit of Caravaggio's recent David with the Head of Goliath. Interesting. Holofernes' head is a portrait of the artist. Judith is his ex-mistress, and the maid her mother. Interesting. Hi, Mercenary Jane. How are you? Baroque period was interesting in art history. Yeah, it's funny because it's like I'm fascinated by art, and I feel like I learned a little bit of art history when I was younger, but like I wish I knew more. I like that I'm learning more right now. How are you? It's good to see you. We're learning right now about Judith. Oh my God, Judith beheading Holofernes, and we're learning about things that start with the letter J. So welcome to J Week. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Fun. I've been wondering about how to pronounce Titian since reading Anne of Green Gables. Oh man, Anne of Green Gables is such a throwback. Never remember to actually look it up. Now we know. Thank you, Strawberry Shortcake. Now we know. By the way, Mercenary Jane, if you do have any J topics that you want us to look into, let me know and we can do that. All right, let's see. Here we go. This is the one that you were talking about. Let's look at this real quick and then we'll get into Artemisia. So Judith beheading Holofernes, this is by Cornelius Gall the Elder in 1610. So we've got, yeah, this is very interesting. So he's like sprawled out and she's just murdering the shit out of him, huh? Bosom friends. It's good. It's good shit. It's good shit. Okay, let's see. In Artemisia Gentileschi's painting, Judith slaying Holofernes, Naples, she demonstrates her knowledge of the Caravaggio Judith slaying Holofernes in 1612. Like Caravaggio, she chooses to show the actual moment of the killing. A different composition in the Pitti Palace in Florence shows a more traditional scene with the head in a basket. Let's see. Kindred spirits. Yes, definitely. Yes. While many of the above paintings resulted from private patronage, important paintings and cycles were also made by church commission and were made to promote a new allegorical reading of the story, that Judith defeats Protestant heresy. This is the period of the Counter-Reformation, and many images, including a fresco cycle in the Lateran Palace, commissioned by Pope Sixtus V and designed by Giovanni Guerra and Cesare Nebbia, proclaim her rhetorical appropriation by the Catholic or Counter-Reformation Church against the heresies of Protestantism. Judith saved her people by vanquishing an adversary she described as not just one heathen, but all unbelievers. She thus stood as an ideal agent of anti-heretical propaganda. Damn, Judith. I love Anne of Green Gables, and the 80s Canadian miniseries was the best to this day. Oh, man. Bringing back so many memories. I know I read them when I was a kid. I'm trying... I think maybe that miniseries is something I grew up on. I know that there was something that I watched when I was a kid, and I would imagine that's probably the one, given the, like, timeline of things. Let's see. Fenaria. I have a whole L.M. Montgomery shelf in my little library corner. Cute. That's cute. We love to see it. Topic suggestion. Christine Jorgensen. Okay, so Goon, we're going to try to do one per person just because it gets to be a lot of topics. So I'll allow this one. But in the future, just for people's reference, we get to a place where there's so many that try to pick just one, like your favorite one. And this is for everyone, not just Goon. Just FYI in the future, because it gets to be a lot if people are giving me like 2 or 3. You know what I mean? But we'll do it. Goon, I'm into it. I'm here for it. Christine Jorgensen. Here for it. Especially based on my shirt. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here for it. Into it. Let's see. Mom still watches it by VHS. I love that. I don't have a VHS player, but I think that's fucking great. I think that's fantastic. Okay, let's see. Where am I? I don't know what happened. I got lost, guys. Oh yeah, anti-heretical propaganda. When Rubens began commissioning reproductive prints of his work, the first was an engraving by Cornelius Gall the Elder, done somewhat clumsily, of his violent Judith slaying Holofernes, 1606 to 1610. Other prints were made by such artists as Jacques Callot. Let's see, modern depictions. One of those who's like, grumble, this deviates from books too much. I don't like it. That's fair. That's totally fair. No, I get that fun. All right. The allegorical and exciting nature of Judith and Holofernes scene continues to inspire artists. In the late 19th century, Jean-Charles Cazin made a series of 5 paintings tracing the narrative and giving it a conventional 19th century ending. The final painting shows her in her honored old age, and we shall see her sitting in her house spinning. 2 notable paintings of Judith were made by Gustav Klimt. The story was quite popular with Klimt and his contemporaries, and he painted Judith I in 1901 as a dreamy and sensual woman with an open shirt. His Judith II, 1909, is less erotic and more frightening. Why not both? The two suggest a crisis of the male ego. It sounds like it. Fears and violent fantasies all entangled with an eroticized death, which women and sexual... Women and sexuality aroused in at least some men in the turn of the century. That's their problem, not mine. All right, so here's one. Yeah, you can tell this is painted by a man for sure. Franz Stuck, Judith, 1928. Modern paintings of the film, of the scene, often cast Judith nude, as was signaled already by Klimt. Franz Stuck's 1928 Judith has the deliverer of her people... Deliverer of her people, standing naked and holding a sword besides the couch on which Holofernes, half covered by blue sheets, where the text portrays her as God-fearing and chaste. Franz von Stuck's Judith becomes, in dazzling nudity, the epitome of the depraved seduction. Okay. It's not seduction. It's not seduction if he, like, allowed her into his quarters because he wanted to, like, rape her. That's not seduction. That's not her seducing him. I just want to put it out there, art critics. Anyway, 1997, Russian artists Vitaly Komer and Alexander Malamed painted a Judith on the Red Square that casts Stalin in the Holofernes role, conquered by a young Russian girl who contemplates his severed head with a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. In 1999, American artist Tina Blondell rendered Judith in watercolor, her I'll make you shorter by a head. That title, pristine. We love to see it. Is explicitly inspired by Klimt's Judith I and part of a series of paintings called Fallen Angels. Let's see. It's nostalgic for you. Yeah, I get that, Strawberry Shortcake. Can totally accept why people love it. It's good. I just can't reconcile the changes enough to watch it. I get that fun. I almost have to sometimes with like books that I love that are like film adaptations. I have to just think of them as two separate things, because if I think of them as the same thing, then I get mad about it. You know, it's like I feel that. I do. I definitely feel that. Let's see. As part of his first series of portraits of women in Economy of Grace, American artist Kehinde Wilde depicts Judith as an African-American woman, barefoot and wearing a gown designed by Givenchy. I love that! Typical of his style, Wiley's Judith is surrounded by a pattern of brightly colored flowers, and due to the brightness of her surroundings, it only later becomes apparent that she is holding the severed head of a white woman. Interesting. Interesting. All right, we ready for the gallery? Let's get into it. So here we have the 12th century French ivory gaming piece found in Bayeux in 1838. Donatello, Judith and Holofernes, 1457 to 64. Yeah, these sculptures are wild. Sandro Botticelli, The Return of Judith to Bethulia. I love this like weird like I don't know, like not satchel, but like just like cloth bag situation holding it. Yeah, 1470. Andrea Mantegna, Judith and Holofernes, 1490s. She looks so unaffected. She has zero fucks to give. She's like, yeah, I decapitated it. Here, hold it for me. What? And what? I love it. I'm here for it. 1490s. Woodcut illustration of the Nuremberg Chronicles, 1493. Yeah, this poor servant. Let's go back. This guy's like, I guess I'll hold it. I guess. Oh, okay. It's really funny. Yeah, she does not give any fucks. Let's see. Nuremberg Chronicles, 1493. It's interesting. God, I love it on the end of the sword. This one, she's like, Also, this one thing to know, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are named for artists and quite another to separate the name Donatello from the turtle. Yeah, totally. No, I get that. That's really funny. I'm sworn to carry your burdens. I'm really hoping now that there's a quest that I have at some point where I have to decapitate someone in Skyrim and then bring their head to someone, and then I'll have Lydia carry it for me. I'm hoping. No spoilers if that does happen in Skyrim, but I'm hoping. Here's hoping. Cross your fingers. That was good. That was good, Strawberry Shortcake. That was good. Let's see. Alabaster Figure by Conrad Mate, 1525. Let's see. Judith with the Head of Holofernes by Hans Baldungrian, 1523. Damn. It's so interesting. It's so interesting how this like idea inspired so many different like versions of art, right? It's kind of cool. Sabald Beham engraving, 1547. Georgiorn Judith, 1505. Yeah, this is the one where she's stomping on him with the leg slit. Okay, Lurking, must do the battle against that daily nemesis. Fun, you got this. I believe in you. Go get the dishes done. I'm proud of you. And we'll be here. We'll be here when you get back. Jorts is a little bit further in, so I'll try to wait till you're done with dishes, and then Fun, when you get done with dishes, tell me, and then we'll do Jorts as the next category. How about that? Dishes. My nemesis as well. Yeah, no, I was going to say, Fun and I commiserate on dishes often because it's one of those chores that, like, it's never done. Because you can do your dishes and the next day you still have dishes because you have to eat and have dishes, you know? Listening in, just not committing to typing. Fair. On it. Got you. Let's see, so this is 1505. Michelangelo, Judith carrying away the head of Holofernes in the Sistine Chapel. 1508 to 1512. Ooh, that's kind of cool and interesting. Huh. Stained glass window, 1510 to 1530. Trying to see what's happening here. Is this where she's like about to kill him? Like hasn't killed him yet, but about to? Huh. Fede Galicia. Judith with the head of Holofernes, 1596. Love it. Love it. I like how the servant's like, I don't know. You know? You really got to do them every day, and I never do them any. Dude, same. Who says that in order to be an adult, you need to do your dishes every day? Because whoever that was, they were wrong. You can be an adult and have difficulty with self-care tasks. Because I have difficulty with self-care tasks. But yeah, I'm with you. I get it. And clearly that person who said that was not neurodivergent. Starboard Stargate, I have managed to impose a deadline of before dinner every day due to the kids preferring certain plates. Right. I forgot that that's a thing. Without that deadline, it'd be swamped. Yeah. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Let's see. Caravaggio, Judith behaving Holofernes, 1598 to 1599. Her face is like, am I doing this right? And the servant, look at the servant's face. Can we just real quick? Can we please? Can we just zoom in? Can we get an enhance real quick on the servant's face, please? Can we please? Can we just? Please. Please, internet, please. Look at this face. Can we just get into it? Oh, my computer's not gonna allow it. It's not gonna allow it. Will it allow it? Look it! Well, now I fucked it up real bad. Now I really fucked it up. Oh God. Okay, but can we just get into it? Look it. This servant is like horrified, and I love that. And I love it. T. Miller, welcome. We're looking at art. How are you? Jay is coming in hot. Jay Week is coming in hot. We have some good topics. I went off about how much I love Jesus Christ Superstar. It's been a great day so far. How are you? It's good to see you. Jay's coming in hot. Yeah. She's like, ew. And the servant's like, oh my God. It's accurate. So accurate. I like this one a lot. So far, this one's pretty fun. This is a good one. Currently, we're reading about Judith beheading Holofernes. Welcome. As always, if you have a J topic, let me know. So far, we have jellyfish. After this, on the docket, we have jellyfish. We have juke joints. We have jorts, the cats. We have Jingle All the Way. Oh, wait, sorry. We have Louise Freeland Jenkins, Jingle All the Way, and then Christine Jorgensen. So if you've got a J thing, let me know. We have plenty of topics, so no pressure. Just thought I'd put it out there. Fine, finally finished my taco. Hell yeah! Not pleased, I'm sorry. But victory in that you did it. Congratulations on finishing it. I'm sorry that the government's fucking you over. That sucks. Putting off mine because of that. I know. I'm nervous about it too. I need to do them though. I will eventually. I will do them. Let's see. Giovanni Baglioni, Judith and the Head of Holofernes, 1608. Oh my God. Look at this guy's facial expression. Yikes. Artemisia Gentileschi, Judith and her maidservant with the head of Holofernes. Okay, so it looks like Artemisia made a few of them. But you were saying the one where it's like we're in the middle of the act, we're like doing this is your favorite, yeah? Because this looks like they're like sneaking out with the head. This is like after the fact. Interesting. You'll love to see it. Plain milk's fine. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It sucks, dude. Let's see. Carlos Saraceni, Judith and the Head of Holofernes, 1615. Look at her face. I love the different facial expressions that people have chosen to give Judith, because like this one, she's like pretty pleased with herself, which I love. I'm kind of into it. I'm kind of here for it. Antiveduto Grammatica, Judith with the Head of Holofernes, 1620 to 1625. A little bit harder to see, but they did it. They're getting out of there. Antonio Giannima, Judith presenting herself to Holofernes, Minneapolis Institute of Art. Yeah, this one's kind of hard to tell what's going on too. Presenting her, so she's like trying to seduce him, and then she'll kill him. See, I feel like, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm glad that we've been talking about it. It's like in terms of like which paintings, which depictions are clearly informed by the male gaze, and which ones are like not. It's funny. Francisco Goya, Judith and Holofernes. Can't fully see what's happening, but like, she's got a knife in her hand. We know what's happening. August Riedel, Judith. There she is. She's just Judith. Oh, she is holding the head. Subtle, but we got it. Also, can we talk about this fashion? Because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Julius Schnur von Karosfeld, 1860. Yeah, look at this sword. This has got some scimitar vibes, yeah? I don't actually know anything about swords. Correct me, please. Yeah, the poor servant. The ones that have the servant, I'm like, I kind of feel bad that you got wrapped into it, but also, like, good for you for helping her. Paul Albert Steck, Judith, 1900. There's the head right here. Gustav Klimt, Judith the First, 1901. Ah, here's the head. She's like winking, kind of. Judith Klimt, Judith the Second. Okay, so did Klimt do, you know that one like really like famous painting that like is like a dude like kind of like holding a woman and like they're like about to make out? This looks very much that style. I don't know what that painting is called, but it's got those vibes. Raja Ravi Varma, Judith. Is that the same artist? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say it's like a very similar style. The Kiss. There we go. Thanks. Stormy Shortcake, did you study art history? Or are you just like super into art history? You seem very knowledgeable in the subject, which I appreciate. Because I am not. I'm interested in it. I love art. I never really like formally studied it though. Raja Ravi Varma, Judith. Took AP Art History, and for some reason a lot of it is stuck. That's cool. No, that's great. Yeah, no, I'm fascinated by it. I think there's so much like, I mean, art tells us so much about culture and so much about like, you know, politics and just identity and all of those things. So I think art history is like, yeah, it's really fascinating subject matter. Simon Voot, Judith with the head of Holofernes. There's the head. So casual. Just like elbow on decapitated head. No fucks given. And what? I killed him. And what? I fucking love it. All right, that's it for our gallery. I think that's it. Nice. This was a good topic. There's a lot of good topics, you guys. I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. That one needs sunglasses. Yeah, we need the like so somebody needs to Photoshop that with the pixelated like sunglasses. Pretty good. You love to see it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a short break because we've been at it for like a couple hours now, like 2 hours. So when I return, we're gonna read about jellyfish. We're gonna read about juke joints. We're gonna read about jorts, cats. We're gonna read about Louise Freeland Jenkins. We're going to read about Jingle All the Way, and then we're going to read about Christine Jorgensen. So, if you feel like sticking around, do it. If you need a stretch, or you need a snack, or you need to go get some water, do it. If you want to go check in on other streamers, now is a great time to do that. I will see you all real soon. Thank you for being here. I'll be back. Be back in like, I don't know, a few minutes. Okay, see you soon. Bye. See you soon. Bye. I'll see you soon. Bye. Oh my goodness. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, you know what? I don't blame you. It's all good. I get it. Kuzakrog, hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to J Week. We're reading about things that start with the letter J. If you're just tuning in, this is Wikipedia with me. So we every Sunday read about things that start with a different letter of the alphabet. So reading about things that start with the letter J. How are you? It's like, what do you do? You played some pinball and bowling, had some pizza with your boys? That sounds delightful. That sounds amazing. It's good to see you. And if you have a topic, if you have something you would like us to read about that starts with the letter J, let me know. My glasses feel crooked. Oh well. Shall we continue? Y'all want to read about jellyfish? I want to read about jellyfish. I got some cranberry and so it's ginger beer with cranberry juice. Absolute delight. Absolute treasure. Let's see. Javelina. Mini speed pigs? Yep, we've got time for that. We've got time for that. Oh no. Are they actually called Picaris? Here we go. Okay, so here's the issue. Javelinas redirects to Picari. So here's what I'm going to do, Kazakrogue. I'm going to write it down for P Week so that during P Week, we remember to read about Picaris. Okay? It does sound incredible. Where did you get your shirt? Great question. I wish I could tell you a website where you could get it yourself. Whoops, this is the wrong scene. Fuck it, why not? I forgot I still had my Valentine's Day scenes, to be honest. Trans rights are human rights, baby. I got this in college during Trans National Day of Visibility. So this was from the Gender Studies department at my university. I don't know where you could, I'm sure there are companies and places where you could buy it yourself. But that's how I got mine was actually through my university, so through the Gender Studies department. Yeah, thank you for noticing. Hi. It's hard to show it off with my camera. Hi. I love this shirt. I've been meaning to wear this shirt on a Wikipedia with me day, and I just hadn't up till now. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I would imagine that there are places you can get one. My instinct right away goes Etsy. I bet you can find somebody on Etsy. But yeah. All right, we're gonna write down Picari because I definitely want to read about them. I just feel a little rigid in my rules. Let's see. Pronounce javelina. Oh, okay. Let's see. Jellyfish are so interesting. I'm excited to learn about jellyfish because there was a meme earlier that was like, I don't understand how jellyfish work. And I was like, you know what? I don't either. Javelina. Stinky little demons in the desert? I love that description. I don't know why. I love the idea of a stinky little demon. Jellyfish, ocean invertebrates. That's right. We got a biologist in our midst here who can help us decipher these things. Yeah, invertebrates in general are very, very interesting in terms of locomotion. I don't understand how they work. Okay, shall we continue? Jellyfish. Let's do it. Jellyfish and sea jellies are the informal common names given to the Medusa phase of certain gelatinous members of the subphylum Medusozoa. 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 A major part of the phylum Cnidaria. Jellyfish are mainly free-swimming marine animals with umbrella-shaped bells and trailing tentacles, although a few are anchored to the seabed by stalks rather than by being mobile. What? I didn't know this about jellyfish. Did you all know this? I didn't know this. Okay. The bell can pulsate to provide propulsion for highly efficient locomotion. The tentacles are armed with stinging cells and may be used to capture prey and defend against predators. Jellyfish have a complex life cycle. The medusa is normally the sexual phase, which produces planula larvae that disperse widely and enter a sedentary polyp phase before reaching sexual maturity. I didn't know that some of them stuck to the ground either. I had no idea. Yeah, we're learning. It's educational. Educational stream. We learned about jazz hands earlier. Okay, anyway. Jellyfish are found all over the world, from surface waters to the deep sea. Scyphozoans, the true jellyfish, are exclusively marine, but some hydrozoans with a similar appearance live in freshwater. Large, often colorful jellyfish are common in coastal zones worldwide. The medusae of most species are fast-growing and mature within a few months, then die soon after breeding. But the polyp stage, attached to the seabed, may be more long-lived. I don't think you're ready for this, Jelly. You son of a bitch. Hi, metal guy. You really got me. You really got me on that one. That was very good. That was very good. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What's going on in here? We're learning things. Hi. How are you, Andy? It's good to see you. I don't know if you've been here for one of these, but welcome. It's Wikipedia with me. So every week we read about things starting with a different letter. So this is J week. We're reading about things that start with the letter J. So right now we're reading about jellyfish. And so if you have a topic that starts with the letter J, let me know and we'll look into it. How are you? Teach me. I will try. We will teach each other. We'll work together as a team to learn things. Jellyfish are no joke. I was going to say, I'm going to shout him out again. My little brother, I remember we were in San Diego on a family vacation, and he got stung by a jellyfish. We were in La Jolla. And so it's interesting because there's I don't know if this is a myth or not. There's this idea that just, pee on it and it'll be fine. Have y'all heard this before? That if you get stung by a jellyfish, that's what you're supposed to do. So that is indeed not what happened. So we went to the I guess lifeguard stand is what you would call it, right? And what they did was they actually put his foot, his leg into a bucket of hot water. And the hot water, the idea is that it cooks the protein out, essentially. Wild, right? Don't pee on it. I like a mercenary Jade immediately is like, don't do it. I feel like it's an urban myth, but yeah. Everyone says don't pee on things. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to tell people to pee on things. I'm just relaying what I have heard in the past, okay? Metal guy, good. Playing games, kicking it on Sunday. Happy Sunday. I'm glad you're doing well. Don't pee on it. Okay. There's a lot of chat saying don't pee on it. I heard you. I understand. Humans are quick to pee on things, though, aren't we? It's weird. Just use vinegar. Okay. Oh, damn. No peeing on the sting? I guess not. Apparently not. In Australia, they have little stands with bottles of vinegar to clean jelly stings. Interesting. Yeah, humans are quick to pee on things. Damn humans. I feel like humans with penises specifically are quick to pee on things. It's a little bit different if you don't have a penis, because it's not quite as accessible to pee on things. You know what I mean? The more you know. Educational stream. I'm just saying. Let's see. There's jellyfish with a sting so painful people beg for death. Yikes. If I had a penis, I would definitely pee on things. Honestly, same, Mercenary Jane. Honestly, same. I feel like I have penis envy for that reason alone. purely because peeing is more convenient. If I had a penis, I would pee on things. Controversial yet brave. I don't know why I did a close-up for that. I want to write my name. Mercenary Jane, it's like you and I have the same brain. I want to write my name in the snow. Kindred spirits, bosom buddies. I swear I've had that thought several times before in my life. I would love to write my name in the snow. It's a little bit more, I start doing this. It would be more difficult if you didn't have a penis. I'm just saying. To be honest, it's super convenient. Clip it. It seems convenient. That's where that's where I have the penis envy. Penises seem just like a little bit more convenient with regard to peeing. 100% peeing outside is based. Good for the environment. Is it? Is it? Maddie Bratty, y'all are wild. I sit to pee because why stand? I need time to scroll on TikTok. That's fair. That's fair. I often take breaks from work by just going to the bathroom and just like sitting for a time. Just sit, just hang out, just chill. I don't even have to like necessarily pee. I'm just hanging out. You know? It saves a flush. I clipped that moment for you, but I'm on my phone, so it didn't copyright. You know what's perfect about that, though? Thank you for doing that, by the way. I'll just go back and clip it later, so you're totally good. That's really funny. Choices. We all make choices. Okay. Anyway, jellyfish. So what we've learned so far from chat, not from Wikipedia, but from chat, is don't pee on it. Whether or not you have a penis, don't pee on it. Just put vinegar on it and/or. Wait, now I'm wondering. I don't know. Star Knuckle, are you still out there? Now I'm wondering. Now I'm trying to remember if he got stung by a jellyfish or if it was a stingray. I don't know. Regardless, no pee was involved. Jellyfish are found all over the world, from surface waters to the deep sea. True jellyfish. Did we already read about this? We did. I don't remember where we left off, so I'm just going to continue. Scyphozoans, true jellyfish, are exclusively marine, but some hydrozoans with a similar appearance live in freshwater. Freshwater jellies. Large, often colorful jellyfish are common in coastal zones worldwide. The medusae of most species are fast-growing and mature within a few months, then die soon after breeding. But the polyp stage, attached to the seabed, might be more long-lived. Right. Jellyfish have been in existence for at least 500 million years. That's a long time. Possibly 700 million years or more, making them the oldest multi-organ animal group. Damn, jellyfish. Damn, Judith. Okay, sorry. Did you read about box jellyfish yet? That's a scary one. No, we haven't gotten there yet. We just started. So I bet we'll get into like different kinds of jellyfish in a minute here, Andy. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I know you were feeling sick. I hope you're feeling better, that you feel better soon. All right, Fanaria. So apparently the main thing is to not see directly on the plants because the high nitrogen can burn the roots. If the land is short on nutrients, it could potentially... Oh, we're talking about peeing again. Okay, got it. Okay. The main thing is to not pee directly on the plants because the high nitrogen can burn the roots. If the land is short on nutrients, it could potentially be helpful. But in the water, enough high quantities, it can encourage algal blooms, which are bad for fish. So don't pee in the ocean. We need to stop peeing everywhere. Ah! Autocorrect hates the word pee. Who knew? Anyone out there did it? I'm curious. So for whatever reason, I can't figure out the settings when I'm watching on mobile specifically. If I'm watching Twitch on mobile, everything gets censored and I have to be like, you can show this word. You can show this word. Did it censor pee for anyone? I'm curious. I bet it did. Don't think I'll be peeing on my hydroponics either. Don't do it. Don't do it. Never gonna stop me peeing in the ocean. All right. Andy, live your life. Andy, you do you. Super annoying during potty training. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. All right. Jellyfish are eaten by humans in certain cultures. They are considered a delicacy in some Asian countries, where species in the Rhizostomae order are pressed and salted to remove excess water. Interesting. Australian researchers have described them as perfect food, sustainable and protein-rich, but relatively low in food energy. Huh. Just say, you live your life, Andy. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life. They're also used in research where the green fluorescent protein used by some species cause bioluminescence. We read about that earlier in the Wikipedia with me saga. So some species to cause bioluminescence have been adapted as a fluorescent marker for genes inserted into other cells or organisms. The stinging cells used by jellyfish to subdue their prey can injure humans. Thousands of swimmers worldwide are stung every year, with effects ranging from mild discomfort to serious injury or even death. When conditions are favorable, jellyfish can form vast swarms, which can be responsible for damage to fishing gear. Oh, wow. By filling fishing nets and sometimes clog the cooling systems of power and desalination plants, which draw water from the sea. Stinger suits. Do you have to wear a stinger suit? Is that like a wetsuit but made to protect you from stinging? That makes sense to me. Tell us more, Mercenary J. Is that exactly what it is? Cool. That's really interesting. All right, you guys want to watch? These are spotted jellies swimming in a Tokyo aquarium. Want to watch some jellyfish? Look at them go. Look at them jelly. They're pretty cool. Jellyfish are pretty cool, guys. Controversial yet brave. Jellyfish are pretty cool. That's it. That was our jellyfish video. Okay, so we got a lot. The jellyfish article is very long. So y'all can tell me if there's something in particular you're very interested in. Let me know. Names, I think, is interesting. I will probably skip taxonomic groups. However, I do kind of want to see fossil history. Anatomy, I'm super curious about because I do not understand jellyfish. I don't. And I want to understand them better. So I feel like anatomy, I'm going to spend a lot of time. Lifespan, life cycle. So this whole situation I find interesting. I might skip ecology unless anyone is very interested in it. And then I'll probably, I don't know. Box jellyfish. We'll look into box jellyfish specifically. Classic Andy. I'm here for it. We'll look into it. In fact, I'm just curious. Let's see if they show up. Box jellyfish. Anatomy. Okay. So we'll, you know what? Where else is it? Yeah. It'll show up in anatomy. So we'll get into it in anatomy. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm on it. We'll do it. Let's see. When I lived in Cairns? Help me with that one. They're basically necessary during stinger season. That makes sense. Yikes. Australia's wild. In terms of just like biodiversity and yeah. All right, names. The name jellyfish, in use since 1796, has traditionally been applied to medusae and all similar animals, including the comb jellies, stenophores, another phylum. The term jellies or sea jellies is more recent, having been introduced by public aquaria in an effort to avoid the use of the word fish with its modern connotation of an animal with a backbone, though shellfish, cuttlefish, starfish are not vertebrates either. In scientific literature, jelly and jellyfish have been used interchangeably. Many sources refer to scyphozoans as true jellyfish. A group of jellyfish is called a smack. A smack of jellyfish. You'll love to see it. Cans. Okay. All right. Good to know. Got my trans rights shirt. Yay! You'll love to see it. Yeah. It's good shit, right? It's good shit. I love it. I love it, Wonder Goon. It's awesome. It's good shirt to have for sure. Let's see. Need to head out. Games day with my mom got postponed to today. Catch the rest on the VOD. Oh, bye, fun. I'm sorry we didn't get to jorts while you were here. But I hope you have a wonderful time with your mom. Have a wonderful time with game day. Y'all, I still need to update your Nightbot fun. I keep forgetting. But if y'all don't know my friend Fun, highly recommend you go check her out. Highly recommend you go follow her immediately. Please. Yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day. A smack of jellyfish. Isn't that fun? Isn't that a good time? It's a cute little thing. All right, I'm gonna skip taxonomic groups if y'all are cool with it. That said, look at this picture. A purple striped jellyfish at Monterey Bay Aquarium. Very pretty, very cool, very interesting. Wow. Okay, what is this guy? This is it's like a holographic jellyfish. Comb jellies? This guy. Jellyfish are so fancy, huh? Okay, we're gonna skip ahead. We will not miss box jellies though, I promise. All right, these jelly guys, that looks like a weird, stalked jellyfish. Looks like a combo of like a starfish and a jellyfish. Cubozoa. Oh, these are the ones you're talking about, huh? Okay, hold on. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look-see. Box jellyfish are cnidarian invertebrates distinguished by their box-like body. Some species of box jellyfish produce potent venom delivered by contact with their tentacles. Stings from the species, including Chironix fleckeri, Carukia barnesi, Malavia, and a few others are, I'm assuming, deadly. But I don't actually know. Wonder Goon, I need to run as well. Gotta check on the kittens. Yeah, do it. I know that that's a lot. So yeah, go do that. Help my mom with some stuff. Have a great day. Great stream. Thank you so much, Goon. I'm sorry we didn't get to your topics, but I post all of the VODs if anyone is interested. All of the VODs get posted on YouTube. So you can check them out there if you have an ad blocker. That way you don't have to deal with ads. They'll be up here too for like 2 weeks, I think. So yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day. We'll see you soon. Thank you for hanging out. We'll read more about box jellies in a little bit here. We got this guy. Fancy with a little fancy skirt, huh? You'll check the VOD? Cute. I was gonna say no pressure, but if you're interested, we'll still be reading about your topics. Don't you worry. Corona Tay, crown jelly. Yeah, look at this guy. This penis jelly. It's not what they called it. That's what I called it. Says Siphona Forai. Cool. This guy looks like a flying saucer. This looks like a jellyfish. Red paper lantern jellyfish. Flower hat jelly. I love naming animals. It's so funny because it's like, you know what this looks like? A flower hat. This is now a flower hat jelly. This is missed opportunity with the penis jellyfish. Anyway, cosmic jellyfish. You love to see it. You love to see it. The Urklandish is the scariest of all jellies. Which one? Where is he? Urklandish. Hold on. Okay, come on. Why? Hey, computer, why? Why? There we go. What is it? Uruk? Ooh, okay, we'll get into it. When we read about stings, we'll get into it. Okay, all right. So we've got box jellies and we've got Uruklanji. Uruklanji? We'll get there. It looks like, so there's a section about stings, which I'm assuming that's where we'll get into that. For sure. So we'll read about stings, definitely. All right, let me get through this fossil history. I'm curious about this. Man o' Wars are really cool. They were the inspiration for Morrowind's Netches. Interesting. I have Morrowind. I haven't really played it. I started to play it one time and I could not get into it. I was not in the right headspace for it. But maybe in the future, especially since I'm really liking Skyrim now. Like that could be a thing in the future. Kuzuk Rogue. Don't see it there. It's tiny and one of the more painful. Okay. Irukanji. Okay. Irukanji. I like it. I'll go with that. Yeah. All right, fossil history. Since jellyfish have no hard parts, fossils are rare. The oldest conulariid scyphozoans appeared in 635 and 577 MYA. Modern something era? Nope. What is MYA, guys? Anybody know? Maya? I feel as though I used to know what that means, but if anyone knows what the MYA business is about, please tell me. In the Neoproterozoic of the Lantian Formation in China. Others are found in the youngest Ediacaran rocks of the Tamango Formation of Brazil, circa 505. Oh, is that million years ago? Guys, help me. A million years ago? I'm making shit up. I'm probably not right. Guys, can I just Google what does MYA mean? Freaking love Morrowind. I know! I was playing Skyrim yesterday. I think of you because I grow when I play it. I've been having a lot of fun with Skyrim. Maybe one day because I grow I'll get into Morrowind for sure. All right, hold on. Let me see. Million years ago! Boo, 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 boo. Okay, I'm not full of shit. It's just okay. So, jellyfish are fucking ancient. Okay, so anyway, So, Tamango Formation of Brazil, circa 505 million years ago, through the Triassic. Cubozoans and hydrozoans appeared in the Cambrian of the Marjum Formation in Utah, USA, 540 million years ago. Million years ago. We got there, Andy. It took me a minute, but we got there. We got there. So here are some jellyfish fossils. Pretty cool. All right, anatomy. This is what I want to know. Also, I'm having glasses issues. Okay. I'm honored you think of me when you play Skyrim. I do, because I know you love it. The series is so close to my heart. I found them to be great adventure simulators. It's been fun. It's like, now that I kind of like understand, I can just like let go and do what like sounds fun to me and not worry about like playing it correctly, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's been a good time. I'm having a great time. All right, anatomy. The main feature of a true jellyfish is the umbrella-shaped bell. This is a hollow structure consisting of a mass of transparent jelly-like matter known as the mesoglea, which forms the hydrostatic skeleton of the animal. 95% or more of the mesoglea consists of water, but it also contains collagen and other fibrous proteins, as well as the wandering amoebocytes, which can engulf debris and bacteria. The mesoglea is bordered by the epidermis on the outside and the gastrodermis on the inside. What? The edge of the bell is often divided into rounded lobes known as lappets, which allow the bell to flex. In the gaps or niches between the lappets are dangling rudimentary sense organs known as rhopalia, and the margin of the bell often bears tentacles. Does wearing glasses with headphones make you hear the creaking of them moving? Sometimes, yeah. Like, especially if I do a lot of eyebrow movements, I definitely can. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I can hear it in my freaking brain. I hate it. It's one of those that for me I don't hear that often. Right now, what I'm struggling with is like there's hair and there's glasses and there's things. Maybe we'll just hold on. Let me just figure this shit out. There's too much sensory shit happening. Okay, this feels better. Yes? I like how I'm asking you. I'm like, is this better? Yeah, I think this is better. But I do know what you mean. No, you're not the only one. No, totally. I fully get you. I know exactly what you mean. Again, like extreme eyebrow movements is when I hear it the most. Yeah. No, you're not the only one. I feel like maybe it would be better if like your headphones were just like a little bit wider out. Like they might just be a little bit narrow on your head, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe that would mitigate it, but I don't know. But yeah, no, I feel you, Classic Annie. The glasses struggle is real, especially with streaming too. Like if you are using your camera, I feel like it's so hard to get lighting to where I don't have just like reflection on my glasses. Like it's not terrible, but it's one of those things. It's just like, yeah, shout out to the glasses wearers that can figure out lighting because it's a struggle. Okay, so mesoglea. This is what we're talking about. Collagen, stuff, things, gastroepidermis. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Anyway, we're going to keep going. So the edge of the bell is often divided into rounded lobes known as lappets, which allow the bell to flex. And gaps or niches between the lappets are dangling rudimentary sense organs known as rhopalia. And the margin of the bell often bears tentacles. You can see stranded scyphozoans on a Cambrian tidal flat on Blackberry Hill, Wisconsin. So cool. Fossils are cool. Fossils are cool, guys. Fossils are neat. On the underside of the bell is the manubrium, a stalk-like structure hanging down from the center with the mouth. What? I'm really excited for this. F for what? F for me? F for glasses? F for lighting? You made me so scared. Did the stream stop? Oh no. Kuzokrog, explain your F. The stranded jellies. Yeah. I got so nervous out of context. I was like, am I muted? Did the stream stop? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. The stranded jellies. Yeah. I didn't even think of them as stranded jellies. I just thought of them as cool fossils, but you're right. You're right. F's in chat for the stranded jellies. You're right. You're absolutely right, Kuzokrog. I didn't even think about it like that. Didn't mean to alarm. No, you're totally fine. It's just because I have a scuffed enough stream that like it's totally possible that at any moment my computer will be like, yeah, no, sorry. I don't know why you have the audacity. Why do I have the audacity to stream with community Wi-Fi in my apartment building on a laptop that's like 10 years old? It's not 10 years old. It's like 7 years old. Anyway, let's see. I'm going to be right. The mouth. Okay, we're going to figure this out. So we're going to figure out jellyfish today, guys. I'm determined. Okay, so on the underside of the bell is the manubrium, a stalk-like structure hanging down from the center with the mouth, which also functions as the anus at its tip. What? Please explain. There are often 4 oral arms connected to the manubrium, streaming away into the water below. The mouth opens into the gastrovascular cavity where digestion takes place and nutrients are absorbed. This is subdivided by 4 thick septa into a central stomach and 4 gastric pockets. Mouth butt. They have a mouth butt. I didn't know this. Here's the mouth anus. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. I'm a little upset about it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, anyway. 4 pairs of gonads are attached to the septa, and close to them are 4 septal funnels open to the exterior, perhaps supplying good oxygenation to the gonads. What is happening with jellyfish? Okay, near the free edges of the septa, gastric filaments extend to the gastric cavity. These are armed with nematocysts and enzyme-producing cells and play a role in subduing and digesting the prey. In some scyphozoans, the gastric cavity is joined to the radial canals, which branch extensively and may join a marginal ring canal. Cilia in these canals circulate the fluid in a regular direction. I know people with those because they talk a lot of shit. Hey! Nice. I need to look at this again. I need to understand jellyfish anus mouths. What is happening? That's how they labeled it too. They labeled it. Why? Wait, what happened? No, get away. They labeled it as a mouth anus. That's like a thing. Okay, I just have to look at this more. Jellyfish are so weird. So weird, you guys. Okay, anyway. And then we also have this cool fossil. The Conularia milwaukeeensis? Shut up, because it was found in Milwaukee. Get out of here. Biologists are ridiculous. I love it. Okay, box jellyfish. This is what you were talking about. Classic Andy. Here we go. The box jellyfish is largely similar in its structure. Has a squarish box-like bell. So before we were learning about, are these true jellyfish? I don't know, but box jellyfish apparently is like a sub-order of jellyfish, perhaps. Box jellyfish is largely similar in structure, has a squarish box-like bell, a short pedalium or stalk hangs from each of the 4 lower corners. 1 or more long, slender tentacles are attached to each pedalium. The rim of the bell is folded inwards to form a shelf known as a velarium, which restricts the bell's aperture and creates a powerful jet when the bell pulsates, allowing box jellyfish to swim faster than true jellyfish. This is why they're scary, because they swim fast, eh? Hydrozoans are also similar, usually with just 4 tentacles at the edge of the bell, although many hydrozoans are colonial and may not have free-living medusal stage. In some species, a non-detachable bud, known as a gonophore, is formed that contains a gonad but is missing many other medusal features, such as tentacles and rhopalia. Stalked jellyfish are attached. This is wild. I didn't even know that stalked jellyfish were a thing. Stalked jellyfish are attached to a solid surface by a basal disc and resemble a polyp, the oral end of which has partially developed into a medusa with tentacle-bearing lobes and a central manubrium with four-sided mouth. They fast and scary and herdy. Good to know. Okay, anatomy of a scyphozoan jellyfish. So these are not true jellyfish. Do they have a mouth butt? It just says a mouth. It doesn't say anything about their anus. We read a lot more about animal anuses during Wikipedia weeks than I originally anticipated. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think about it until now. Okay. All right, jellies. Got it. I don't think Metal Guy, you were right. I was not ready for this jelly. What's this all about? Tentacle, capsule, threads, barbs, hinged operculum, syndostocile. Okay. Let's see. I think I got to the end of this, yeah? Yeah. You were right. No, you were right. I was not ready for a mouth anus. I was not prepared. Most jellyfish do not have specialized systems for osmoregulation, respiration, and circulation, and do not have a central nervous system. Nematocysts, which deliver the sting, are located mostly on the tentacles. True jellyfish also have them around the mouth and stomach, and subsequently anus. Now we know. Jellyfish do not need a respiratory system. This is wild. Jellyfish do not need a respiratory system because sufficient oxygen diffuses through the epidermis. So they don't have gills, they don't have lungs, they just get enough oxygen by absorption, essentially, right? Skin breathers! Yeah! Wild. Jellyfish are wild. They have limited control over their movement, but they can navigate with the pulsations of the bell-like body. Some species are active swimmers most of the time, while others are largely drift. The Ropalia contain rudimentary sense organs, which are able to detect light, waterborne vibrations, odor, and orientation. A loose network of nerves, called a nerve net, is located in the epidermis. Although traditionally not thought to have a central nervous system, nerve net concentration and ganglion-like structures could be considered to constitute one in most species. A jellyfish detects stimuli and transmits impulses both throughout the nerve net and around a circular nerve ring to other nerve cells. The radial ganglia contain pacemaker neurons which control swimming rate and direction. In many species of jellyfish, the Ropalia include ocelli, a light-sensitive organs that are able to tell light from dark. What? These are generally pigment spot ocelli, which have some of their cells pigmented. The Ropalia are suspended on stalks with heavy crystals at one end, acting like gyroscopes to orient the eyes skyward. Certain jellyfish look upward at the mangrove canopy while making a daily migration from mangrove swamps into open lagoon where they feed and back again. Box jellyfish have more advanced vision than other groups. This is part of why they're scary, Andy. They can see better. Each individual has 24 eyes, 2 of which are capable of seeing color, 4 parallel information processing areas that act in competition, supposedly making them one of the few kinds of animals to have 360-degree view of its environment. I'm shocked and in awe. Okay, evolution of jellyfish eye. The study of jellyfish eye evolution is an intermediary to a better understanding of how visual systems evolved on Earth. Jellyfish exhibit immense variation in visual systems, ranging from photoreceptive cell patches, seen in simple photoreceptive systems, to a more derived complex eyes as seen as box jellyfish. Okay, you weren't playing. Box jellyfish are like a whole other thing. That's wild. Major topics of jellyfish visual system research with an emphasis on box jellyfish include the evolution of jellyfish vision from simple to complex visual systems, the eye morphology and molecular structures of box jellyfish, including comparisons to vertebrate eyes, and various uses of vision, including task-guided behaviors and niche specialization. I didn't even think that jellyfish had eyes, I'm going to be honest. I also didn't know that they had mouth anuses. So what do I know? The evolution of jellyfish visual systems. Experimental evidence for photosensitivity and photoreception in cnidarians antecedes the mid-1900s, and a rich body of research has since covered evolution of visual systems in jellyfish. Jellyfish visual systems range from simple photoreceptive cells to complex image-forming eyes. More ancestral visual systems incorporate extraocular vision without eyes. Okay, so I was not wrong. That encompass numerous receptors dedicated to a single function behaviors. More derived visual systems comprise perception that is capable of multitask guided behaviors. This topic is cracking me up. This topic's out of control. I didn't realize when I picked it. This is my topic, by the way. I didn't know when I picked jellyfish that it was going to be this out of control. It's out of control. These jellies are out of control. Although they lack a true brain, cnidarian jellyfish have a ring nervous system that plays a significant role in motor and sensory activity. This net of nerves is responsible for muscle contraction and movement and culminates the emergence of photosensitive structures. Across cnidaria, there's a large variation of systems that underlie photosensitivity. Photosensitive structures range from non-specialized groups of cells to more conventional eyes, similar to those of vertebrates. The general evolutionary steps to develop complex vision include, from more ancestral to more derived states, non-directional photoreception, directional photoreception, low-resolution vision, and high-resolution vision. Increased habitat and task complexity has favored high-resolution visual systems common in derived cnidarians such as box jellyfish. Told y'all. You did tell me, Andy. Yeah, jellyfish are out of control. They're out of control. They are bizarre, fascinating creatures. Basal visual systems observed in various cnidarians exhibit photosensitivity representative of a single task or behavior. Extraocular photoreception, a form of non-directional photoreception, is the most basic form of light sensitivity and guides a variety of behaviors among cnidarians. I don't know if I'm saying this right, by the way. If anyone knows how to pronounce this word, let me know. It can function to regulate circadian rhythm, as seen in eyeless hydrozoans, and other light-guided behaviors responsive to the intensity and spectrum of light. Extraocular photoreception can function additionally in positive phototaxis and planula larvae of hydrozoans, as well as avoiding harmful amounts of UV radiation via negative phototaxis. Directional photoreception, the ability to perceive direction of incoming light, allows for a more complex phototactic responses to light and likely evolved by means of membrane stacking. The resulting behavioral responses can range from guided spawning events timed by moonlight to shadow. The resulting behavioral responses can range from guided spawning events timed by moonlight to shadow responses for potential predator avoidance. Wild. Light-guided behaviors are observed in numerous scyphozoans, including the common moon jelly, Aurelia aurita, which migrates in response to change in ambient light and solar position, even though they lack proper eyes. Get out of here. Get out of here, jellyfish. Get out. Low-resolution visual systems of box jellyfish, here we go, box jellyfish, is more derived than directional photoreception, and thus box jellyfish vision represents the most basic form of true vision in which multiple directional photoreceptors combine to create first imaging and spatial resolution. This is different from the high-resolution vision that is observed in camera or compound eyes of vertebrates and cephalopods that rely on focusing optics. Critically, The visual systems of box jellyfish are responsible for guiding multiple tasks or behaviors, in contrast to less derived visual systems in other jellyfish that guide single behavioral functions. These behaviors include phototaxis based on sunlight, positive, or shadows, negative, obstacle avoidance, and control of swim pulse rate. Jellies from space. Box jellyfish possess proper eyes, similar to vertebrates, that allow them to inhabit environments that less derived medusae cannot. And in fact, they are considered the only class in the clade Medusozoa that have behaviors necessitating spatial resolution and genuine vision. However, the lens in their eyes are more functionally similar to cup eyes exhibited in low-resolution organisms and have very little to no focusing capability. Okay. The lack of ability to focus is due to focal length exceeding the distance to the retina, thus generating unfocused images and limiting spatial resolution. The visual system is still sufficient for box jellyfish to produce an image to help with tasks such as object avoidance. Out of control, these jellies. Box jellyfish as a microcosm of highly evolved visual systems. Let's get into it. I knew nothing about jellyfish eyes until now. I knew nothing. Box jellyfish eyes are a visual system that is sophisticated in numerous ways. These intricacies include the considerable variation within the morphology of box jellyfish's eyes, including their tax behavior specification, and the molecular makeup of their eyes, including photoreceptors, opsins, lenses, and synapses. The comparison of these attributes Why can't I read? Why can't I read things? How do you read things? The comparison of these attributes to more derived visual systems can allow for a further understanding of how the evolution of a more derived visual systems may have occurred, and puts into perspective how box jellyfish can play the role as an evolutionary developmental model for all visual systems. I need to understand what let me just real quick. Okay, so the comparison of these attributes to more derived visual systems can allow for a further understanding of how the evolution of more derived visual systems may have occurred, and puts into perspective how box jellyfish can play the role as an evolutionary developmental model for all visual systems. That is wild. What we have here, essentially, this is my TLDR interpretation of what we're reading, is that jellyfish are these ancient creatures that are still in existence today, right? That essentially are the prototype for human eyeballs. Their visual system then led the way for other eyeballs to evolve. Jellyfish are wild. They're wild. Okay, box jellyfish visual systems overview. Here we go. We need an overview. This is what we need. Box jellyfish visual systems are both diverse and complex, comprising multiple photosystems. There is likely considerable variation in visual properties between the species of box jellyfish given the significant interspecies morphological and physiological variation. Eyes tend to differ in size and shape, along with number of receptors, including opsins, and physiology across species of box jellyfish. Dedicated alpha testers, pretty much, yeah. Box jellyfish have a series of intricate lensed eyes that are similar to those of more derived multicellular organisms such as vertebrates. Their 24 eyes fit into 4 different morphological categories. These categories consist of 2 large, morphologically different medial eyes, a lower and upper lensed eye, containing spherical lenses, a lateral pair of pigment slit eyes, and a lateral pair of pigment pit eyes. The eyes are situated on the rhopalia, small sensory structures, which serve sensory functions of the box jellyfish and arise from the cavities of the exumbrella, the surface of the body, on the side of the bells of the jellyfish. The 2 large eyes are located on the midline of the club and are considered complex because they contain lenses. The 4 remaining eyes lie laterally on either side of the rhopalia and are considered simple. The simple eyes are observed as small invaginated cups of epithelium that have developed pigmentation. The larger of the complex eyes contains cellular cornea created by a monociliated epithelium, cellular lens, homogeneous capsule to the lens, vitreous body with prismatic elements, and a retina of pigmented cells. I have no idea what I just read. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. All I know is that jellyfish eyes are... you know what I mean? The smaller of the complex eyes is said to be slightly less complex, given that it lacks a capsule, but otherwise contains the same structure as the larger eye. Box jellyfish have multiple photosystems that comprise different sets of eyes. Evidence includes immunocytochemical and molecular data that show photopigment differences among the different morphological eye types, and physiological experiments done on box jellyfish to suggest behavioral differences among photosystems. Each individual eye type constitutes photosystems that work collectively to control visually guided behaviors. So, I mean, again, so my TLDR interpretation, layman's term understanding, is that they have multiple kinds of eyeballs that then kind of combine, like their functions combine to what probably modern day eyeballs, modern day meaning human and mammal eyeballs. I don't even know what I'm saying. But it seems as though varying eyeballs that jellyfish have varying functions, and then if you kind of combine them, then you get the eyeballs that modern day animals have on some level. Yeah? Is that kind of what we're picking up here? Box jellyfish eyes primarily use CPRCs, ciliary photoreceptor cells, similar to that of vertebrate eyes. These cells undergo phototransduction cascades, process of light absorption by photoreceptors that are triggered by C opsins. Available opsin sequences suggest that there are two types of opsins possessed by all cnidarians, including an ancient phylogenetic opsin and a sister ciliary opsin to the C opsins group. Box jellyfish could have both ciliary and cnidarian opsins, which is something not previously believed to appear in the same retina. Nevertheless, it is not entirely evident whether cnidarians possess multiple opsins that are capable of having distinctive spectral sensitivities. All right, there's a lot here. There's a lot about visual systems. If you're cool with it, I'm going to skip ahead to evolution of box jellyfish eyes. Are y'all cool with that? Is anyone opposed? Okay. Evolution of box jellyfish eyes in response to environmental stimuli. The primary adaptive responses to environmental variation observed in box jellyfish eyes include pupillary? I know you have to measure your pupillary distance for glasses, right? I just don't know how to say that word. But if it's your pupil, then pupillary? Pupillary constriction speeds in response to light environments, as well as photoreceptor tuning and lens adaptations to better respond to shifts between light environments and darkness. Interestingly, some box jellyfish species' eyes appear to have evolved more focused vision in response to their habitat. Pupillar. I don't remember that I Love Lucy episode, but that sounds like a thing. That sounds like an I Love Lucy thing. I can see it. Pupillary contraction appears to have evolved in response to variation in the light environment across ecological niches across three species of box jellyfish: Chironex fleckeri, Chiropsella bronzi, and Carukia barnesi. Behavioral studies suggest that faster pupil contraction rates allow for greater object avoidance, and in fact, species with more complex habitats exhibit faster rates. CH bronzi inhabit shallow beach fronts that have low visibility and very few obstacles. Thus, faster pupil contraction in response to the objects in their environment is not important. C.A. barnesi and C.H. fleckeri are found in more three-dimensional complex environments like mangroves with an abundance of natural obstacles where faster pupil contraction is more adaptive. Behavioral studies support the idea that faster pupillary contraction rates assist with obstacle avoidance as well as depth adjustments in response to different light intensities. I need to look up mangroves on M Week. There it is. Vitamin to Vegemin. Okay, I have seen that episode. I definitely have seen that episode. That's a classic. I've seen Vitamin to Vegemin, obviously. Okay, what am I writing down? Mangroves. I want to read about mangroves on M Week. Okay, moving on. Light-dark adaptation via pupillary light reflexes is an additional form of evolutionary response to light environment. This relates to the pupil's response to shifts between light intensity, generally from sunlight to darkness. In the process of light/dark adaptation, the upper and lower lens eyes of different box jellyfish species vary in specific function. The lower lens eyes contain pigmented photoreceptors and long pigment cells with dark pigments that migrate on light-dark adaptation, while the upper lens eyes play a concentrated role in direction and phototaxis given that they face upwards towards the water surface, toward the sun or the moon. Wow. The upper lens of C.H. bronzi does not exhibit any considerable optical power, while T.R. cystophora, a box jellyfish species that tends to live in mangroves, does. The ability to use light to visually guide behaviors is not as much of an importance to C.H. bronzi as it is to species in more obstacle-filled environments. Differences in visually guided behavior serve as evidence that the species that share the same number and structure of eyes can exhibit differences in how they control behavior. Wild. AFK, gotta get some food before I get angry. Do it. Go get some food. Yeah, get yourself some food. We'll just be here reading about jellyfish and how wild they are. But yeah, no, get some food. It's important. Okay, let's see. Largest and smallest jellyfish. Here we go. We're gonna read about the size range of jellyfish as I readjust my broken chair. Guys, I'm moving in a few weeks, and I bought a new chair. I'm so excited for it, but there's no reason for me to put it in this apartment. I'm just gonna wait till I have my new stream set up. Really, it's just a new desk and a new chair, but oh my god, it's gonna make such a huge difference. Anyway, jellyfish. Actually, I should probably drink some water. One moment, please. Okay. Largest and smallest. Jellyfish range from about 1 millimeter, tiny, 1 millimeter in bell height and diameter, to nearly 2 meters, 6.5 feet in bell height and diameter. The tentacles and mouth parts usually extend beyond this bell dimension. I love that they say mouth parts and they no longer say anus when we know they're the same thing. How dare you, Wikipedia? The villain, hi! I'm so excited to get my new chair. It's gonna be so nice. Captain Sumi, hi! Thank you for the nose boop. Okay, y'all, if you don't know my friend Captain Sumi, she just got to 1,000 followers on her Twitch channel, and it is well deserved. I'm telling you right now, if you're in the United States like me, you can watch some beautiful, early morning, she's playing Lake currently, some early morning Lake streams. And then I think weekdays, again, if you're in the United States like me, or if you're in the Americas like me, you can do some mid-morning, afternoonish Animal Crossing streams and some Sim streams and some other stuff. And you need to go follow Captain Sumi if you are not. Highly recommend. You look beautiful today. Thank you. That's very sweet. I very much appreciate it. How are you? Welcome to J Week. Villain, welcome to J Week. I don't know if y'all, I know that Captain Sumi's been here before. Villain, I don't know if you've been here before during this. Welcome. Every week on Sundays, we just go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. And so this week we're looking up things that start with the letter J. So right now we're reading about jellyfish. And let me tell you, what a wild ride the jellyfish topic has been. I did not realize. I didn't know what we were getting ourselves into, but jellyfish are out of control. out of control. Let's see. I'm well. How are you? I'm good. I'm having fun. We started a little bit later because of daylight savings here. I don't know if you all have daylight savings where you are geographically. But it was one of those things. I had a friend over last night, and then daylight savings started a couple hours later. But it's funny because I feel much more like awake than I normally am, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I feel much more intense than normal. I don't know. I feel the need for more headphone warnings than normal, but I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, and I'm excited / nervous to move. I got the keys to my new place this week, so I've been able to kind of visualize how I'm gonna go about setting things up. And last night so I had a friend over and we went through all my DVDs, and I went from 3 shelves of DVDs to now I just have one little box of DVDs. I'm very proud of myself. And then we went through my books. You know what's funny? Going through my books, for whatever reason, it was easier for me to get rid of my fiction books than it was my nonfiction books. I don't know why, but I felt much more of an attachment to my nonfiction, research kind of books for some reason. But again, 3 or 4 shelves of books down to 1 box. So I'm feeling good about getting rid of stuff. It's a process, you know. We do, but not until the 27th. We'll push the time to 1 in the future. Okay, perfect. Nice. Yeah. Way to go, Beavers. Thanks, T. Miller. Boo, 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 boo. Working on it. It's going to happen. Oh, and I'm wondering, too, if I can find a place that, buys DVDs and books secondhand, and maybe I'm gonna make a little cash. Either that or just donate them. I'd be down to donate my books to a library or something. Thanks, Kuzakroak. I'm very excited about it. And guys, I'm gonna have real internet. I've been, since I started streaming in this current apartment, I've just been using community Wi-Fi. So I'm not even hardwired in. And it's the Wi-Fi that everyone in my building shares, theoretically. So I don't know how I've been able to stream, but I'm excited to have legit internet, and then maybe I can stream at a faster, more FPS or something, or better resolution. Maybe not. Who knows? But we'll see. 4 tons of books though, a lot of books. Yeah. But there's so in context, it's it's 4 boxes are going into my car, and I have 1 box that I'm keeping. Still a ton of books, though. Still 4 tons of books. Still a lot of books. But yeah, I'm excited. Let's see. My friend Mamela is from Australia. They'll move their time 1 hour back. And we tried to wrap our heads around if it would be easier to catch each other's streams or harder. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I'm so glad I've been able to catch the tail end of your lake streams, especially when you go a little bit later. But yeah, the time zone thing, man. I have a lot of European friends that it's so difficult to catch them and have them catch me and all of that. But it's been nice being able to catch you a little bit on Saturdays, and then yeah, I know you streamed Monday kind of midday, so I was able to catch you on my lunch break, which is really fun. Ozcat, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Tell Stub I say hi. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Villain, wifey got a Kindle and all her books are digital. Nice. We only have 1.5 tons of books. That's amazing. Well, and that was part of it. For me, especially for DVDs, it was easier to get rid of DVDs than it was to get rid of books, because it's easier to kind of justify knowing that we have streaming services and things now, and how easy it is to just rent movies if you want to digitally. But books was a tough one for me. I think, okay, let's just have a sit chat real quick, and then we'll go back to jellyfish. But okay, so books, I think part of why they're hard, Marie Kondo says it really well, and I'm not necessarily a Marie Kondoite per se, but also this is gonna bother me. Yellow. There we go. But she says that books are hard for us to get rid of because they reflect our morals and our values, and we want to put those on display sometimes to show people who we are. And that was this kind of life-changing thing for me to think about books, because it's realistically, are you going to reference this book? Are you going to read this book in the future? Because it's maybe, but also, are you holding on to this book because it shows people who you are and what you believe in? Because if that's the only reason why, then perhaps you can just live your life in such a way that reflects that, maybe. And not to say that that's a wrong reason to keep around books. Certainly, I kept quite a few that probably are a reflection of that idea. But that was just one of those ideas that was just like it blew my mind, because I was like, that is why I hold on to so many of my books. It makes total sense. Yeah, let's see. Mondays and Tuesdays, yeah, my lunchtime. See, I can catch you on my lunch break, which I love. Let's see, doing good, babe. New job, good. I love that the new job, and you're doing good. How is the new job? I hope you're enjoying it. Stuff is good. He says hi back. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Glad he's doing good. Let's see. Breathe, baby, breathe. Hi, Marley. How are you? I'll take a little breath here. Let me read chat, and then we'll take a little breath. We kept a collection. Kept collector edition types books. Yeah, totally. That makes total sense. I kept a lot of my like fantasy kind of books. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, still in the package box sets. More of a decoration than ever going to be opened and read. Well, and that's a whole other thing, right? If you're talking about like collection kind of stuff, like, yeah. Marley, it's good to see you. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. How was your hike? I hope you're doing well. Do y'all wanna do a breathe with me real quick? Do y'all wanna do a little breathe? If you feel so inclined. You can find a comfortable position wherever you are, whether it's seated or standing or laying down or whatever. And then I like to kind of have my feet flat on the ground personally. And then you can just kind of start to notice your breath a little bit. And then see if it's kind of like slow or shallow. Or if you weren't paying attention to it before, all of a sudden when you bring awareness to your breath, you're like, oh my God, breathing, what? And then if you want, you can just take a big ol' inhale. I like to do an inhale through the nose. Then maybe a big ol' exhale through the mouth. Maybe do a couple more of those. Breathe, baby, breathe. A little breathing. Little breathing. Hey, did you know? We learned, I don't know if you were here for it, but we learned today that jellyfish don't have a respiratory system. They can just absorb oxygen through their jelly skin. Jellyfish, man. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to jellyfish in a minute here. It's J Week. Welcome to J Week. Ozcat, I don't know if you've been here for J Week or for Wikipedia with me, but every Sunday we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes and just learn things. So we're looking up things that start with the letter J this week. Right now I'm reading about jellyfish. It's very cool. Let's see. Had a whole lot of my old books stored in the shed and at another house. White ants got into them and ate them all. That's so sad. I'm sorry. What a bummer. Box breathing a lot today. Box breathing is very helpful. It's a good one. Jellyfish are aliens for real. We were talking about that. Classic Andy was here a minute ago. He's getting food right now, but like wild. Reading about their eyes, wild. Did you know that their mouth is also their anus? Wild. We're still learning. We're not even done. We're not even done yet. You want to go back to reading about jellyfish? Yeah, let's look at the largest and the smallest jellyfish. Okay. Jellyfish. Right, okay, this is wild. This size range is wild. Jellyfish range from about 1 millimeter in bell height in diameter to nearly 2 meters, 6.5 feet in bell height in diameter. The tentacles and mouth parts usually extend beyond this bell dimension. Huge. They can be huge or tiny. The smallest jellyfish are the peculiar creeping jellyfish and the genera Starocladia and Eleutheria, which have bell discs from 0.5 millimeters, 1/32 inches, to a few millimeters in diameter, with short tentacles that extend out beyond this, which these jellyfish use to move across surfaces of seaweed or the bottoms of rocky pools. Many of these tiny creeping jellyfish cannot be seen in the field without a hand lens or microscope. They can reproduce asexually by fission, splitting in half. Other very small jellyfish, which have bells about 1 millimeter, are the hydromedusae of many species that have just been released from their parent polyps. Some of these live only a few minutes before shedding their gametes in the plankton and then dying, while others will grow in the plankton for weeks or months. The Hydromedusae, Cladonema radium and Cladonema californicum are also very small, living for months, yet never growing beyond a few millimeters in bell height and diameter. The lion's mane jellyfish, Cyane capella. Hold on, I'm going to read a chat and then I'll come back to the lion's mane jellyfish. Hold on a minute. They are fascinating, aren't they cool? Blue bottle jellyfish, nasty. We were talking about there are some like scary ones for sure. Help me, Cladonema. There it is. Thank you, villain. Cladonema. Now we know. You can help me with other words. I pronounce all of them wrong. The lion's mane jellyfish, Cyane capillata, was alongside as the largest jellyfish and arguably the longest animal in the world, with fine thread-like tentacles. Look at wild. That may extend up to 36.5 meters, 119 feet, 9 inches long. Though most are nowhere near that large. That's huge, though. That's huge. They have moderately painful but rarely fatal sting. The increasingly common giant Nomura's jellyfish, Nemopolema nomurai, found in some but not all years in the waters of Japan, Korea, China in the summer and autumn, is another candidate for largest jellyfish in terms of diameter and weight, since the largest Nomura's jellyfish in late autumn can reach 2 meters, 6 feet 7 inches in the body diameter, and about 200 kilograms, 440 pounds in weight. Huge. So many fun words. These are huge. This is wild. Average specimens reaching 0.9 meters, so 2 feet 11 inches in bell diameter, and about 150 kilograms, 350 pounds in weight. Wild. The large bell mass of the giant Nomura's jellyfish can dwarf a diver and is nearly always much greater in the lion's mane, whose bell diameter can reach 1 meter, 3 feet 3 inches. The rarely encountered deep-sea jellyfish, Stygiomedusa gigantea, is another candidate for largest jellyfish with its thick, massive bell, excuse me, up to 100 centimeters, 3 feet 3 inches wide, and 4 thick strap-like oral arms extending up to 6 meters, 19 and a half feet in length. Very different from typical fine thread-like tentacles that rim the umbrella of more typical-looking jellyfish, including the lion's mane. 6.5 foot jelly. Yeah. Huge jellyfish. All right. Shall we look at the life cycle of these jellies? Actually, I feel like I need more water. We're gonna do another water swig here. All right, so jellyfish have a complex life cycle, which includes both sexual and asexual phases, with the medusa being the sexual stage in most instances. Sperm fertilize eggs, which develop into larval planulae, become polyps, bud into ephirae, and then transform into adult medusae. In some species, certain stages may be skipped. Okay. Yeah, the biodiversity also in jellyfish is wild to me. I did not realize that there are so many different kinds of jellyfish. It makes sense. I just had no idea. Have you seen Palau jellyfish lake? No. There's thousands of them in a lake that don't sting and you can go swimming with them. Really? I was going to say, Mercenary Jane, who was here earlier, was talking about being in Cairns and needing stinger suits to swim around. But the lake, Palau jellyfish lake. Let's just look real quick. Wow, look at all these jellies. That's cool. That's really cool. That's wild. Where is this? Palau Rock Islands? Huh. Very cool. Very interesting. I maybe I've heard of that, but I don't even know. I seen a 3-foot jelly in Cali. Oh my God. Thought it was a giant. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, a 3-foot jelly is still pretty big, right? So when you think about like the smallest ones are like a millimeter. Like that is still pretty big, but yeah, it's not quite a giant, I suppose. Upon reaching adult size, jellyfish spawn regularly if there is sufficient supply of food. In most species, spawning is controlled by light, with all individuals spawning about the same time of day. In many instances, this is at dawn or dusk. Yeah, the way that they're like so like photosensitive, they're so like light sensitive is really fascinating. Jellyfish are usually either male or female, with occasional hermaphrodites. In most cases, adults release sperm and eggs into surrounding water, where the unprotected eggs are fertilized and develop into larvae. In a few species, the sperm swim into the female's mouth. Again, the mouth and the anus is the same. Did not know this about jellyfish. So there's a whole lot here. There's a lot to unpack with jellyfish. Let's see. So in a few species, the sperm swim into the female's mouth, fertilizing the eggs within her body, where they remain. Oh gosh, what's up? Oh, Rainbow, hi. How are you? Welcome to Wikipedia with me. I know you know what it is. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? Let me take a look. What were you up to? Doing some just chatting? Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Techno, hi. How are ya? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Did you have a good stream? Thank you for the raid. It's very, very sweet. I hope the just chatting was fun. We're currently reading about jellyfish. We're doing J Week here, so that is what we're on. We're reading about jellyfish, and then we've got, gosh, 5 more topics after that, and then we'll probably call it. But welcome. Thank you for the raid. It's very sweet. I hope you had an amazing stream. And also, if you need to go get some food or get a drink or go relax, feel free to do that. Take care of yourself. But also, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. We were talking about how adults release sperm and eggs into the surrounding water. Something about putting it in the female's mouth. There it is. In a few species, the sperm swim into the female's mouth, fertilizing the eggs within her body, where they remain until their early developmental stages. That's wild, too. In moon jellies, the eggs lodge in pits on the oral arms, which form a temporary brood chamber for the developing planula larvae. Rainbow, jellyfish are bizarre. They're incredible. I'm so confused and fascinated. We're learning a lot about jellyfish. Let's see. We were looking at videos and doing makeup. Nice! Ugh, I got called mommy, though. I'm sorry. That's weird. Why? This is why we can't have nice things. I don't know why people on the internet gotta get weird with it. I hope the makeup was fun, though. I hope the makeup in videos was fun, aside from that moment, for sure. Think that we didn't know? Never mind. Yeah, fair. Let's see. What else? What's happening? What's happening with jellyfish? The planula is a small larva covered with cilia. When sufficiently developed, it settles onto a firm surface and develops a polyp. The polyp generally consists of a small stalk topped by a mouth that is ringed by upward-facing tentacles. The polyps resemble those of closely related anthozoans, such as sea anemones and corals. The jellyfish polyp may be sessile. What does sessile mean? Sessility is the biological property of an organism describing its lack of a means of self-locomotion. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. There are some jellies that just don't move. They're just like attached to the ocean floor, which is wild. Wild. We were not even girl. It's because I had eyeliner on one eye. Cause mothers do that. That's a mother thing. I'm sorry, Rainbow. That's really frustrating and not fair. I'm sorry that happened to you. People gotta always ruin it, man. It's so frustrating. But I bet the makeup's on point. I bet your makeup looks amazing. Okay, let's see. So the jellyfish polyp may be sessile, living on the bottom, boat holes, or other substrates. Or it may be free-floating and attached to tiny bits of free-living plankton, or rarely fish, or other invertebrates. Polyps may be solitary or colonial. Most polyps are only millimeters in diameter and feed continuously. The polyp stage may last for years. Wild. It is funny, though. The eyeliner is pog. I believe it. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's amazing. Yeah. I try. I should like commit more and just like really go for it with my eyeliner. One of these days I'm going to show up with like black lipstick and like extreme eyeliner and you're all going to love it. You're going to love it. Or not. I don't care. Okay. After an interval and stimulated by seasonal or hormonal changes, the polyp may begin reproducing asexually by budding, and in the scyphozoa, it's called segmenting polyp or scyphistoma. Budding? Type of asexual reproduction in which a new organism develops from an outgrowth or bud due to cell division at one particular site. Okay, interesting. For example, the small bulb-like projection coming out from this yeast cell is known as a bud. So some of them can split and reproduce that way, asexual, and then other ones like produce buds. Are they animals or plants? They're animals technically. They are animals. Yeah, they're definitely animals. But to your point, there's a lot of plant-like qualities that they have, for sure. Yeah, but they are animals technically, villain. Fascinating though, right? Light tick-ticks. I know. There's a lot. That's planthood. That's one aspect of planthood, right? That's one aspect of planthood. But this is a good question, villain. I think that's part of why they're so interesting and so strange. But I think there's other, like they have vision. We were reading a lot about their visual systems and how complex their visual systems are. So there's a lot to them that is more animalia than like flora. But yeah, aliens. The answer is they're aliens. Basically. Some of them can split. Made me think of systems straight away. Yeah, they're jellyfish are wild. I will not get over it. After an interval and stimulated by seasonal or hormonal changes, the polyp may be reproducing asexually. Okay, budding. We got this. Okay. Budding sites vary by species, from the tentacle bulbs to the manubrium above the mouth, or the gonads of Hydra medusae. In a process known as strobulation, the polyp's tentacles are reabsorbed and the body starts to narrow, forming transverse constrictions in several places near the upper extremity of the polyp. These deepen as the constriction sites migrate down the body and separate segments known as ephira detach. These are free-swimming precursors of the adult medusa stage, which in the life stage that is typically identified as a jellyfish. The ephirae, usually only a millimeter or two across initially, swim away from the polyp and grow. Limnomedusae polyps can asexually produce a creeping frustule larval form, which crawls away before developing into another polyp? Aliens. A few species can produce new medusae by budding directly from the medusan stage. Some Hydra medusae reproduce by fission. Fission, that's what we're talking about, by just like splitting. Jellyfish. Nature's full of freaky life. Absolutely amazing. Beautifully said. 100% correct. Like, yeah. Nature has all sorts of bizarre, amazing, fascinating, just strange. Yeah. Like a speck in WoW, where you have pretty much half and half with 2 trees or 1 or 3 points into a tree. Details meters count you as whatever spec has the most points. You see, we like to like water things down or pare things down to something that is like explainable or understandable, and like that's just like, I don't know, most things I think in life and in existence in general just don't work that way. I think many things are just so much more complicated than that, right? We don't take the time to like explain or understand nuance. We kind of just go like, yeah, okay, so you're this. Because you're mostly this, you're therefore this. You know what? Rainbow's point earlier is a really good example of that, where it's like I had eyeliner on and therefore someone just like assumed me to be a woman, right? It's like, yeah, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. We count them as animal because they spec slightly more into animal than plant. This is it's a really good point, villain. That's a really good point. Yeah. It's a good way of putting it. That's a good like analogy, I think. Or example, maybe. Lifespan. Little is known about the life histories of many jellyfish, as the places on the seabed where the benthic forms of those species species live. Wow, what? Live? What? I'm going again. Okay, I'm going again. Little is known about the life history of many jellyfish, as the places on the seabed where the benthic forms of those species live have not been found. However, an asexually reproducing strobila form can sometimes live for several years, producing new medusae, Ephira larvae, each year. An unusual species, Turritopsis dorni, formerly classified as Turritopsis, nutricula, might be effectively immortal because of its ability under certain circumstances to transform from medusa back to the polyp stage, thereby escaping the death that typically awaits medusa post-reproduction if they have not otherwise been eaten by some other organism. So far, this reversal has only been observed in a laboratory. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. It wasn't even on both eyes, though. That's funny. That's really funny. I mean, you know, people are just going to see what they want to see, right? Okay, let's talk about locomotion. Locomotion. Using the moon jelly, Aurelia aurita, as an example, jellyfish have been shown to have the most energy-efficient swimmers of all animals. They move through the water by radially expanding and contracting their bell-shaped bodies to push water behind them. They pause between the contraction and expansion phases to create two vortex rings. Muscles are used for the contraction of the body, which creates the first vortex and pushes the animal forward. But the mesoglia is so elastic that the expansion is powered exclusively by relaxing the bell, which releases the energy stored from the contraction. That is interesting. That's really interesting. Meanwhile, the second vortex ring starts to spin faster, sucking water into the bell and pushing against the center of the body, giving a secondary and free boost forward. The mechanism, called passive energy recapture, only works in relatively small jellyfish moving at low speeds, allowing for the animal to travel 30% farther on each swimming cycle. Jellyfish achieved 48% lower cost of transport, food and oxygen intake versus energy spent in movement than other animals in similar studies. One reason for this is that most of the gelatinous tissue of the bell is inactive, using no energy during swimming. Wow. We're going to go head to bed now. Long shift tomorrow. Enjoy stream. Rainbow, thank you again for the raid. I hope you all sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, night. See you soon, I hope. Yeah, sleep well. It's good to see you. Always good to see you. Okay. I'm gonna maybe skip ahead because I have been reading about jellyfish for like 40 minutes. And I feel like I tend to spend a long time on animals in our different topics, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I do want to make sure we get to our other stuff. So let's take a look. I mean, I am curious about what they eat, though. This always happens. I'm always like, I'm going to skip ahead. And then I'm like, but I'm curious and want to learn more. So fuck it. We're just going to spend a lot of time on jellyfish. They're worth it. Jellyfish are worth it. Okay. Diet. Jellyfish are like other... Villain, if you're there and you know how to pronounce this, help me. I've been struggling with it. Cnidarians. Generally carnivorous or parasitic, feeding on planktonic organisms, crustaceans, small fish, fish eggs and larvae, and other jellyfish, ingesting food and voiding undigested waste through the mouth. Again, they have mouth butts. They have mouth anuses. It's wild. They hunt passively using their tentacles as drift lines or sink through the water with their tentacles spread widely. The tentacles, which contain nematocysts, to stun or kill the prey, may then flex to help bring it to the mouth. Their swimming technique also helps them to capture prey. When their bell expands, it sucks in water, which brings in more potential prey within the reach of the tentacles. Cool. Okay, now I'm gonna move on. Now I'm okay. Although since Villain mentioned it, I'm seeing some. Okay, they okay. Typically they use. Okay, I was curious if it was saying that. I was curious to see if it was saying that jellyfish use photosynthesis. They don't. They just eat plants that do. Okay. Anyway, predation. Other species of jellyfish are among the most common and important jellyfish predators. Sea anemones may eat jellyfish that drift into their range. Interesting. Anemones are also very strange. Other predators include tunas, sharks, swordfish, sea turtles, and penguins. Sea turtles and penguins. Jellyfish washed up on the beach are consumed by foxes. What? What? Other terrestrial mammals and birds. In general, however, few animals prey on jellyfish. They can broadly be considered one of the top predators in the food chain. Once jellyfish have become dominant in an ecosystem, for example, through overfishing, which removes predators of jellyfish larvae, there may be no obvious way for previous balance to be restored. Damn. They eat fish eggs and juvenile fish, compete with other fish for food, preventing fish stocks from recovering. Interesting. Let's see. Symbiosis. Some small fish are immune to the stings of jellyfish and live among the tentacles, serving as bait in a fish trap. They are safe from potential predators and are able to share the fish caught by the jellyfish. Interesting. The cannonball jellyfish. I need a picture, please. Wow, look at that guy. Also known as the cabbage head jellyfish. Cool. Has a symbiotic relationship with 10 different species of fish. And the long-nosed spider crab. Okay. Which lives inside the bell, sharing the jellyfish food and nibbling its tissues. Wild. Wild! Guys, I can't stop reading about jellyfish. Sorry about it. Welcome to the jellyfish stream. It's not just a jellyfish stream. Okay. Blooms. Jellyfish form large masses or blooms in certain environments, in certain environmental conditions of ocean currents, nutrients, sunshine, temperature, season, prey availability, reduced predation, and oxygen concentration. Currents collect jellyfish together, especially in years with unusually high populations. Jellyfish can detect marine currents and swim against the current to congregate in blooms. Jellyfish are Jellyfish are better able to survive in nutrient-rich, oxygen-poor water than competitors, and thus can feast on plankton without competition. Jellyfish may also benefit from saltier waters, as saltier waters contain more iodine, which is necessary for polyps to turn into jellyfish. Real quick, let's look at this map. Map of population trends of native and invasive jellyfish. Circles represent the data records. Large circles denote the high certainty of findings. Okay, I don't fully understand what I'm looking at, but cool. Cool, good. Rising sea temperatures caused by climate change may also contribute to jellyfish blooms, because many species of jellyfish are able to survive in warmer waters. Increased nutrients from agricultural or urban runoff with nutrients, including nitrogen and phosphorus compounds, increase the growth of phytoplankton, causing eutrophication and algal blooms. When the phytoplankton die, they may create dead zones, so called because they are hypoxic, low in oxygen. This in turn kills fish and other animals, but not jellyfish, allowing them to bloom. Jellyfish populations may be expanding globally as a result of land runoff and overfishing of their natural predators. Jellyfish are well placed to benefit from disturbance of marine ecosystems. They reproduce rapidly, they prey upon many species, while few species prey on them, and they feed via touch rather than visually. Wild. They're so weird. So they can feed effectively at night and in turbid waters. It may be difficult for fish stocks to reestablish themselves in marine ecosystems once they have become dominated by jellyfish, because jellyfish feed on plankton, which includes fish eggs and larvae. They're a plant! Are they, though? Are they, though? Because they do have visual systems. They do. They do have eyeballs. Not necessarily eyeballs, but they do have eyes. Box jellyfish have like a bizarre amount of eyes. They have like 24 different eyes. But you're right. Vidlin, I liked what you said earlier. I think they do have they have many plant-like qualities for sure. For sure. I mean, maybe that's their spec. Maybe. Some about jellyfish populations that have shown clear increases in the past few decades are an invasive species, newly arrived from other habitats. Examples include the Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Baltic Sea, Central and Eastern Mediterranean, Hawaii, and tropical and subtropical parts of the West Atlantic, including the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and Brazil. Potatoes have eyes as well. I mean, all right, fine. Fine. Jellyfish are plants, okay? Fine. Newly arrived from other planets. Okay. Let's see. Look at these moon jellies. Very cool. Very strange. Very interesting. I'm very confused. Jellyfish blooms could have a significant impact on community structure. Some carnivorous jellyfish species prey on zooplankton, while others graze on primary producers. Reductions in zooplankton and ichthyoplankton due to a jellyfish bloom can ripple through the trophic levels. High-density jellyfish populations can outcompete other predators and reduce fish recruitment. Increased grazing on primary producers by jellyfish can also interrupt energy transfer to higher trophic levels. Jellyfish are wild. No, link it. I knew they were strange, and that was why I was curious to learn about them, especially with regard to like locomotion and just in general, like jellyfish anatomy was something I never knew about. But like the more I'm reading, the more, yeah, they are wild. Yeah, they are out of control. Incredibly bizarre and strange and cool and fascinating. Yeah. Let's see. During blooms, jellyfish significantly alter the nutrient availability in their environment. Blooms require large amounts of available organic nutrients in the water column to grow, limiting availability for other organisms. Some jellyfish have a symbiotic relationship with single-celled dinoflagellates, allowing them to assimilate inorganic carbon, phosphorus, and nitrogen, creating competition for phytoplankton. Their large biomass makes them an important source of dissolved and particulate organic matter for microbial communities through excretion, mucus production, and decomposition. The microbes break down the organic matter into inorganic ammonia and phosphate. However, the low carbon availability shifts the process from production. The microbes break down the organic matter into inorganic ammonium and phosphate. However, the low carbon availability shifts the process from production to respiration, creating low oxygen areas, making the dissolved inorganic nitrogen and phosphorus largely unavailable for primary production. Damn nature, you scary. It's so true. It's so true. Dead jellies are important to the ecosystem. Who knew? I didn't know. Now we know. These blooms have very real impacts on industries. Jellyfish can outcompete fish by utilizing open niches in overfished fisheries. Catch of jellyfish can strain fishing gear and lead to expenses relating to damaged gear. Power plants have been shut down due to jellyfish blocking the flow of cooling water. Blooms have also been harmful for tourism, causing a rise in stings and sometimes closure of beaches. Yeah, I think this is what Mercenary Jane was talking about in terms of like at certain times of the year, certain areas like needing a sting suit in order to like safely swim or be in the ocean, right? Let's see. Jellyfish form a component of jelly falls, events where gelatinous zooplankton fall to the seafloor, providing food for the benthic organisms there. In temperate and subpolar regions, jelly falls usually follow immediately after a bloom. Wild. Okay, habitats. We got some freshwater, we got some saltwater. I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead a little bit just because otherwise I'm gonna spend all day reading about jellyfish because it's absurd. The beach sign, swim at your own risk. Yeah, no, for real though, because like if you got warning about the jellies, that's your own fault for going into the ocean, right? Let's see, parasites. Jellyfish are hosts to a wide variety of parasitic organisms. They act as intermediate hosts of endoparasitic helminths. Parasitic worms, okay. With the infection being transferred to the definitive host fish after predation. Some Digenian trematodes, especially species in the family Lepocrididae, use jellyfish as their second intermediate hosts. Fish become infected by the trematodes when they feed on infected jellyfish. Interesting. I do think jellyfish's food is very strange and very interesting, but I am going to go ahead and continue. biotechnology. Sorry, I don't mean to scream about jellyfish, but like, Jesus Christ. Jellyfish, man. Biotech. What are we talking about? I don't even know. Bioluminescence? Fluorescent protein? I'm gonna skip ahead, but I think it's cool. Aquarium display. Okay, stings. This is what we want to know about. Vinegar. This is what Mercenary Jane was saying. Don't pee on a jellyfish sting. Just put vinegar on it. Now we know. Jellyfish are armed with nematocysts. Nematocysts. A type of specialized stinging cell. Contact with jellyfish tentacle can trigger millions of nematocysts to pierce the skin and inject venom. But only some species' venom causes an adverse reaction in humans. Interesting. In a study published in Communications Biology, researchers found a jellyfish species called Cassiopeia xamanchana, which when triggered will release tiny balls of cells. I'm already freaked out. Tiny balls of cells that swim around the jellyfish, stinging everything in their path. Researchers described these as self-propelling microscopic grenades and named them cassiosomes. Light up jellies are your fave? I've just been reading about jellies for such a long time. But light up jellies are very cool. Very cool. Let's see. Vinegar was never prioed in our beach bags. Maybe it should be. Probably if you live in an area like you were saying, California. If you live in an area where there are a lot of jellyfish, probably bring some vinegar with you. It's not a bad idea. The effects of stings range from mild discomfort to extreme pain and death. Most jellyfish stings are not deadly, but stings of some box jellyfish. This is what Mercenary Jane and Classic Andy were talking about. Irukandji jellyfish. Look at how small. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. The Irukandji jellyfish are any of several similar, extremely venomous species of box jellyfish. With a very small adult size of about 1 cubic centimeter, they are both the smallest and one of the most venomous jellyfish in the world. They inhabit northern marine waters of Australia. Oh my God. Pretty much any light up fish, really. We read about bioluminescence, I think, during Bee Week. Yeah, it is fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, it's really cool. It's interesting. Yeah. I want a deep sea tank so bad. Yeah, they're hard to maintain is what I've heard, but like if you're dedicated to the cause, it's a very cool thing. Let's see. So the stings of some box jellyfish, Irukandji, such as the sea wasp. What is the sea wasp? Ooh. Okay, anyway, can be deadly. Stings may cause anaphylaxis, a form of shock, which can be fatal. Jellyfish kill 20 to 40 people a year in the Philippines alone. In 2006, the Spanish Red Cross treated 19,000 stung swimmers along the Costa Brava. Vinegar! Yeah, put some vinegar in your beach bag for sure. Vinegar, 3 to 10% aqueous acetic acid, may help with box jellyfish stings, but not the stings of the Portuguese man of war. Someone else was talking about the man of war. Can't remember who. But these ones, if we take a look. Ooh. These are very cool, very interesting, very strange. There's a low certainty evidence from one study that treating a Hawaiian box jellyfish sting with vinegar may make the skin appear worse. Salt water may help if vinegar is unavailable. Immersing the sting in hot water, this is what happened to my little brother. Was that you, Kazagrog? Wave, I said they reminded me of Netches from Elder Scrolls. There we go. Okay, thank you. I was like, I cannot remember. There they are. There they are. Kazagrog, we did it. Thank you for reminding me. Low certainty of evidence. Salt water may help if vinegar is unavailable. Immersing the sting in hot water may be the most effective way to reduce pain from a Phacelia sting. Man of war. Here they are again. Covering it with an ice pack may help significantly relieve pain as well. Rubbing wounds or using alcohol, ammonia, fresh water, or urine is not advised. Okay, don't pee on it. Everyone, Wikipedia says don't pee on it. So obviously don't. Okay. They can encourage the release of more venom. Jesus Christ. Clearing the area of jelly and tentacles reduces the nematist firing. Nematocyst. Scraping the affected skin, such as with an edge of a credit card, may remove remaining nematocysts. Ah, it's so wild. Okay. Once the skin has been cleaned of nematocysts, hydrocortisone cream applied locally reduces pain and inflammation. Antihistamines may help to control the itching. Immuno-based antivenins are used for serious box jellyfish stings. Wow. Stop peeing on the sting. It's true. This is an urban myth. Don't pee on them. Now we know. Okay, cute face. Got a hotel. Thanks. Thanks, Captain Sumi. It was so good to see you. Hugs and kisses going away. You too. Same to you. I think you're lovely and wonderful and amazing. And again, if y'all aren't following Captain Sumi, you are missing out on an absolute treasure. Just a wonderful, kind, hilarious human being. Highly, highly recommend. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's a wives' tale. I don't know why people spread this information because it actually can make it worse. Now we know. No, not another one. I just want to make sure. People know how great you are and that they need to follow you. Let's see. It does remove pain on the spot though, which is why it got so much traction. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, just bring vinegar with you and or put it in a bucket of hot water. I can't remember if it was a jellyfish that stung my little brother or a stingray. It might have been a stingray. I don't remember. No, you. Good night. Sleep well. I will see you soon, I'm sure. Maybe tomorrow on my lunch break. Maybe. We'll see. Unless I have to do stuff on my lunch break, which is always a possibility. But if not... let's see. Mechanical issues. Let's go ahead. I think we're going to call it on jellyfish. Guys, we learned so much about jellyfish. Jellyfish are out of control. That's pretty much the TLDR of it, I think. I think so. Did spend a long time on jellyfish. I'm not mad about it. We do have quite a few more topics. We're going to read about juke joints in a little bit here. We're going to read about jorts. Jorts are cats, by the way, not jean shorts. Just FYI. We're going to read about Louise Freeland. I can't remember her last name. Louise Freeland Jenkins. We're going to read about Jingle All the Way, and then we'll finish things up with Christine Jorgensen. So, if you feel like sticking around, stick around. I need to go take a little stretch and take a little time from my computer, so I'm going to go do that. Let's see. Hold on. Let me read what you said, Villain. If you're allergic to the toxin at all, the urine makes you more allergic. See, the lesson we learned here is don't pee on jellyfish stings. Now we know. Dude, Kuzo Grog, we're going to read about it. We're going to read about Jingle All the Way. Oh, man, that's one of those. My little brother suggested it. Shout out Star Knuckle. He suggested this topic, and it's one that me and my brothers watch fairly often. But when I say fairly often, I mean it's a Christmas movie for us most years, I would say. But anyway, I'm going to go get a stretch. I'm going to go just walk away from my computer for a few minutes, and then I'll be back. So if you want to stick around, stick around. If you want to go check out other streamers, do that. Now's a great time. If you need a snack, if you need some water, if you need to stretch, do all those things. I will see you very soon. Thank you for hanging out. I'll let you see you soon. I'll let you see you soon. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Bye. All right, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. You're very sweet. If you didn't, I understand. I take long breaks because I need them. But yeah, if you stuck around, thank you. We will continue now. We read a lot about jellies because jellyfish are just wild and deserved our time and attention, I think. Topics we have left. We're going to read about juke joints right now. We are going to then read about jorts, the cats. We're going to read about Louise Freeland Jenkins, Jingle All the Way, and then Christine Jorgensen. So, if you're sticking around, thank you. If you went elsewhere, I don't blame you. Shall we read about juke joints? Are you prepared? I don't know how to follow up jellyfish, to be completely honest with you, because jellyfish was like a journey. Here, you know how we can follow it up? With my cat. Hi. What's your plan? You want to sit on my lap? Yeah? You gonna sit here? You're just gonna be a lump? What's your plan? You wanna say hi to Twitch? Look at Twitch. Okay, good. Bonnie has become my co-host for Wikipedia with me, which is delightful. All right, let's read about juke joints, shall we? Juke joint, also known as juke joint, or juke, is a vernacular term for an informal establishment featuring music, dancing, gambling, and drinking primarily operated by African Americans in the southeastern United States. A juke joint may also be called a barrel house. Classic juke joints found, for example, at rural crossroads, catered to the rural workforce that began to emerge after the emancipation. Plantation workers and sharecroppers needed a place to relax and socialize following a hard week, particularly since they were barred from most white establishments by Jim Crow laws. In this picture here, exterior of a juke joint in Belle Glade, Florida, photographed by Marion Post Wolcott. Set up on the outskirts of town, often in ramshackle abandoned buildings or private houses, never in newly constructed buildings, juke joints offered food, drink, dancing, gambling for weary workers. Owners made extra money selling groceries or moonshine to patrons or providing cheap room and board. The term juke is believed to come from the Gullah word jug or jug, meaning rowdy, disorderly, which itself is derived from the Wolof word zug, meaning to misconduct oneself. History. The origins of juke joints may be community rooms that were occasionally built on plantations to provide a place for black people to socialize during slavery. This practice spread to the work camps such as sawmills, turpentine camps, and lumber companies in the early 20th century, which built barrel houses and chalk houses to be used for drinking and gambling. Although uncommon in populated areas, such places were often seen as necessary to attract workers to sparsely populated areas lacking bars or other social outlets. Also, much like on-base officers' clubs, such company-owned joints allowed managers to keep an eye on their underlings. Interesting. It also ensured that employees' pay was coming back to the company. Constructed simply like a field hand's shotgun-style dwelling, these may have been the first juke joints. Interesting. Jukebox connection? I think so. Probably, T. Miller. Yeah. I'm curious now. I mean, we could look up jukeboxes too. That could be a thing. Although this happens to me every week. I didn't realize, by the way, it's a lovely problem to have. I did not realize how full of topics we would be. Again, great problem to have. We can read a little bit about jukeboxes because I am curious about the connection there for sure. Let's get into it. Yeah. By the way, welcome back. Part of it was from reading about, oh my God, what was your topic last week? Help me. Not hurdy-gurdy, but honky-tonks. Honky-tonks in some ways are kind of the white version of juke joints. And so that's kind of where I was like, that honky-tonks last week led me to juke joints this week. I was like, oh, well, we need to read about juke joints. Yeah. So I bet there is a connection. Etymologically speaking, I'm sure there is. We're going to find out. We're going to learn. Let's see. Here's a picture. Dancing at a juke joint outside of Clarksdale, Mississippi in 1939. During the Prohibition era, it became common to see squalid independent juke joints at highway crossings and railroad stops. These were almost never called juke joints, but rather were called by names such as Lone Star or Colored Cafe. They were often open only on weekends. Juke joints may be considered the first private space for blacks. Paul Oliver writes that juke joints were the last retreat, the final bastion for black people who wanted to get away from whites and the pressures of the day. Jukes occurred on plantations, and classic juke joints found, for example, at rural crossroads, began to emerge after the Emancipation Proclamation. At the beginning of the 20th century, the fiddle was the most popular instrument for Southern musicians, white and black alike. Fiddle-based music that was played for slaves in their dances, formed the foundation of much of what is now termed old-timey or hillbilly country music. These dances were often referred to at the time as jigs and reels. Elijah Ward notes that there were terms routinely used for any dance that struck respectable people as wild or unrestrained, whether Irish or African. Interesting. The banjo was popular before guitars became widely available in the 1890s. But what came first, juke joints or jukebox? Definitely a juke joint. In terms of, like, if you look at the year, for example, like, definitely juke joints, absolutely, because jukeboxes. I mean, and we'll read about it, villain, but jukeboxes are, utilizing an electricity, and then beyond that, vinyl records. And so vinyl records came around after wax records, which wax records. This is just me being a music nerd. Wax records were kind of the first form of what we now know as records, and then CDs and 8-tracks and all of that, right? So it was originally carved into wax, and I imagine, although we can read about it, that jukeboxes were not old enough to be using wax records. I would imagine that the first ones were using vinyl records, so it'd definitely be later on. So the joint was contained in the box to preserve the memory of drunken barn dances of old. I mean, you're kind of watering it down quite a bit in terms of it being like a liberating thing for black people during that time. But maybe, I mean, I'm sure I think there probably is a connection. I mean, especially when we look at pretty much any modern day American music can be attributed to black music at its origin. So when we talk about jukeboxes, I imagine it's harkening to a time of black liberation with regard to having a place to play music and enjoy music. That's my understanding, or at least my interpretation. Juke joints may be considered the first private space for blacks. Right, we read about this. Hold on. The fiddle, hillbilly, banjo. Right, okay, cool. Juke joint music began with black folks' rags, ragtime stuff, and folk rags are a catch-all term for older African-American music. And then the boogie-woogie dance music of the late 1880s or 1890s, which became the blues, barrel house, and slow drag dance music of the rural South, moving to Chicago's black rent party circuit in the Great Migration, often raucous and raunchy, good times for secular music. Dance forms evolved from ring dances to solo and couple dancing. Some black people opposed the amorality of the raucous juke crowd. Until the advent of the Victrola and jukeboxes, there we go, at least one musician was required to provide music for the dancing, but as many as 3 musicians would play in jukes. Interesting. In larger cities like New Orleans, string trios and quartets were hired. Yeah, so essentially it sounds like, and again, we'll read a little bit about jukeboxes because I'm curious, but it sounds like prior to jukeboxes, there were always live musicians, and then eventually when jukeboxes were in availability, then they used those instead, right? And so if you think about dive bars and diners and things of that nature that kind of use jukeboxes, it comes out of this tradition, which I think is really fascinating and really cool. Let's see. Musicians during the juke joint era were stylistically quite versatile, with much overlap between genres. Mance Lipscomb, Texas guitarist and singer, described the style of that time. So far as what we called the blues, that didn't come around until 1917. What we had in my upcoming days was music for dancing, and it was all different sorts. Paul Oliver, who tells of a visit to a juke joint outside of Clarksdale some 40 years ago, was the only white man there, described the juke joints of the time as unappealing, decrepit, crumbling shacks that were often so small that only a few couples could, holy goly, what is this? Some sort of dance, I'm assuming? Type of unstructured line dance. Interesting. Okay, cool. The outside yard was filled with trash. Inside, they were dusty and squalid, with the walls stained to shoulder height. And I almost wonder if, too, like juke joints are kind of the origin of that word dive bar, right? Or the concept of a dive bar. It makes sense to me. Let's see. In 1934, anthropologist Zora Neale Hurston made the first formal attempt to describe the juke joint and its cultural role, writing that Negro jukes are primitive rural counterparts of resort nightclubs where turpentine workers take their evening relaxation deep in the fine forests. Jukes figure prominently in her studies of African American folklore. Yeah, I think to your comment, Villain, it's watering down something that's like really important to Black culture and African American Black identity. You know. Early figures of the blues, including Robert Johnston, Son House, Charlie Patton, and countless others, traveled to the juke joint circuit, scraping out a living on tips and free meals. While musicians played, patrons enjoyed dances and long heritages in some parts of African American community, such as the slow drag. Many of the early and historic juke joints have closed over the past decades for a number of socioeconomic reasons. Po' Monkeys was one of the last remaining rural jukes in the Mississippi Delta, closed in 2016 after the death of its owner. It began as a renovated sharecropper's shack, which was probably originally built in the 1920s or so. Po' Monkeys featured live blues music and family night on Thursdays. Run by Willie Po Monkey Seabury, what a name, until his death in 2016, the popular juke joint had been featured in national and international articles about the Delta. The Blue Front Cafe is a historic old juke joint made out of cinder blocks in Bentonia, Mississippi, which played an important role in the development of the blues in Mississippi. It was still in operation as of 2006. Smitty's Red Top Lounge in Clarksdale, Mississippi, is also still operating as of last notice. Juke joints are still a strong part of African American culture in Deep South locations, such as Mississippi Delta, where blues is still the mainstay, although it is now more often featured by disc jockeys and on jukeboxes rather than live bands. See? Yes, see? Yeah, I think you're right, T. Miller. I'm pretty sure that the two are related. Let's see. Urban juke joint. Let me get some tea here. I made some tea because I was like, oh my god, my voice on Wikipedia days kind of starts to go out because I'm talking so much. It feels different than video game days. I don't know why. Anyway, Peter Gerlinick describes many Chicago juke joints as corner bars that go by an address and have no name. Yeah, okay. There's a bar. I don't know if it still exists, but there's a bar in Denver that we all just called Bar because there was a sign outside that said bar and then bar. Here goes my cat. And so it's a dive bar that didn't really have a name other than Bar. I guess it did technically have a name, but no one called it by the name. We just called it Bar. So it's funny, this idea of like these kind of like, I don't know, decrepit, I guess is the best word. Decrepit kind of like music venues that don't actually have names. Kat, are you just going to be swishing your tail in front of the camera and then rubbing your face on my laptop for the rest of the time? I would prefer if you didn't. I mean, you can rub your face against my computer, but can you not unplug stuff, maybe? Maybe? Hey, bud, can you come over here? Come over here. No? Are you like, no, mother, I will not? See, no one can see you. You are cute, but no one can see you right now, and the way in which you're threatening to walk all over my laptop. You are. You're very cute in your imposing ways. Okay, I'm going to leave you there for now. I don't trust you, but I'm going to leave you there for now. Let's see, where am I? I feel lost. No address. Okay, there we go. Corner bars that go by an address that have no name. Okay, little lady. Can you come over here? Come over here. There you go. That's a good spot for you to hang out. The musicians and singers performed unannounced and without microphones, ending with little, if any, applause. See, that's so dive bar-y. To me, that feels very dive bar. Gerlinick tells of a visit to a specific juke joint, Florence's, in 1977. In stark contrast to the streets outside, Florence's is dim and smoke-filled, with the music more of an accompaniment to the various business being conducted than the focus on the patron's attention. The sheer funk of all those closely packed together bodies, the shouts and laughter, draws his attention. He describes the security measures and buzzer at the door, there having been a shooting there a few years ago. On this particular day, Magic Slim was performing with his band The Teardrops on a bandstand barely big enough to hold the band. Yeah, this is some dive bar shit. Katrina Hazard Gordon writes that the honky-tonk was the first urban manifestation of the juke, and the name itself later becomes synonymous with that style of music. Related to the classic blues and tonal structure, honky-tonk has a tempo that is slightly stepped up. It is rhythmically suited for many African-American dances, but cites no reference. Legacy. The allure of juke joints has inspired many large-scale commercial establishments, including House of Blues chain and Ground Zero in Clarksdale, Mississippi. Traditional juke joints, however, are under some pressure from other forms of entertainment, including casinos. Jukes have been celebrated in photos and film. Marion Post Wolcott's images of the dilapidated buildings and the pulsing life they contained are among the most famous documentary images of that era. A juke joint is also featured prominently in the movie The Color Purple. And now we know a little bit more about juke joints. Let's go now to jukeboxes. So we'll see the connection here. All right. Jukeboxes. A jukebox is a partially automated music playing device, usually a coin-operated machine, that will play a patron's selection from self-contained media. The classic jukebox has buttons with letters and numbers on them, which are used to select a specific record. Some may use compact discs instead. Disc changers are similar devices that are intended for home use, are small enough to fit in the shelf, may hold up to hundreds of discs, and allow discs to be easily removed, replaced, and inserted by the user. Look at these old school jukeboxes. So this is a Wurlitzer Zodiac 3500 jukebox from 1971. Beneath that, we've got a picture of it when opened. Wild. Interesting technology. This is a pretty short one. I think we can read through most of this. Coin-operated music boxes and player pianos were the first forms of automated coin-operated musical devices. These devices used paper rolls, metal discs, or metal cylinders to play a musical selection onto an actual instrument or on several actual instruments enclosed within the device. Interesting. In the 1890s, these devices were joined by machines which used recordings instead of actual physical instruments. In 1890, Louis Glass and William S. Arnold invented the nickel-in-the-slot phonograph in San Francisco. This was the Edison Class M electric phonograph retrofitted with a device patented under the name of coin-actuated attachment for phonograph. The music was heard via one of 4 listening tubes. Early designs, upon receiving a coin, unlocked the mechanism, allowing the listener to turn a crank that simultaneously wound the spring motor and placed the reproducer stylus in the starting groove. Frequently, exhibitors would equip many of these machines with listening tubes, acoustic headphones, and array several of these machines in phonographic parlors, allowing the patron to select between multiple records, each played on its own machine. Some machines even contained carousels and other mechanisms for playing multiple records. Most machines were capable of holding only one musical selection, the automation coming from the ability to play that one selection at will. In 1918, Hobart C. Niblack patented an apparatus that automatically changed records. So hold on, when did they say the earliest ones were? 1890s. Okay, so maybe they were around the same time as juke joints. Or like a little bit after. I would imagine, though. I wish they had an etymology section, but alas, they do not. I might skip ahead here. I'm just curious. Can we see if the word joint, if they talk about the connection between jukeboxes and juke joints? Aha! They do. Okay. Let's just keep reading the history then. Let's just keep going then. Where did I leave off? Somewhere around here, yeah? Hobart? Yeah? don't remember where I was, but we're gonna go from here. I think maybe, God, where was I? I thought they said 1890s. Let me find that now. Was I really all the way up here? I don't think I was. But you know what? It's fine. I'm going to go down to here because we're talking about... Maybe not. Maybe I was up here. Sorry. Now I'm super lost. It's my own fault. We talked about this. We talked about the coins. We talked about headphones. We talked about photographic parlors. Okay. Some machines even contained carousels and other mechanisms for playing multiple records. Most machines were capable of holding only one musical selection, the automation coming from the ability to play that one selection at will. In 1918, Hobart C. Niblack patented an apparatus that automatically changed records, leading to one of the first selective jukeboxes being introduced in 1927 by the Automated Musical Instrument Company, later known as AMI Entertainment Network. In 1928, Justus P. Seeberg, who was manufacturing player pianos, combined an electrostatic loudspeaker with a record player that was coin-operated. This audiophone machine was wide and bulky because it had 8 separate turntables mounted on a rotating Ferris wheel-like device, allowing patrons to select from 8 different records. Later versions of the jukebox included Seeberg's selectophone with 10 turntables mounted vertically on a spindle. By maneuvering the tone arm up and down, the customer would select from 10 different records. Many manufacturers produced jukeboxes, including 1890s Wurlitzer, maybe that's where I was, late 1920s Seeberg, 1930s Rockola, whose name is actually based on that of company founder David Cullen Rockola, Sound Leisure, and Crossley. Greater levels of automation were gradually introduced. As electrical recording and amplification improved, there was increased demand for coin-operated phonographs. The word jukebox, here we go, came into use in the United States beginning in 1940, apparently derived from familiar usage juke joint, derived from the Gular word juke or jug, meaning disorderly, rowdy, or wicked. Styling progressed from the plain wood boxes in the early 30s to beautiful light shows with marbleized plastic and color animation in the Wurlitzer 850 Peacock of 1941. After the United States entered the war, metal and plastic were needed for the war effort, and jukeboxes were considered non-essential, and so no more of this model was produced until 1946. The 1942 Wurlitzer 950 featured wooden coin chutes to save on metal. In 1946, jukebox production resumed and other companies began production. Jukeboxes started to offer visual attractions, bubbles, waves, and circles of changing color, which came on when a sound was played. Song popularity counters told the owner of the machine the number of times each record was played. A and B side were generally not distinguished, with the result that popular records remained while lesser played songs were replaced. Wall boxes were an important, profitable part of any jukebox installation. Serving as remote control, they enabled patrons to select tunes from their table or booth. One example is the Seeberg 3W1, introduced in 1949 as a companion to the 100 selection model M100A, introduced in M100A jukebox. Stereo sound became popular in the 1960s, and wall boxes of the era were designed with built-in speakers to provide patrons a sample of this latest technology. Initially, jukeboxes playing recorded music were playing music recorded on wax cylinders. In the early part of the 20th century, the shellac 78 RPM record dominated jukeboxes. Okay, so there I'm wrong. I was talking about wax records and being like, no way, they must be after wax records. Just kidding. Apparently they did use wax records, so now we know, which is interesting. Jukeboxes are older than I thought they were. In 1950, the Seeberg Corporation introduced an all 45 RPM vinyl record jukebox. Since the 45s were smaller and lighter, they soon became the dominant jukebox media for the last half of the 20th century. By the way, this picture is pretty cool. Seaberg Wall-O-Matic tableside extension. Triple X Issaquah, Washington. I'm saying that wrong. So sorry. So sorry to anyone from that city. Let's see. 33 1/3 RPM CDs and videos on DVDs were all introduced and used in the last decades of the century. MP3 downloads and internet-connected media players came in at the start of the 21st century. The jukebox history has followed a wave of technological improvements in music reproduction and distribution. With its large speaker size facilitating low-frequency rhythm reproduction and large amplifier, the jukebox played sound with a higher quality and volume than the listener could in his or her... Jesus Christ. Than the listener could in his or her... We got it. It's fine. I got this. It's fine. We got this. It's fine. Than the listener could in his or her home. Sometimes music with a beat, strong bass made possible by the large speakers. You got this. Thanks, Linkit. I'm trying, Linkit. While often associated with early rock and roll music, which by at least one source is said to have begun in the mid-1940s, the popularity of jukeboxes extends back much earlier, including classical music, opera, and swing music era, originating in the 1930s. Jukeboxes were most popular from the 1940s through the mid-60s, particularly during the 1950s. I think that's where, like, at least my kind of, like, mental association regarding jukeboxes is, like, thinking about, like, 50s, like, diners and, like, ice cream social kind of things, you know? Anyway, so 1950s, which briefly became a component of the Hot 100. By 1959, the jukebox's popularity had waned to the point where Billboard ceased publishing the chart and stopped collecting jukebox play data. That's also interesting that they, like, utilized the play data. That's how they decided, like, what was a hit, right? It makes sense. It's just interesting because I didn't know how ubiquitous jukeboxes were. Models designed and produced in the late 20th century needed more panel space for the increased number of record titles they needed to present for selection, reducing the space available for decoration, leading to less ornate styling in favor of functionality and less maintenance. Two companies still manufacture classically styled jukeboxes, Rockola, based in California, and Sound Leisure, based in Leeds in the UK. Both companies manufactured jukeboxes based on a CD playing mechanism. However, in April 2016, Sound Leisure showed a prototype of a vinyl rocket at the UK Classic Car Show. It stated that it would start production of the 140 7-inch vinyl selector, 70 records, in the summer that same year. By the way, we've got the Orpho Sunflower Jukebox for 12-inch records. That was something I didn't think about either, is how to compensate for different record size and how you would need, for when you're talking about playing, like, records, you would have to have a jukebox that, like, can play only, like, one. More than likely, you would have a jukebox that plays, like, one size of record, right? You probably wouldn't have, like, varying sizes of records. I don't actually know how that works. Anyway, since 2018, Orpho, based in Brittany, France, manufactures the original styled Sunflower Jukebox with the first 12-inch vinyl record selector, 20 records on both sides. And now we know. Here's a bunch of models. This is kind of the picture that I have in my mind of jukebox, although, like, certainly I've been places that, like, have jukeboxes. And I wonder now, actually, if places still have jukeboxes, if they're, like, MP3 based, if that's even a thing anymore. Because I think that, like, jukeboxes that I know of, like, from my youth were CD jukeboxes, probably more than, like, vinyl, unless it was like a, I don't know, like a vintage or retro kind of bar. The decline of jukeboxes. Anyway, by the way, this is a Wurlitzer 1015 from 1946. Very classic. It's pretty cool. This is a Philbin FP300 Maestro, 1948. Holographic, shiny, very nice. This is a Seaberg Selectomatic, 1949. Decline. Traditional jukeboxes once were an important source of income for record publishers. Jukeboxes received the newest recordings first. They became an important market testing device for new music, since they tallied the number of plays for each title. They offered a means for the listener to control the music outside of their home before audio technology became portable. They played music on demand without commercials. They also offered the opportunity for high-fidelity listening before home high-fidelity equipment became affordable. The invention of the portable radio in the 1950s and the portable cassette tape deck in the 1960s were key factors in the decline of the jukebox. That makes sense. They enabled people to have their own selection of music with them wherever they were. Jukeboxes became a dying industry during the 1970s before being revived in... We got this. We got this. I got this. I got this. Before being revived... Do I got this? I got lost. Somewhat by compact disc jukeboxes during the 1980s and 90s. See, this is how you know I'm an 80s, 90s kid. Followed by digital jukeboxes using the MP3 format. Okay, I was wondering. The greater selection and track length flexibility of digital jukeboxes offered more for the listener with lower space requirements and operating costs, making jukeboxes more attractive to establishment owners. While jukeboxes maintain popularity in bars, they have fallen out of favor with what were once their more lucrative locations: restaurants, diners, military barracks, video arcades, and laundromats. I didn't think about laundromats. That's funny. In 1995, the United States Postal Service issued a 25-cent stamp commemorating the phonograph jukebox. Digital jukebox and apps. While the number of traditional jukeboxes has declined, digital jukeboxes, also called social jukebox, have been introduced. Most of the digital jukebox services provide apps to request songs and use further features. Most are focused at the end user and provide guests of private events with the ability to collectively control the music. Aiming at public venues, touch tunes. Okay. Comes with a device most similar to a classic jukebox, including a touch display to choose music and payment options. See, this is the thing. I don't really go out anymore. I think partly because of COVID and partly because of just like being in my 30s and not wanting to go out anymore. But like some of these things, I'm like, I remember them being a thing, and now I wonder, are they still a thing? Other services provide both the functionality to control the music at a public venue, to set up private jukebox, or provide wish lists to DJs and radio stations. Now we know. Juke joints and jukeboxes. Next. Oh my God. Okay, we've got 4 more topics. I'm very excited about all of them. We're going to read about these cats, which I didn't know this was a thing. This is a Fanaria topic. Shout out Fanaria. I believe is playing games with her mother. We're going to read about these cats. All right, so Jorts. Jorts is the pseudonym assigned to an orange tabby tomcat that initially rose to fame in December 2021 for a viral Reddit thread discussing workplace attempts to train him that included him being smeared with margarine. What? Since then, Jorts and his fellow workplace cat, Jean, have received recognition for their encouragement of organized labor in workplaces via Twitter postings? I knew nothing about this, and I'm very excited. Okay, what? This is a thing? Okay, this is a thing. Here's our cat, Felis catus, domestic short hair, orange tabby, male, office pet. Oh my God. Known for door and trash can mishaps, involuntary application of margarine, labor organization. I do not know who this cat is, but I'm very excited. Okay, let's just get into it. Jorts and Jean is it Jean or Jean? Are 2 cats that live in an office space. Jort's ability to perform common daily tasks is poor. For instance, he fails to open doors. Okay, cool. Jean or Jean, I can't decide. Jean is described as comparatively smart tortoiseshell cat that helps Jorts extricate himself from mishaps and does not fall into the trash bin at all the time like Jorts does. To prevent Jorts from being trapped behind doors, staff in the office space purchased a doorstop. Another staff member, who's given the alias Pam, objected to this aid, concerned that Jorts would not learn door opening skills. Pam, I like that Pam is in quotes, then compiled a list of training tasks for Jorts in the office, which was met with a disagreement by other staff who said that Jorts would not learn due to his low intellect. When a member of the office staff asserted that you can't expect Jean's tortoiseshell smarts from Orange Cat's Jorts, Pam stated this was perpetuating ethnic stereotypes by saying orange cats are dumb. Reportedly, Pam requested racial sensitivity training before agreeing to return to work. Okay, so how did this get started? What even is this? Like, I'm so confused. It's just a Reddit thread. It's a Reddit thread. Okay, what we're reading about originated as a Reddit thread that then came to being on Twitter is what it seems like. Let us read some more things. So, Jorts and Jean. Jorts the cat. I should probably follow Jorts the cat on Twitter. Maybe what you'd like about us isn't just our helper Jean or buttered Jorts. Maybe you like the story because you agree everyone's special contributions should be valued and that we are all just great exactly as we are. Capitalism tries to make us forget that all the time. Okay. I'm thoroughly confused, but I'm also very into it. I don't know if I'm as confused as I was with Jellyfish, but okay. The events led to the involvement of the Human Resources Department at the workplace. Discussions with Human Resources led to the discovery that Pam had been applying margarine to Jorts in an attempt to motivate him to groom himself more effectively. These events were anonymously posted in December 2021 to Am I the Asshole on Reddit. Oh, okay. Resulting in extensive public awareness of these events. Jorts, Jean, and Pam are all pseudonyms to preserve the anonymity of the workplace and the workforce. This is wild. As a resolution to the conflict between Pam and the anonymous Reddit poster, oh gosh, there goes my controller. It's fine. This is fine. It's fine. What did I pick up? A sticky note? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. A resolution to the conflict between Pam and the anonymous Reddit poster. An agreement was reached where, hey, how are you, Joe Sloths? It's good to see you. Welcome to J Week. We're reading about things that start with the letter J. If you have a J topic, don't tell me because I've already been live for so long. It's good to see you. What have you been up to? I hope you're having a lovely day. We're reading about Jorts, who's a cat. I feel like I'm 80 years old explaining this because I don't really understand. Do you know about Jean and Jorts? Do you know about these things? Something about Reddit, something about cats, something about labor rights. I'm into it. I'm here for it. What else have we read about? We read about Jellyfish, Jellyfish are wild. I'm just going to put it out there. They're ridiculous. We read about Jesus Christ Superstar. We read about Judith beheading somebody. So many things. We've read about so many things. Lovely day. Oh no, 9-hour shift at work. Just got home. You're done though. You made it. You survived. I'm sorry you had a lovely day of working. I hope it wasn't too bad. It's been good. It's been interesting. Jellyfish has been the highlight so far in terms of like things that I learned about because jellyfish are just ridiculous. And I really love Jesus Christ Superstar, so I just made everyone read about Jesus Christ Superstar with me because it's a great musical. It's been good. It's been a fun stream. It's one of those, I didn't know when I started the Wikipedia thing that, because this is the 10th time we've done it. This is the 10th week that we've done it. I didn't know that it would be such a fun thing, and I didn't know that like these rabbit holes. I should have known, because when I go on like Wikipedia rabbit holes or like YouTube rabbit holes on my own, they just spiral. Hence the term rabbit hole. But like, I didn't realize that people would be into it and give me so many topics, so they end up just going and going and going. And like I need to figure out a way to contain it more. But I just like I can't help myself because I'm curious about so many things. Long story short, it's been really great. I'm having a good time. It was good to have you here. I'm glad that you're here, and I hope that work wasn't too bad, and I hope you're able to relax and take care of yourself. And allow me to read to you about Jorts the cat. Yeah? Let's see. Okay, as a resolution to the conflict between Pam and the anonymous Reddit poster, an agreement was reached where a cat bed was this is so funny and weird. A cat bed was procured for Jorts, who had been sleeping in a boot tray with a towel. The anonymous person who posted to Reddit will apologize to Jorts and remove the days since Jorts had a trash can mishap. I feel like it's like, okay, I don't know. I wish Fenaria was here to help explain this to me, because this is Fenaria's topic. Glad to be here and enjoy the Avers company. Yay! Thanks for being here. I'm trying to I feel like this is like some sort of like satirical thread that started on Reddit, but it's like related to real events, but the line between fantasy and reality with this one I'm very confused on. But I'm cool with it. Let's see. The official staff biography pictures of Jorts will be changed from a sweet potato to an actual photograph of Jorts. Pam is enjoined from applying margarine to any coworker or otherwise attempting to teach Jorts by deliberately introducing frustrating situations. It's all like an allegory for labor rights, basically, which is kind of cool. It's neat. It's interesting. I just knew nothing about it. And so it's like, this is one of those articles that as soon as you dive into it, it's like, what am I reading? Anyway, Twitter account and pro-union messaging. The popularity of the Reddit thread discussing these office events, yeah, so this is just a Reddit thing gone out of control, led to the creation of the Twitter account, which shares updates about the activities of Jorts and Jean. As of early 2022, the Twitter account has 116,000 followers. It's going to have 117,000. That's not, I don't count as 1,000 people. You can do math, right? You understand math. We understand math. Why is my voice so squeaky all the time? All right, following. Done. The Twitter account has... The Twitter account regularly posts pro-trade union messages, winning praise from cartoonist Tom Tomorrow and labor movement figures, including Liz Schuler, Lorena Gonzalez-Fletcher, and the United Farm Workers. Other messages from Twitter account promote public investment in education and promote public health responses to COVID-19. Let's read real quick. So, Jorts the cat. Nobody does anything great alone. What if the person to invent that next tweak forward can't afford to go to school or can't afford to just sit and think about smart stuff? What if they have a toothache that day and can't afford to see a dentist? What if we invested in that? It's very wholesome and very sweet and very cool. I dig it. I'm here for it. Public requests to create Jorts merchandising were rejected by the human running the Twitter account. Instead, the human that operates the Twitter account has encouraged followers to adopt cats from pet shelters instead. Cute. Elizabeth Warren is a fan of Jorts pro-workers messaging. Sure she is. Sure she is. Influence. In January 2022, critique of Jorts' intelligence and speculative statements by office staff linking his apparent poor life skills to the color of his coat prompted rejection of the hypothesis that cats' coats' colors were casually linked to their intelligence. One person suggested that Elon Musk unfairly displaced Jorts as the Time Person of the Year in 2021. I like it. In popular culture, Jorts and fellow office cat Jean were added to Stardew Valley, cute, as non-playable characters. In the game, both cats attempt to get workers to unionize. That's really funny. I did not know about this. All right, Fenaria, if you watch this, if you watch the VOD, I need more explanation about this, but I dig it. I'm here for it. I'm about it. All right, 3 more topics. 3 more topics. This is a Wondergoon topic. Wondergoon always gives me awesome ladies of science to read about, so I'm very excited. Okay, tea was a good idea. Let's read about Louise Freeland Jenkins, shall we? Louise Freeland Jenkins, July 5th, 1888 to May 9th, 1970, was an American astronomer who compiled a valuable catalog of stars within 10 parsecs of the sun, as well as editing the 3rd edition of the Yale Bright Star catalog. There's a lot. Now I'm learning this. Thank you, Wondergoon. I didn't know how many women there were, like pivotal women in astronomy as a field. It's pretty neat, actually. And I don't know why it's astronomy specifically. I'm sure there's women in like other science fields, because maybe it's just because Wondergoon is very into astronomy, but like we've read about quite a few, which is neat. She was born in Fitchburg, Massachusetts In 1911, she graduated from Mount Holyoke College. Then she received a master's degree in astronomy in 1917 from the same institution. From 1913 to 1915, she worked at the Allegheny Observatory. I'm losing it. I'm not losing it. I couldn't read things to begin with today, if I'm being honest. Allegheny Observatory in Pittsburgh. Afterwards, she was an instructor at Mount Holyoke from 1915 to 1920. About 1921, she moved to Japan, becoming a teacher at the Women's Christian College, a missionary school. She returned to the United States in 1925 after her father died. A year later, she returned to teach at a school in Himeji, Hinamoto Gakuen Girls High School. In 1932, she returned to the U.S. and became a staff member at Yale University Observatory. She was the co-editor of the Astronomical Journal starting in 1942 and continued in this post until 1958. She would return to visit Japan later in her life. She was noted for her research into the trigonometric parallax of nearby stars. I know some of these words. She also studied variable stars. Okay, let's see. Oh my God, I'm loving that this is... That's so bad. I'm loving that this is a short article because my tolerance for pronouncing scientific words right now, it's like, the jellyfish article got me, guys. Like, that was just, it was a lot. I know. Villain. A lot of fun words. It's very fun. Okay, listen, there was this one week. I'm nervous. Can I just say, I'm nervous about Q week. Because there was this 1 week where we started to read about like quantum physics and like quantum theory. And I do find quantum land to be fascinating. Science words are a lot. Villain, they're a lot. There were so many words in the jelly. I think I did pretty well. And do you like how defensive I get? I'm like, I read them, okay? No, there were a lot. There were a lot of fun words in the jellyfish article. I did learn a lot about jellies. I also really loved, I cannot remember the name, Judith beheading that one dude. That was a cool topic. But yeah, no, we did it. Villain, it's fine. Villain, it's fine. Yeah, there were a lot of words in the jelly article. It's true. Do you see how relieved I was? Like, whew, this is a short one. No offense, Wonder Goon. I love your topics. I just, we're in hour 5 almost. So that's where my hour 5 is where I'm like, I thought this was going to be 4 hours. Which again, I'm in control of this train. This is not your responsibility. Again, I'm just so curious about so many things that I just want to learn all the things. Okay. Anyway, bibliography. Frank Schlesinger and Louise F. Jenkins, Yale Bright Star Catalog, 2nd edition. What? Okay. Bibliography. Jesus Christ. Doesn't even say biography. It says bibliography. Lord have mercy on my soul. Cool. She wrote some books. Move on. Honors. The crater Jenkins on the moon is named after her. That's cool. Wonder Goon, I'm sorry that if you are watching this VOD in the future, this is Abby from the past talking to Wonder Goon of the future. I'm sorry it wasn't a longer article. She seems super smart and cool. Next. Okay, this one I can handle vocabulary for, I think. Let's go. Ready? Jingle all the way? Huh? Anyone? Jingle All the Way is a 1996 American Christmas family comedy film directed by Brian Levant. It stars Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad as two rival fathers. I mean, they're do you like how I'm already arguing with the article? I'm like, actually, they are kind of rivals, but they also work together. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's a really silly, ridiculous movie. I digress. Mattress salesman Howard Langston, Schwarzenegger, and postal worker Miron Larrabee, Sinbad, both desperately try to purchase a Turbo Man action figure for their respective sons on a last-minute shopping spree on Christmas Eve. The film's title is borrowed from the lyrics of the popular Christmas song, Jingle Bells. Turbo Man! Diversion, you know. You know all about it. How are you? It's good to see you. Turbo Man. It's huge. It's huge. good flick. I don't know if it's actually good. It's one of those that I'm like, I grew up on it, so I just think like there's like a nostalgia piece of it to me, and there's just like so many funny, ridiculous moments. But like as I recall, I've watched it in recent memory. I watched it. Everyone's back for Jingle All the Way. Hi, Kuzakrook. I watched it in recent memory. Have any of you watched it in like recent times as an adult? Can I just say, Arnold Schwarzenegger is a terrible father in this movie. He's not a good father. He's a bad father. It's a freaking good flick. You can like it. I like it. I still watch it. Maybe it's a good movie. I don't know. What is good? What does that even mean? Anyway, it's so subjective. Let's see. It may be one of them train wrecks we can't look away from. I don't remember it being like particularly like problematic necessarily, but it is ridiculous. It's just absurd. It's just one of those. Diversion doing okay. Rolled credits on Pokemon. Oh, nice. How does it feel? I was talking to, I can't remember who this was. I think it was Strawberry Shortcake. I was talking to them about when you like finish a good video game, it's kind of like finishing a really good book or like a good like television series or something where all of a sudden you're like, well, now there's like a hole in my heart because it's done, and now what do I do? But I hope it's good. I hope you enjoyed it. It looks great. I'm going to have to play Arceus at some point. It looks fantastic. Good has a huge range in cinema. I think good in general, it's good is in the eye of the beholder, yes? Anyway, inspired by real-life Christmas toy sellouts for such items as Cabbage Patch Kids, the film was written by Randy Cornfield. Producer Chris Columbus rewrote this. Wow, there's a period there, and I need to. Did you know when there's a period, you should like stop and breathe for a second? The film was written by Randy Cornfield. Producer Chris Columbus rewrote the script, adding in elements of satire about the commercialization of Christmas, and the project was picked up by 20th Century Fox. Delays to Fox's reboot of Planet of the Apes allowed Arnold Schwarzenegger to come on board the film. Interesting. While Columbus opted to cast Sinbad instead of Joe Pesci. That would have been wildly different if it was Joe Pesci. I'm actually very glad that they went with Sinbad, because Sinbad's great in this movie. He's fantastic. There's actually a lot more to do with the second set of credits. Oh, okay, but it's a lot of work. Not sure I want to do all that. I getcha. That's kind of how I felt. Even though it's a very short game, when I finished Mario Odyssey, just like the main storyline, I was like, yeah, I'm good on this. I'm sure I'll revisit it at some point, because there's like the bulk of the game is actually after you beat the main storyline, right? But I just like haven't. I'm like, yeah, I beat it. I'm good, right? I'll go back at some point. I will. Okay, let's see. Jingle All the Way was set and filmed in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul at a variety of locations, including the Mall of America. After 5 weeks of filming, production moved to California, where scenes such as the end parade were shot. The film's swift production, The film's swift production meant merchandising was limited to a replica of the Turbo Man action figure used in the film. Upon release, Jingle All the Way grossed $129 million worldwide and received generally negative reviews from critics. I can see that. In 2001, Fox was ordered to pay $19 million to Maria Hill Publishing for stealing the idea for the film. What? The verdict was overturned 3 years later. Jingle All the Way is the third and final collaboration between Sinbad and Phil Hartman after Coneheads and Houseguest. I don't think I've ever actually seen Coneheads. I don't know what Houseguest. I definitely haven't seen Houseguest, but I know that Coneheads was one of those that, like, in the 90s was like you know, one of those things that's like, oh, you haven't seen Coneheads? I'm like, no. The last film to featuring Hartman to be released during his lifetime before his death in 1998. In 2014, the film was followed by a sequel, Jingle All the Way 2. Oh no. I didn't know there was a sequel either. I love that there's a Wikipedia article on it. Oh my god. I think this is a terrible idea. I think this was a terrible idea. I think it was a terrible idea. Yeah, I did not either. I did not know. All right, shall we get into it? This is actually a longer article than I thought it would be. Let's see. The lawsuit I think is fascinating. We'll get into the plot and the cast. I think I'm gonna skip production and releasing, and then we'll go to reception. So plot, cast, reception. Everyone cool with that? If there's anything very vital and necessary that you need to know about Jingle All the Way, tell me and we will read it. We'll get into it if necessary. All right, the plot. Workaholic Minneapolis mattress salesman. By the way, who remembered that he's a mattress salesman? I didn't remember that detail. I just knew it was like that classic like trope of like overworked businessman father is not home enough for his child, which was like a thing, right? And then he like does the bare minimum and wins the love and respect of his son again. Like that's kind of the idea. Anyway, workaholic Minneapolis mattress salesman Howard Langston loves his wife Liz and 9-year-old son Jamie. Jamie's kind of a dick, as I recall. Is he though, actually? I just remember that he has a karate competition and his dad doesn't make it because he's too busy selling mattresses, apparently. Doyle, hi. I need to say hi at some point. I've got my head on a swivel in Ongoro right now. Don't say hi to me. You Don't say hi to me if you want to live, Doyle. Doyle, it's good to see you. You need to focus in on Ongoro, my friend. There's too many things that can kill you. There's too many things that can kill you. You got this. You got this. Doyle, you got this. You're going to be 60 in no time. I believe it. I believe in you. Also, don't talk to me. Do focus on surviving, sir. But also, it's good to see you. Hi. Okay. So, loves his wife, his 9-year-old son, Jamie, but is unable to find time for his family and often put in a bad light by his neighbor. Oh, I remember Ted. Divorcee, Ted Malton, who harbors unrequited feelings for Liz. Okay, he's a creep. Again, having watched this in recent memory as an adult within the last few years at Christmas, Ted, the neighbor, is a fucking creep. Anyway, after missing Jamie's karate class graduation, there it is, Howard resolves to redeem himself by fulfilling Jamie's Christmas wish of an action figure of Turbo Man, a popular television superhero, despite Liz actually having asked him to buy one 2 weeks earlier. Again, the bare minimum, which Howard forgot about. On Christmas Eve, Howard sets out to buy the toy, but finds that every store has sold out, and in the process develops a rivalry with Marone Larrabee, a postal worker father with the same ambition. Are they rivals? I mean, I get there are some shenanigans, but I feel like they work together. Is that not how it works? I don't know why I feel the need to argue with this article. Every now and again, I'm like, I know more than you, Wikipedia, which why? Why would I? Why? I don't. In desperation, Howard attempts to buy a figure from counterfeit toy brand run by con men dressed in Santa suits, which results in a massive fight in a warehouse that is broken up when the police arrive. This movie is it's a wild ride. Spoiler, by the way. Spoiler warning, if anyone has not seen Jingle All the Way, we're going to spoil it here for you. Apologies, I didn't give you a spoiler warning prior. If you have not seen this 1993 classic. 1993? What is it? 1996 classic. Now you know, we're spoiling it for you. Howard narrowly escapes arrest by posing as an undercover officer. Exhausted at his failure and out of fuel, Howard goes to Mickey's Diner and calls home, intending to tell his wife the truth. Jamie answers the phone, but keeps reminding Howard of his promise to be home in time for the annual holiday Wintertainment Parade. Losing his patience, Howard yells at Jamie. Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger, terrible father in this movie. Yells at Jamie, after which he feels guilty and depressed after Jamie scolds him for not keeping his promises. Howard finds Marone? I don't know how to say this name. I feel bad. I want to say Marone. Myron? Is it Myron and I'm saying it ridiculously? Maybe it's just Myron. We only have 2 topics left. It's okay. My brain is like, bleep. It's probably Myron, huh? Okay, Howard finds Myron at the diner and they share their experiences over coffee, where Myron tells Howard of his resentment towards his own father for failing to get him a Johnny 7 Oma? Okay, cool. A gun, for Christmas. A radio station advertises a competition for a Turbo Man doll. The ensuing fight between Howard and Myron results in the diner's phone getting damaged, forcing Howard and Myron to race to the radio station on foot, where the DJ tells them the competition was actually for a Turbo Man gift certificate. The police are alerted, but Howard and Myron escape after Myron threatens the officers with a seemingly phony letter bomb. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Just a lot of twists and turns in this movie. Officer Alexander Hummel, whom Howard has run into twice already, investigates the package only to have it detonate, much to the men's shock. Upon returning to his Suburban? Okay. To the Suburban, Howard finds it stripped by car thieves. I forgot all about this. With Merry Xmas spray painted on the windshield. He returns home in a tow truck only to find Ted putting the star on his Christmas tree. Ted is a creep in this movie. I mean, don't get me wrong. Arnold Schwarzenegger is a terrible father, but Ted is a creep. In retaliation, Howard attempts to steal the Turbo Man doll Ted bought for his son, Johnny, but can't bring himself to steal from a child. What a good man. Unfortunately, he is caught in the act and left alone while his family goes to the Christmas parade with Ted. After letting Jamie and Johnny out of the car, Ted attempts to seduce Liz. He is a creep. He doesn't attempt to seduce her. He creeps on her hard. It's gross. It's not okay. Long van truck thingy, bus-like seating. Suburban. Now we know. She violently rejects him by hitting him with a thermos of eggnog. He deserves it. That Ted offered to her. He deserves it. Meanwhile, remembering his promise to Jamie to go to the parade, Howard decides to attend as well, but runs into Hummel again. The ensuing chase leads to Howard hiding inside a storage room, where he is mistaken for the actor portraying Turbo Man and dressed in the highly technological costume. As Turbo Man, Howard uses his chance to present a limited edition action figure to Jamie, but they are confronted by Myron, dressed as Turbo Man's entity. I guess they are enemies the whole time. I don't know why I was like, they're friends. You missed a lot. Welcome back, Andy. Andy. The jellyfish article was out of control. I don't even know. Jellyfish are so wild. But yeah, since Jellyfish, we have read about juke joints, juke boxes. Oh, a lady in STEM, Louise something Jenkins. Louise Jenkins, she's an astronomy person. She discovered stars and stuff. Anyway, jellyfish are out of control. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Out of control. They're metal as fuck. They are. Jellyfish are wild. Well, and so Villain was pointing it out. He's like, are they plants or are they animals? And it's like, well, they're animals, but aliens. Aliens is the best description of jellyfish, I think. Okay, where are we? What's happening? Now we're reading about plantimals. They're plantimals. There it is. Nice. There it is. We're reading about Turbo Man. Not Turbo Man. We're reading about Jingle All the Way. That Christmas classic. They're from space. They're probably from space. It's the only logical explanation, honestly. Okay, let's see. Confronted by Myron, dressed as Turbo Man's enemy, Dementor, having bound and gagged the original actor. This movie's out of control. Speaking of out of control, just like Jellyfish, Jingle All the Way, out of control. Despite Howard's pleas for Myron to stop, a long chase ensues involving a jetpack flight. Myron acquires the toy from Jamie, but is cornered by... We should have read about jetpacks. I can't add more topics. I can't. But you know what? Season 2 for J Week, we're going to read about jetpacks. Anyway, Myron acquires the toy from Jamie, but is cornered by police officers while Howard saves his son. Howard reveals himself to his family and apologizes for his shortcomings. The police return the toy to Jamie as Myron is arrested, but Jamie decides to give the toy to Myron for his son, proclaiming his father as his true hero. The crowd carries Howard away in celebration while Myron, Liz, and Jamie look on happily. Later that night, Howard finishes decorating the Christmas tree by putting a star on top. However, when Liz asks Howard what he got her, he shockingly realizes he forgot to get her a gift. This man is insufferable. The absolute worst. The mailman. Come on! Sinbad's great. They're both Andy, they're both out of control. They're both out of control. I will not hear this slander because Arnold Schwarzenegger is a terrible father. Terrible father. Okay, he does make a bomb threat. You're not wrong. He does make a bomb threat. That is true. Okay, okay, all right, anyway. So many different people in this movie. Jim Belushi is in this movie? Jesus Christ. Okay, moving on. Here they are. These guys. Filming. Music. Marketing. Home media, box office, critical response. Okay. All right, let's just see how it did. Because I think it is now a cult classic, but it clearly did not do well in the... Maybe it did well in the... We're going to read about it. I don't know why I need to be stopped. Also, if you ask somebody, what did you get me? You're an asshole, too. I mean, yeah. But Rita Wilson puts up with so much bullshit in that movie. I don't know. Everyone in that movie's an asshole. Even the kid's an asshole. All right, let's continue, shall we? Box office. Opening on November 22nd, Jingle All the Way made $12.1 million in its first weekend, opening at number 4 behind Star Trek: First Contact, Space Jam, and Ransom. It went on to gross $129 million worldwide, recouping its $79 million budget. Okay. The film was released in the United Kingdom on December 6, 1996, and topped the country's box office that weekend. Critical response. On Rotten Tomatoes, the film has an approval rating of 20% based on 49 reviews and an average rating of 4.4 out of 10. Sounds about right to me. The site's critical consensus reads, Arnold Schwarzenegger tries his best, but Jingle All the Way suffers from an uneven tone, shifting wildly from would-be satire on materialism to an antic slapstick yuckfest. On Metacritic, the film has a score of 34% based on reviews from 23 critics, indicating general unfavorable reviews. Audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of B+ on an A+ to F scale. B+ is actually not bad. B+ is pretty decent. Let's go ahead and read what Mike Drucker says. Despite its fairly entertaining build-up and somewhat serious commentary on materialism during the holidays, the end of the movie takes a realistic conceit and adds a comedy sci-fi elements. Not only does the movie take a turn for the cartoony, but the end is basically everybody laughing and learning their lesson without any realistic resolution of the situation. It's as if the It's as if the screenwriters couldn't figure out an easy way. Jesus Christ. It's as if the screenwriters couldn't figure an easy way out of Howard's situation, so they added in slapstick comedy and the ending from an episode of Full House. That sounds right to me. The manic yuckfest that marks it as a good movie for me. Well, this is the thing. Again, good is in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, it can be your favorite movie while also not being like a good film, quote unquote, right? This idea of good is so subjective. So like you are welcome to love the movie Jingle All the Way. I am not going to stop you from loving this movie. You are allowed. You have my permission, because I have authority in this situation, obviously. You have my permission to enjoy this movie. It's not that deep, you know? Emmanuel Levy felt the film highly formulaic, criticized Levant's direction as little more advanced than a television sitcom. Although he felt the script did not provide sufficient opportunity for Hartman, Wilson, and Conrad to give exceptional performances, he opined that Schwarzenegger has developed a light comic delivery, punctuated occasionally by an ironic one-liner, while Sinbad has good moments. It's true, Sinbad's funny. He's just funny. Neil Jeffries of Empire disagreed, feeling Schwarzenegger to be wooden and Sinbad to be trying desperately to be funnier than his hat. Yeah, no, okay, I can see all of these criticisms. Praised Lloyd as the saving grace of the film. The New York Times critic Janet Maslin felt the film lacked any real plot, failed in its attempt at satire, should have included Myron's only mentioned son, and mostly wasted Hartman. Yeah, it's true. They never included Myron's son, huh? Yeah, that's true. Okay. And mostly wasted Hartman, while Levant's direction was listless. Similarly, the BBC's Neil Smith criticized the film's script, its focus on the commercialization of Christmas, as well as Schwarzenegger's performance, which shows the comic tiding of a dead moose. Go in. But singled out Hartman for praise. Hartman was the creepy neighbor? Gross. I guess he does a good job of being the creepy neighbor. I hate him. Chicago Tribune critic Michael Williamson panned the film, wondering why the characters, primarily Howard, acted so illogically. Howard Langston is supposed to be a successful mattress manufacturer. Again, why is he so busy that he cannot be home for the holidays? Because he's a mattress manufacturer? Like what? What? Rest in peace, Phil? Phil who? Phil Hartman? Is that who we're talking about? Rest in peace, Phil. I don't know who that is. Is that who we're talking? Is that? Yeah? Is that the guy that plays the creepy neighbor? All right, hold please. Let me go back to the cast. He is the creepy neighbor. I didn't know he was dead. I didn't mean to slander him. He does a good job of being the creepy neighbor. Rest in peace. His wife murdered him? This just took a really dark, weird turn that I was not expecting. The laughter is nervous laughter. Yikes. Yikes, dude. Yikes. He does play a good creep. No, don't be sorry. No, you're totally fine. I just didn't know. Also, I'm never on this late, and it's getting dark outside, which I can tell by the glimmer on my glasses here. Give me 2 seconds to turn on some other lights. Hold, please. Hold, please. Okay, back. I really didn't know. I really didn't know that he was murdered by his wife. I also don't know if those lights help, but they help my brain at the very least. So there's that. Okay, anyway. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, rest in peace, Phil Hartman. Yikes, dude. I'm gonna have to read about that later. Okay, Howard Langston is supposed to be a successful mattress manufacturer, but the movie paints him as a hot-tempered buffoon without sensible idea in his head. True. Jack Garner of USA Today condemned the film, finding it to be more cynical than satirical, stating this painfully bad movie has been inspired strictly by the potential jingle of cash registers. Christmas. He wrote of Levant's directorial failure, as he offers no sense of comedic timing. I can read words. While pauses in the midst of much of the dialogue are downright painful. I don't think I read that correctly, but I'm going to keep going. Trevor Johnston suggested the film seems to mark a point of decline in the Schwarzenegger career arc. That makes sense. And the anti-consumerism message largely failed, with Jim Belushi's corrupt mall Santa with his stolen goods warehouse. Yeah, that whole plot line is fascinating. Providing the film's sole flash of dark humor. IGN's Mike Drucker praised its subject matter as one of the few holiday movies to directly deal with the commercialization of Christmas. I mean, that's kind of true. Although, what is that one movie? It's also not a good movie. It's Jamie Lee Curtis and, I think Tim Allen? That's another one that has a similar vibe that kind of is like, just like horrible people being horrible during Christmas and not, kind of talks about commercialization of Christmas a little bit. I don't remember what it's called. Christmas with the Cranks! Kuzak Rogue, thank you. That one. Again, I don't think it's a very good movie, but it does deal with the same subject matter. It came out way after this one, though, I'm pretty sure, right? Let's see. Although felt the last 20 minutes of the film let it down, as the first hour had had some family entertainment value, if taken with a grain of salt. He concluded the film was a member of the so corny it's good genre. This speaks to what you're talking about, villain. I think a lot of people... This is why my little brother suggested it, right? By the way, shout out Star Knuckle one more time. I think he's on right now playing Elden Ring. But yeah, it's one that my brothers love that I've watched many a time. Yeah, so corny it's good. It is, in my opinion, it's one of those that's like it's so bad it's good kind of a thing. While Arnold delivers plenty of one-liners ripe for soundboard crank callers. That's a whole other era of thing, yeah. Jamie Malinowski of the New York Times praised the film's satirical premise, but felt it was full of unrealized potential because the filmmakers wrongly equate mayhem with humor. That's a good way to put it. Roger Ebert gave the film 2.5 stars, writing that he liked a lot of the movie, which he thought had energy and humor, which would have mass audience appeal. He was, though, disappointed by its relentlessly materialistic view of Christmas, and by the choice to go with action and mild violence over dialogue and plot. Fair, I guess. I don't know. Kevin Carr of 7M Pictures concluded that while the film is not very good, as a form of family entertainment, it's surprisingly fun. Surprisingly fun. It was nominated for Stinker's Bad Movie Award, so that's a thing, apparently. I didn't know about. Let's see. All right, I do want to read about this lawsuit. I'm very curious. Sometimes movies don't need a critic review. It's so dumb. It's a dumb Arnie movie. Oh, it's a dumb, sorry, wow. It's a dumb Arnie movie. Just go watch it or don't. Yeah, fair. I mean, yeah, I just think it's funny to like find like what critics say, but I just think in general too, like film critique and art critique in general is like it's kind of this like classist take on art, if we're gonna call Jingle All the Way for all intents and purposes art, right? Where it's like, again, it's so damn subjective, and so then to like when we talk about like art critique, the idea that we can put some sort of like numerical value onto something as being good or bad. The reality is that like your own relationship with it makes it good or bad, right? Like that's just how it is. So yeah, just go watch it or don't. It's not that deep, but also I love that they're like, well, it had so much potential to be good, and why, you know, I think it's kind of funny. Lawsuit. In 1998, Ray Hill Publishing sued 20th Century Fox for $150,000, claiming that the idea for the film was stolen from a screenplay they had purchased from high school teacher Brian Webster entitled Could This Be Christmas? They said the script had 36 similarities with Jingle All the Way, including the plot, dialogue, and character names. Shut up, really? Marie Hill President Bob Laurel bought the script from Webster in 1993, sent it to Fox and other studios in 1994, but received no response and claimed the idea was copied by Cornfield, who was Fox's script reader. In 2001, Fox were found guilty of stealing the idea and ordered to pay $19 million. Shut up, really? $15 million in damages and $4 million in legal costs to Marie Hill, with Webster to receive a portion. No way. Laurel died a few months after the verdict before receiving any of the money. On appeal, the damages figure was lowered to $1.5 million before the verdict itself was quashed in 2004 after a judge decided the idea was not stolen. This was an emotional roller coaster, as Fox had bought Cornfield's screenplay before he or anybody else at Fox could read Could This Be Christmas? Interesting. Hit him in the wallet, yeah. Or not. Emotional roller coaster. Sequel. Has anyone seen the sequel? Because it sounds like a train wreck to me, but I mean, who knows? One man's train wreck is another man's Jingle All the Way, you know? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, it was produced by WWE Studios. That's the mark of a good film, eh? Yeah, there's a sequel. Over 18 years after the release of the original film, a standalone sequel, Jingle All the Way 2, was released straight to DVD, also the mark of a good film. In December 2014, directed by Alex Zam and produced by WWE Studios and 20th Century Fox, the film has a similar plot to the original, but is otherwise not connected and has none of the original cast or characters. The lead roles were instead played by Larry the Cable Guy and Santino Marella. Maybe we should do that as a Discord movie night. Do the sequel to Jingle All the Way. All right, last topic for J Week, everyone. gotta stretch the body. Ugh. Gotta stretch the shoulders. Must watch. It is must see cinematography. Lincoln. We must watch it. Maybe at some point we might. All right. Thank you all for sticking with me. Thank you for giving me topics. Thank you for keeping me company. I very much appreciate it. This is gonna be the last topic. We've been going for 5.5 hours. That's fine. I'm doing fine. Why am I screaming about it? Okay, one more topic. This was another Wondergoon topic. This is Christine Jorgensen. Christine Jorgensen, May 30th, 1926 to May 3rd, 1989, was an American trans woman who was the first person to become widely known in the United States for having sex reassignment surgery. Jorgensen grew up in the Bronx, New York City. Shortly after graduating from high school in 1945, she was drafted in the U.S. Army during World War II. After her military service, she attended several schools and worked. It is during this time she learned about sex reassignment surgery. Jorgensen traveled to Europe and in Copenhagen, Denmark, obtained special permission to undergo a series of operations beginning in 1952. Damn, this is revolutionary in terms of timing, right? Like, wild. Amazing. No, thank you for doing my rabbit holing. Oh, Franti, hi. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Did you do a cosplay today? I low-key was gonna, I was thinking about raiding you after this, so you beat me to the punch. If you all don't know Franti, you're missing out on a wonderful, wonderful human being and streamer, and I highly, 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 highly recommend you click off of my channel right now and go follow her immediately. Immediately! What were you doing? Let's see. Just chatting? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Franti fans, I'm Abbers. Most of the time I play video games, and most of the time I play video games with no camera. But on Sundays, we read Wikipedia articles together. So that's what we're doing. We're finishing up. We've got one final article here, and then we'll call it a day. Every week we do a different letter of the alphabet. And so this week is J week. We've been reading about things that start with the letter J. So welcome. Franti, it's good to see you. Feel free to go take care of yourself if you need water or snack or a stretch or whatever. Thank you so much for the raid. You're very, very sweet. I very much appreciate it. It's good to see you. I hope you had an amazing stream. We're reading about Christine Jorgensen right now, kind of a pioneer in trans rights. And I think Wondergoon chose it because of the shirt that I'm wearing today. So it's cool. Let's see, I did a low-budget L cosplay from Death Note. Ooh, fun! Basically just emo Fran. I love it. I love a low-budget cosplay. I love a like casual cosplay. It's one of my favorite things. I hope you're learning so much. We are. Franti. The highlight for me, there's about a couple highlights, but jellyfish are the heroes of J Week, I think. Also, Judith beheads somebody whose name I forget, but it's a series of different like artworks based on like an event where this lady named Judith beheaded a dude who was being drunk and awful. So it's pretty dope. Those are my two favorite topics from this week. We just finished reading about Jingle All the Way, which is an American Christmas classic. Yeah, we're learning so much. Oh, I wanna see your cosplay. I'm gonna have to look at pictures. I'll have to watch the VOD later. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Yeah, I want to see emo Fran. I want to see emo Franti for sure. It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Seriously, if you're not following Franti, you're missing out. You should go follow Franti, especially for European folks, because she's one of the European folks that I kind of miss sometimes because of time zone stuff. But it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so Christine Jorgensen. She returned to the United States in the early 1950s, and her transition was the subject of a New York Daily News front page story. Damn, that's so brave and scary. She became an instant celebrity, known for her directness and polished wit, and used her platform to advocate for transgender people. She also worked as an actress and a nightclub entertainer and recorded several songs. Jorgensen often lectured on the experience of being transgender and published an autobiography in 1967. Let's see. What's happening? Where am I? I got lost in the sauce and I don't know how. But here she is. It's beautiful. let's see. What do we want to read? Everything? Sure. Okay. Early life. Jorgensen was the second child of carpenter and contractor George William Jorgensen Sr. and his wife Florence Davis Hanson, and given male name at birth. She was raised at Belmont neighborhood in the Bronx, New York City, and baptized a Lutheran. She later described herself as having been a frail, blonde, introvert little boy who ran from fistfights and rough and tumble gangs. Yeah. Jorgensen graduated from Christopher Columbus High School in 1945 and was soon drafted in the U.S. Army at the age of 19. After being discharged from the Army, she attended Mohawk Valley Community College in Utica, New York, the Progressive School of Photography in New Haven, Connecticut, and the Manhattan Medical and Dental Assistant School in New York City. She also worked briefly for Pathé News. Gender transition. Returning to New York after military service, the increasingly concerned over, as one obituary later called it, a lack of male physical development, Christine Jorgensen heard about sex reassignment surgery. She had been taking estrogen. Wow, she is revolutionary in terms of that. Just like timeline-wise, this is like unheard of for that era, right? She had been taking estrogen in the form of ethanolestradiol. More fun words. Ethanolestradiol. We're going to go with it. And started researching the surgery with the help of Joseph Angelo, the husband of a classmate at the Manhattan Medical and Dental Assistant School. Jorgensen intended to go to Sweden, where the only doctors in the world who had performed the surgery were located. During a stopover in Copenhagen to visit relatives, she met Christian Hamburger, a Danish endocrinologist and specialist in rehabilitative hormonal therapy. Jorgensen stayed in Denmark and underwent hormone replacement therapy under Hamburger's direction. She chose the name Christine in honor of Hamburger. That's cute. That's really cute. She obtained special permission from the Danish Minister of Justice to undergo a series of operations in that country. On September 24th, 1951, surgeons at Gentofte Hospital in Copenhagen performed an orchiectomy, surgical procedure in which the one or both of the testicles are removed. Okay, got it. On Jorgensen. In a letter to friends, October 8th, 1951, she referred to how the surgery affected her. As you can see by the enclosed photos taken just before the operation, I have changed a great deal, but it is the other two changes that were so much more important. Remember the shy, miserable person who left America? Well, that person is no more, and as you can see, I'm in marvelous spirits. That's exciting. That's cool. In November 1952, doctors at Copenhagen University Hospital performed a penectomy. I'm pretty sure that's like the inversion of a penis, yes? Prepare yourselves for pictures. Penis removal, yeah. Okay, cool. In Jorgensen's words, my second operation, as the previous one, was not a major work of surgery as it may imply. Interesting. She returned to the United States and eventually obtained a vaginoplasty, where the procedure became available there. The vaginoplasty was performed under the direction of Angelo, with Harry Benjamin as the medical advisor. Later, in the preface of Jorgensen's autobiography, Harry Benjamin gave her credit for the advancement of his studies. He wrote, "Indeed, Christine, without you, probably none of this would have happened. The grant, my publications, lectures, etc." Publicity. The New York Daily News ran a front-page story on December 1st, 1952, under the headline, "XGL becomes blonde beauty." Okay, weird. Announcing incorrectly that Jorgensen had become the recipient of the first sex change. Yeah, because it sounds like there were people in Sweden that had been doing this prior, which is wild. I had no idea. This type of surgery had previously been performed by German doctors in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Dorken Richter and Danish artist Lili Elbe, both patients of Magnus Hirschfeld at the Institute for... now I know that there's German speakers in the chat. Sorry, Franti. Institute für Sexualwissenschaft in Berlin were known recipients of such operations. After her surgeries, Jorgensen originally stated that she wanted a quiet life of her own design, but once returning to the United States, the only way she could manage to earn a living was by making public appearances. That was pretty good! Ach ja, bestimmt. Thanks. I do not speak German. I grew up hearing it, and I know like a few phrases, so I kind of have an idea of how it should be pronounced, but like I have no idea. So thanks. Dankeschön. Let's see. After her surgeries, Jorgensen originally stated she wanted a quiet life of her own design, but once returning to the United States, the only way she could manage to earn a living was by making public appearances. That's hard. Jorgensen was an instant celebrity when she returned to New York in February 1953. A large crowd of journalists met her as she came off her flight, and despite Danish royal family being on the same flight, they were largely ignored in favor of her. Soon after her arrival, she launched a successful nightclub act and appeared on TV, radio, and theatrical productions. The first of 5-part authorized account of her story was written by Jorgensen herself in February 1953 issue of the American Weekly, titled The Story of My Life. And in 1967, she published her autobiography, Christine Jorgensen, a personal autobiography, which sold over 450,000 copies. Damn. The publicity following her transition and gender reassignment surgery became a model for transsexuals for decades. She was a tireless lecturer on the subject of transsexuality, pleading for understanding from a public that all too often wanted to see transsexuals as freaks or perverts. Ms. Jorgensen's poise, charm, and wit won the hearts of millions. However, over time, the press was much less fascinated by her and started to scrutinize her more harshly. She was often asked by print media if she would pose nude for their publications. Ugh. Gross. Sad. Later life. After her vaginoplasty, Jorgensen planned to marry labor union statistician John Traub, but the engagement was called off. In 1959, she announced her engagement to typist Howard J. Knox in Massapequa Park, New York, where her father had built her a house after her reassignment surgery. She and Knox settled down and joined a Lutheran church. However, the couple was unable to obtain marriage license because of Jorgensen's birth certificate listed her as male. In a report about the broken engagement, the New York Times reported that Knox had lost his job in Washington, D.C. when his engagement to Jorgensen became known. Rough skis. Yeah. And here's a lovely picture of them after being denied their marriage license. They look very happy, though. April 1959. After her parents died, Jorgensen moved to California in 1967. She left behind the ranch home built by her father in Massapequa and settled in the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles for a period of time. It was also during the same year that Jorgensen published her autobiography, Christine Jorgensen, a personal autobiography, which chronicled her life experiences as a transsexual and included her own personal perspectives on major events in her life. During the 1970s and 1980s, Jorgensen toured university campuses and other venues to speak about her experiences. She was known for her directness and polished wit. She once demanded an apology from Vice President Spiro Agnew. Good, get it, girl. When he called Charles Goodell the Christine Jorgensen of the Republican Party. Agnew refused her request. Whatever. I'm glad that she demanded an apology anyway. Just because he didn't apologize doesn't mean that she shouldn't have demanded an apology. You know what I mean? Jorgensen also worked as an actress and nightclub entertainer and recorded several songs. That's an alpha move. Yeah, for sure. In summer stock, she played Madame Rosepetal in the play Oh Dad, Poor Dad, Mama's hung you up in the closet and I'm feeling so sad. That's a whole thing. What is this? I feel like this is a thing. T. Miller, I don't know if you're still there. T. Miller, if you are there, or if you happen to watch the VOD, this is a random memory. That title's a mouthful. I want to say, when we were in high school, because we were theater nerds together, me and T. Miller, I want to say she did a monologue from this play. And I want to say it's because her sister did a monologue from this play when her sister was at theater school. I'm going to have to ask her about this later. That's so funny. I'm like, it's ringing weird bells in my brain. But anyway, yeah, quite the mouthful. Maybe could have used an editor for the title of that play, but so be it. In her nightclub act, she sang several songs, including I Enjoy Being a Girl, in which, at the end, she made a quick change into a Wonder Woman costume. She later recalled that Warner Communications, owners of the Wonder Woman's character's copyright, demanded that she stopped using the character. She did so and instead used a new character of her own invention, Superwoman, who was marked by the inclusion of a large letter S on her cape. Or an anus full of your jellyfish. Okay, but I will be forever changed, knowing that jellyfish mouths and anuses are the same thing. We read about jellyfishes earlier, and for anyone that didn't know, their mouth is also their anus. It changed my life, as well as classic Andy's, clearly. Clearly. It's changed our lives. Life-changing information. Yeah, it's an anus full. You're not wrong. I'm upset about it, but you're not wrong. Andy. Okay, anyway, moving on. Jorgensen continued her act performing at Freddy's Supper Club on the Upper East Side of Manhattan until at least 1982, when she performed twice in the Hollywood area. Once in the Backlot Theater, adjacent to the discotheque. I love when discotheque is spelled like the French way. It's very fancy. Saves time, maybe. Franti. I don't know why I'm like clutching my pearls at that. Yeah, I guess it does. Well, okay, okay. Going back to jellyfish, we learned that they are remarkably efficient creatures. So to your point, Franti, yeah. I can't talk about anus mouths anymore. Okay, we're moving on. Discotheque. Look at the way discotheque is spelled. Pretty cool in French, no? The Discotheque, Studio One, and later at the Frog Pond Restaurant. This performance was recorded and has been made available on an album on iTunes. That's cool. 1984, Jorgensen returned to Copenhagen to perform her show and was featured on Tight Right. Oh man. We're going to make it. I'm going to make it. It's going to be fine. Reached the mouth butt quota for the day. We did. Yeah, too much. It's too much, Andy. We've reached the threshold. We're there. We're in it. Yes. Tight Ritzhaus, Danish transsexual documentary film. Paradiset ikke tilsag. Paradise is not for sale. Jorgensen was the first and only known trans woman to perform at Oscar's Delmonico restaurant in downtown New York, for which owners Oscar and Mario Tucci received criticism. She died of bladder and lung cancer, rough ski, in 1989, 4 weeks short of her 63rd birthday. Her ashes were scattered off Dana Point, California. Damn. Legacy. Her legacy is out of control. Good for her. Good for her for having the balls to be herself. I don't know where this quote comes from. There's this quote that talks about just being having a marginalized identity. But essentially this idea of waking up and daring to exist and be who you are is a revolutionary act. There's something about that I think is very true. And I think that if you have marginalized aspects of identity, it's good to remind yourself of that. Just daring to exist, it's a pretty revolutionary act in a world that tells you not to exist, in a world that tells you shouldn't exist. Badass. Legacy. Jorgensen's highly publicized transition helped bring to light gender identity and shaped a new culture of more inclusive ideas about the subject. As a transgender spokesperson and public figure, Jorgensen influenced other transgender people to change their sex on birth certificates and to change their names. Jorgensen saw herself as a founding member in what became known as the sexual revolution. Totally. Jorgensen stated in a Los Angeles Times interview, "I'm very proud now, looking back, that I was on the street corner 36 years ago when a movement started. It was the sexual revolution that was going to start with or without me. We may not have started it, but we gave it a good swift kick in the pants." I love that. In 2012, Jorgensen was inducted into the Legacy Walk, an outdoor public display which celebrates LGBT history and people. In 2014, Jorgensen was one of the inaugural... I'm gonna make it. In 2014, Jorgensen was one of the inaugural honorees in the Rainbow Honor Walk, a walk of fame in San Francisco's Castro neighborhood, noting LGBTQ people who have made significant contributions in their fields. In June 2019, Jorgensen was one of the inaugural 50 American pioneers, trailblazers, and heroes included on the National LGBTQ Wall of Honor within the Stonewall National Monument in New York City's Stonewall Inn. That's cool. That's really cool. Stonewall National Monument is the first U.S. national monument dedicated to LGBTQ rights and history, and the wall's unveiling was timed to take place during the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots. In popular culture, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, during his early career as a calypso singer under the name The Charmer, recorded a song about Jorgensen. Is She Is or Is She Ain't? The title is a play on the 1940s Louis Jordan song. That's what I thought. Is You Is or Is You Ain't My Baby. That's interesting. Huh. Chuck Renslow and Dom Orajudos founded Chris Studios, a male physique photography studio that took photos for gay magazines they published, which was named in part to honor Jorgensen. Okay. Posters for the Ed Wood film. Oh, man. Ed Wood, what a character. For the Ed Wood film Glenn or Glenda, also known as I Changed My Sex and I Led Two Lives, publicized the movie as being based on Jorgensen's life. Originally, producer George Weiss made her some offers to appear in the film, but these were turned down. Jorgensen is mentioned in connection with Glenn in Tim Burton's biopic Ed Wood, but Jorgensen is not depicted as a character. Yeah, I think Ed Wood was somebody that really I don't know a lot about Ed Wood, but I know that... So Ed Wood made the movie Plan 9 from Outer Space, if you're familiar. It's one of those movies that is cited as being the worst movie of all time. We were just talking about this idea of what is good and what is bad. But Ed Wood is someone that really grappled with their sexual identity and struggled with that. And I think it's partially because of the time that they lived in, So again, it just speaks to the badassness of someone like Christine Jorgensen, because it doesn't matter what time you live in, that's tough stuff regardless, kind of a thing, Okay, anyway, the Christine Jorgensen story, a fictionalized biopic based on Jorgensen's memoir, premiered in 1970. John Hanson played Jorgensen as an adult, while Trent Lemon played her at age 7. In Christine Jorgensen's Reveals, a stage performance at the 2005 Edinburgh Festival Fringe, Jorgensen was portrayed as Bradford Lurick. Was portrayed by Bradford Lurick. To critical acclaim, Lurick dressed as Jorgensen and performed to a recorded interview with her during the 1950s, while video of Rob Grace as comically inept interviewer Nipsey Russell played on a nearby black and white television set. The show went on to win Best Aspect of Production at the 2006 Dublin Gay Theatre Festival, and it ran off-Broadway at New World Stages in January 2006. The LP was reissued on CD by Repeat the Records in 2005. Transgender historian and critical theorist Susan Stryker directed and produced the experimental documentary film about Jorgensen, titled Christine in the Cutting Room. In 2010, she also presented a lecture at Yale University titled Christine in the Cutting Room, Christine Jorgensen's Transsexual Celebrity and Cinematic Embodiment. Both works examine embodiment vis-a-vis cinema. The 2016 book, Andy Warhol Was a Hoarder, Inside the Minds of History's Great Personalities, by journalist Claudia Kalb, devotes a chapter to Jorgensen's story, using her as an example of gender dysphoria and the process of gender transition in its earliest days. There we go. There it is. That's J Week, everyone. We did it. There's a lot. There's a lot there. So for folks that gave me topics, thank you so much. For everyone who's like stuck around and hung out, thank you so much. Anyone that's like stopped by or chatted or lurked, y'all are very sweet. I really appreciate it. Andy, so good to see you. Linka, it's always good to see you. Franti, thank you again for the raid. Other folks that were here, I know Joe Sloths was here. I know Fenario was here. I know Wondergun was here. Starknuckle was here. Marley was here. Villain, you're here. So many people have stopped by and said hi and been awesome. Rainbow raided me earlier. Y'all are very sweet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate ya. I will be streaming on Wednesday. It's whatever I want Wednesday. I think I'm going to be playing the B-Sides of Ahead, which is a game that was gifted to me by the developer, which is really cool. So if you want to come by Wednesday at like 7 o'clock-ish Eastern Standard Time, you can come do that. And then what else? What else is happening? Oh, in 2 weeks, so next week is going to be HIJK week. After K week, the week after K week, instead of doing a Wikipedia with me, we're going to do another Bob Ross paint along. So if you've never been here for one of those, I've done them twice now. We have done them twice now. The first time we did it because we raised $1,000 for RAIN, the National Sex Abuse Hotline, which thank you all for donating to that. And then this time we're doing it because you all donated $1,000 to Black Girls Code, which is fucking awesome. So to have been able to like be in this like position to like raise money for awesome organizations, like thank you all for supporting that and being part of that. So if you have not been here for one of those, we're gonna paint along with Bob Ross. You can do whatever you'd like. If you want to make art, so you can do crayons, you can do colored pencils, you can do whatever. If you'd like to make some art with us, it's gonna be fun. Those are good streams. Thanks, Villain. I have fun with them. So that's in 2 weeks. Otherwise you can follow me on the social thingies if you feel so inclined. And with that, dear children, I'm going to find somebody to raid. Let's do it. Let's see who's online. Y'all are very sweet. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. These are so fun. Tease, K-Week. K-Week is next week. Yeah, so on the 20th, we'll do K-Week. And then the 27th is going to be Bob Ross, which is actually, it's probably going to be my last stream before I move. And then I'll have to take a little bit of a break just because of moving. So we'll you know, we'll have a banger with don't ask me about the words I choose. It'll be a banger, trust me. We'll end on a banger. I'll take a little break for moving and then we'll get back into the stuff and things. With that, I think I've been talking about him so much today. I think we're gonna go hang out with Starknuckle probably. Y'all want to hang out with my little brother Starknuckle? He's awesome. Starknuckle is a great editor, and he helped me edit one of my first like channel trailers when I was playing when I was more exclusively playing World of Warcraft. He edited it together and did a brilliant job of it. He's just a funny, cool kid. I'm biased because he's my little brother, but he's fucking awesome. And so if you don't know my little brother, I highly suggest you stick around and say hi and throw him some love and some follows and all that jazz. Pastor Dave, no, we're actually leaving. Pastor Dave, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. Everyone, shout out Pastor Dave. Y'all should go follow Pastor Dave. Pastor Dave, you're here just in time for a raid. I'm so sorry. The timing, I know. But if y'all don't know Pastor Dave, I highly recommend you go check him out. We're going to go kick it with Starknuckle. Thank you all again. Y'all are very sweet. I love y'all so much. I will see you so soon. Bye. Love you. Bye. Love you. Bye. I love you. Bye.
Oh my gosh. Average just raided the party. Everybody, welcome. Hello. Thanks so much for the raid. You guys are about to see me probably die to a boss.